Hello! Welcome to... You know how, guys, I said we would never do this again? You know, how we would never do this campaign simulator again after Alatrian. That stream that we did. Yeah, we're back here. We're doing it again. Can't wait, you know? Just answer some questions here a moment. I'm almost with you guys. Sorry, I'm just trying to close up the day and finish out all the little messages. Right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the campaign simulator of 2024. Remember that Alatrian one we did? Yeah, it was great. We're back again. So far, I've got 26,000. 26,000. I gotta do another 14,000. Oh. $14,000, my friends. It is, it's rough. It's rough. What's worse is I also have 2 Hydra keys to use. I did one of them, but like I've got to do another Hydra key. I did one yesterday. We did get a record performance. We did get a record performance. I do need to turn down this audio. It's a bit high, isn't it? Let me drop this to this. There we go. I'm still working on some of the audio settings I had to modify the other day, so... Yes. But we had a pretty good... I did this yesterday. The full Shayak experience. This is with Packmaster now having Master Hexer. And I still forgot. I started this and I was in a call with YST. We were going over a few things. And I totally forgot halfway through. I didn't book Quintus's last A1 book. So I could have had 10% more damage if I booked Quintus. 10%. So I'm like, it's annoying. I did pull my my stones, but I've kept it for a video because I wanted to do a video covering all of this. But what I did get for you friendly folk who are hanging out here, I did get a new soul, but I don't really know what to do with it. I'll be honest. I'm a bit really on the fence as to whether I should keep it, get rid of it. I always hate getting rid of 6-star legendary souls. I always hate it. So I always hate to do such a thing, but it is for a legendary that I don't have, so I'm just trying to sort out all my little settings here. I don't know what to do with it. It's not the worst one in the world, but I'm like, I don't know what to do with it. Do I keep it? Do I get rid of it? It's like I could sell it and I get a 5-star epic. She's not a terrible champion, right? I would not sell it. See, I think it's worth keeping. So, you have to watch the full video to see everything I got. My goal is to try and get all of my first screen mythical. That's why I've got 4 Seek runs. That's the goal. I want to get all of the first screen mythical so that I can absolutely always come in and see lots of red. It's like red dot syndrome. All the mythical champions I don't have. So I've used her, yeah, I've used her a few times. So, but should probably just try to get some more of these tokens done. It's just like, it's one of those things that if it was for, say, someone like I've got a Lugan 5-star soul. If it was someone like Lugan, I'd be more likely to get rid of it. Because I'm like, am I ever going to really use a Lugan these days? But you never know these days in Centranos. If there's like something that they do to the Cursed City that means that I need it. Or if they add another different restriction set. Or if they make it so that Tila happens to be good for some reason in the future. I'm always a bit like, that 6-star legendary soul is so hard to get. Why would I ever sell it? It's not like it's for a bad champion. So I think I will probably keep it, but just not use it until I absolutely need it. So, yeah, we'll see. I don't understand why you're farming this training. You could finish it in 30 seconds. How could I finish it in 30 seconds? I'm not buying the stuff. I'd rather do the champion training. He can kill straight through it, probably because he block revives. So. But yeah, so yeah, I mean, I could sell all my souls, but I don't do that. Have you finished all your turn attack challenges? I'm missing one, I think, which is Finite, and there's a reason why I haven't done the Finite one, because I want to use Freyja. Honestly, I think Freyja gets a lot of hate, and I think a lot of it is heavily biased towards the fact that, you know, this is not the best event, right? And I think people are basically trying to make Freyja out to be worse than she actually is. I think there's more legs to Freyja than people give her credit. Not to the extent that I think people, you know, it's not Narcissus tier where it was like, okay, if you didn't get the guaranteed Narcissus, your account kind of loses a little bit. It's not to that tier at all. I don't think she's the best champion in the game, but some people are basically making out to be like, oh, why would you even need her? She's terrible, or there's no use for her. I'm like, that's not quite true. Like, she's better than a lot of people give her credit for. So, yeah, I think she's got a lot of legs potentially in Hydra. In Arena, sorry. I think there's a potential use in Arena against some teams. So, if you build and set her up correctly. Yeah, she's certainly not game-changing. Like, she's absolutely not game-changing. But at the same time, I don't think she's like, oh, well, you know, don't worry, she's a bad champion kind of concept, which I've seen a lot of people throw around. And it's just because they're frustrated with the event. I understand. I'm not critical of people's opinions like that. I just think that my personal opinion is she's not as bad as people would want her to be. I think they almost like trying to convince themselves that they're not missing out too much because they don't want to do the event, you know? So, this rotation does not look very doable. Cool, if I'm being honest. It's the worst stage 20, I think. I think it's one of the worst stage 19s as well. This. Yeah, and I absolutely I agree with what Nevin is saying there. You know, if you want to basically make a statement in the way that they track analytics to basically say this is an event that this is the bar that I won't go to, and you decide you have the resources and you don't want to go for it, then I respect that decision as well, because that's actually quite hard to do. To almost like, I could do it, but I don't want to do it because I don't think it's good for everyone else. I think that's quite a difficult thing for a person to do, because it's quite easy if you just go, well, it works for me, I'm just gonna do whatever I want. So Lamarsu will be. I actually think Lamarsu is absolute top tier for Arena, because she basically is a better Wixwell. And if you've got that intercept buff already, it's one of the few ways you can build a team without having to use Pinpoint. Remember, Pinpoint's going away soon. They haven't said whether Pinpoint's going to stay or not. Once this event dungeon ends, like, are we going to get Pinpoint? I know they've hinted in, like, Ash did a video, and I think Simon and YST, I think they had some sort of discussion or something. They hinted that event dungeons are going to be recurring, but is that going to be for the same set, different sets, new sets? Like Slayer, for example, it only comes back in Forge passes from time to time, and they put it into different deck events. So we don't know if you're going to be able to get Pinpoint again. So once Pinpoint doesn't become a farmable thing, like, champions that can actually put intercept are going to be increasing in value, and Lamarsu is one of those. Lamarsu is, in my opinion, one of the really, really good arena options. I think she's super good. So, I think she's super good. Oh, by the way, Quicks, I haven't ignored you. I just haven't had a chance to reply to you. I've seen your message. I just haven't had a chance to dig into it. Just in case you think I'm ignoring you, I'm not. I've had so much to do the last kind of week that I've been trying to keep up with everything. I have not been able to get Odin, but that's because I always forecasted that I'd have to, if I wanted Odin, wail for him on the Prism event. That's kind of like the only way I was gonna get Odin with my brain. I really hate these teams. Do you know what I've realized, by the way? You know how we always used to build Wisdom of Battle for Siphi? I feel like you have to now always build Wisdom of Battle for Armands as well. Whilst it doesn't stop his A3, it's the only way to stop his A2. So Wisdom of Battle still remains to be one of the most required masteries if you want to play Arena. You just can't dodge it. So yeah, and if you look at the numbers, MGT, it's not that much worse than what Alatrian was. The only reason why Alatrian was like particularly bad for me is because I was stupid enough to go for the soul as well as the training. But if you actually look at how much it was just to get Alatrian, the numbers are not that too dissimilar. I think it's the optics of nerfing the numbers from the previous Decafade event, which I get, like from the Serpent event. I understand it. They're just testing the waters, really. I think they're just seeing how far you will go as a player. Yeah, they did say event dungeon will come back. How do I get so many easy fights in this arena? Because CVC is on. So when CVC is on, I put one-man defenses and I deliberately tank my points down. I normally don't put them back on until after reset. So I have basically a full week of free farming, right? So I basically put one-man defenses on and it tanks my points because everyone's farming points for CVC. Cool. I'm not going to buy that avatar frame until I have an access. Like, it's really bad. Curse City. Yeah, so honestly, this to me is one of the worst. Like, so bad. Like, if you don't have Michinaki or multiple Artax, this is... Look how many restrictions there are. Like, I have so many champions, and I can only pick 7. No, 8. 8 possible champions out of 900. Like, 8 out of 900. Sorry, I'm just finishing off some conversations from work today. So yeah, so this is pretty horrible. I'm not gonna lie. How'd you build Siphi? Fast. High resistance and as fast as you possibly can get her. Toshiro. Yeah, I mean, you know. Like, there's obviously no one here, but this is pretty horrible, if I'm being honest. Pretty horrible. Yeah, the reason why I said S19 is bad is not because there's legendaries available, it's because there's not really any damage dealers. Mind you, I do have Samson, so I might be okay, because Samson will be the damage dealer. Because there's really not that many damage dealers for 19. So this one actually probably is not too bad. 18, I mean, Blade Master kind of hard carries that, so that's not a problem. This one I've already done before, so it's not a problem. This one is a kind of an annoying one, but it's a piece of cake, really. It's annoying in the sense that you gotta kill your clones, and there's all defense and HP based. So it's like you're trying to kill tanky people. But it shouldn't be a problem if you build like a strong damage dealer in there. So that should be fine. 21, that's a piece of cake. 24, easy. 14, that's probably okay, you know. Because we've got crowd control. Right, I got a 6-star Basilisk, a Vassal that can equalize HP. Actually, this guy will be really good for this. Because of this. It's a healer. And a crowd control. So, like, with the last time we were trying this, the reason why I was having problems was I didn't have any crowd control, and I didn't really have any like support. This is totally different. There's almost too much crowd control, and my 6-star Fushan with a 6-star Basilisk and a 5-star Nazana will rip it to pieces if I need it to. So that one's okay. Wow. Cool. What are you going to be doing here then? Islin's amazing. Islin is one of those champions that doesn't do anything spectacularly until you put him in the right build, and he just kind of like just doesn't die. All right. Okay. I can minimize this, minimize that, and focus. No, we're looking at it. So I want to see what Cool was thinking. Hoffreys and 2 Soul Drinkers. Yeah. I mean, Corpse Collector's not a terrible option, but it's a bit single target. Like for decreased accuracy, heal reduction. Like if you can get Corpse Collector in with a decrease, with a heal reduction, it'll at least stop the continuous heals. But you've got to avoid the fear more than anything else. And there's really not... Like, you'd probably have to one-shot the Martial Lead. He's the biggest threat. Otherwise, you're just going to get face stunned. But I didn't even bother trying this. Because I've never had a team. So 13 looks a bit rough. 12 is probably fine. Although buff Jingwong on wave 3 would be a nightmare. That's the only thing. I remember doing this. And Morley does make it easier. But, like, buff Jingwong is a bit of a nightmare. Because you can't use the Morley A2 and you will get chain frozen. So Morley, I mean, this will be helpful. You know, a 6-star Malga. This is fine. Pythian. I mean, it is on the cusp of doable again, but I got baited hard last time, and I don't know if I want to be baited again. Like, honestly, the only ones that I'm a bit concerned about is dealing with this wave, buff Jingwong, and just like the hardship of trying to get this done. I don't know, we'll see. My goal though is to try and get to this by tomorrow or something, right? So I can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So in 2 resets time, I'll be able to get another Eternal Soul Stone, which should mean I can basically... Oh, I better just stop myself decaying. Which means I can get 1 more Eternal Soul Stone for this deck if I need it. Pedreig is quite a hard carry, I would say, for 19. Honestly, the only issue with 19 is not really surviving. Is it? Are you even going to have enough damage to kill anyone? Because the restrictions are quite... Without... Like, I'm okay because I've got Samson, so I've got a damage dealer in there, but there's quite a limited amount of damage dealers in that particular restriction set. So you might just find that you're kind of in this weird state where you eventually just slowly die because you just don't have enough punch power. Because the support's available to you in terms of like Loriaka's pretty good for turn meter control. You've got Pedreig, pretty good for general staying alive. He will help you burst. Probably lose this one because I'm not paying attention. You might, tell you what you might need to do, Cool, is toxic sets. Oh, he took the Marius out. Interesting. Right? You might just need to do toxic sets or like HP burn or something, just to basically, or cursed, kill them slowly with debuffs rather than try to, like, if you try to burst through the defenses, it'll be hard. So... Try and breach. Well, she can't turn me to control him, so that's fine. But he will put him in sheep. Probably. I mean, I would sheep Necrat if I was him. If it was me, I would sheep Necrat. Well, that was a mistake. Let's see what this #1 arena champion can do then. Oh wow, look how much damage he did. Still waiting for this Commodus to be the best champion in the game. Because so far he did absolutely nothing, he just got me out of sheep. The Lazarius is the one I'm more afraid of. To be honest, Lazarius did more than Commodus. Commodus barely touched me. What's he gonna do? Oh wow, he did a weaken. What else has he got? Because the thing is, unless he kills my he's got nothing. Look, I'm waiting for Commodus to be the best champion in the game. Come on, guys. Everyone keeps telling me on stream, Commodus is the answer. Commodus is this. Like, where? So far, he's tickled my Necret. I'm waiting for it. He still hasn't killed my Narcissus. Right? He still didn't kill my Narcissus. He's only winning because of our mans. It's got nothing to do with the bomb guy. I'm just making sure I don't decay in arena anymore. Like, if I didn't panic pick Necret, I would have won. But I panic picked Necret. And this is what I'm trying to say, right? When people say in stream, all these guys Goal 5 are using, or Goal 4 are using Commodus, they're saying he's the best champion in the game. Well, yes, because they're basically pumping him full of so many stats that you put those stats on any other damage dealer, they will do just as good a job, right? But he himself didn't even do more than one attack from Lazarius. He had like 5 different turns. He's a bad bomb champion that basically gets covered because he's the only mythical champion, so you can transform and therefore you don't get locked out. So his mythical status and the extreme gear that you can put on him means that you can basically make him into a viable champion. But his raw numbers, his raw multipliers are bad. And I'll have nobody judge my math again on that guy because honestly, it's like it's a numbers game. It's easy to predict. So, how far was I in this? So I could do another round of this. I just, it's not. I don't need someone to tell me. It's maths. It's simple maths. I can look at the numbers and tell you that the guy is a worse bomber than Nishak. The only reason that he gets away with it is he's a mythical. And the reason why I say he gets away with it is because he gets more stats. He gets more HP from blessings. He can't be locked out. You can put abusive gear on him because he has a higher base HP. And the fact that he's tanky just makes him stay alive. But if you basically had Narcissus in the exact same position, Narcissus would one-shot me. Right? If you put... the Baron would have done more damage. If you put Jorgid in that position, better damage dealer. If you put anyone else in that position, they're going to outperform him. And that's my argument all along. Like, he's not like the best arena champion in the game just because he can do some HP bombs. He's just happens to have a good set that if you get to gold 4 and you can abuse the fact it's a mythical and put a 5-star soul on him, then sure, then he's the best champion for your account. But I stand by my original assessment that he is an average mythical. I'd far prefer Crixia, Siegfried, Lazarius. I'd far prefer those than that guy. If I pulled a Commodus, I'd be disappointed. Nobody will ever change my mind. So... but Ronda was different. Ronda was different. And the reason why I say Ronda was different was... she allows you to get past with passives now. Which, the more exotic champions they add with more exotic passives, it just always increases her. And I also had her in a 5-star soul, which meant I was able to get her stats up to enough to be able to work, so... The Ronda's a different one because of the block passive skills. She brings something that not many champions has. Where are we at here? Make sure. Like, if I'm talking about what's a better counter to things, then Sulfurin's a better champion for Arena than Bombs. Because Sulfurin will get rid of that stone skin in one turn. Right? So if we're talking about, like, what solves the Quadra stone skin better, well, it's for sure a burner. Because burns can have... With burns, you can get the Mastery, which will boost it up to 100% more damage, and you'll literally rip through a stone skin very, very quickly. Yeah, but what is the build that he's wearing? That's what I'm trying to say. Like, if you were to put the same gear on someone else, will he win? Probably. But yeah. I know, Torag, but think of it my way, right? When I sit here and I say the math say he's bad, and everyone's like, "Oh, you're wrong because someone else has done it somewhere else." I'm like, I'm not trying to say you can't find success with him. I'm just trying to say that the maths tell me that he's not a very good champion, and the maths normally guide me in these types of games. So, you know. We pulled 6-star Ninja today. Is Crushing Ren better for Hydra? Yes. Pretty much in most cases in high-end Hydra, we're talking Nightmare, you almost always will want to pick Crushing Rend. You actually lose. For some reason, when I did the math, you actually lose energy. I don't really know why. I think it's just because of the volume or the quantity that you need. When I ran it through my simulators, I basically took the points away from level 3, and it didn't improve. If I add points to level 2, it costs me energy. It depends. If you're doing with brews, then it's not a problem, right? If you're doing it with brews, it's fine. But if you're not doing it with brews, then that's why. I'm going to have to stop using Nightmare soon as well, because I'm starting to bleed into my mystery shards, which kind of sucks. I'm not using Thor, and this guy does it in 10 seconds. Thor is not going to do it much faster. Pony runs my account, right? Marius farms my potion keeps. Marius farms my Nightmare campaign. Marius does Minotaur. Marius does Shogun. Marius does Sand Devil. Marius will be doing Fire Knight soon, because I'm going to be rebuilding my Fire Knight team. He's in things. I'm pretty sure Marius probably can outclear Seer on my account at this point. That's how strong he is. Because he doesn't need any buffs, he just clears it. So, I mean, this guy's 12. Like, this guy's fine. It's just whether or not he gets a bit of bad RNG with Cycle of Magic. It's 10 seconds. I mean, it's no different. Why would I build a whole nother champion to basically save a second? It's crazy. So. We're not going to have a very good time tonight if everyone is just like, oh my god, you should absolutely use Thor because it's going to save you 4 seconds. Like, dudes, I'm not going to build a whole other champion. Teox can outclear. Yeah, but Teox like needs the lizards, right? Elixium. And he needs debuffs. Like, he needs the 4 lizards plus... well, 3 lizards plus a debuff out on them. I'm saying Marius can just go in blind and kill everything. So... like, don't get me wrong, right? Don't get me wrong. If I was doing this and it was like 25 seconds, I'd be all for it. But he's pretty much consistently matching what Thor is matching. I don't really think it's that much of a difference. So... it's like, I get it, right? Don't get me wrong. I'm sure I could get it like slightly quicker, but it's not crazy. Imagine if Thor didn't have A2, right? I think Thor would be a pretty disappointing champion if they didn't make his A2 like they did. So where are we at? 3-star. 1, 2, 3. We can do. Ironically, this new UI that they've done for player and play is actually really useful for champion training because everything works in threes. So if I want to work out how many I need to do now, like every single column adds up nicely. It's actually quite useful for this kind of situation. So campaign does drop pieces when you complete it the first time. I think that's where the epic pieces drop. When you get like the first reward from completing a campaign stage, I think that's where you get the epic. It's the only way you can do the quest, I believe. So I don't have the 5-star soul for Thor. Absolutely, yeah. I don't. Honestly, Thor can't out-damage any of my damage dealers in Hydra John. Thor can't match Quintus, and Thor can't match Teox, and Thor cannot match Marius. So, in the big picture, Thor is not worth building for me. Because he can't beat Trunder, he can't beat Quintus, and he can't beat Marius. So, there's just no point bringing him. The thing about bombers as well, by the way, in Arena, they're really, really good when you can get the desirable setup. But a champion like Ancora, which I use in all my teams, hard counters bombers. And all I will do is slot in a second cleanser as my, like in Live Arena, the 5th pick goes to like Mithrala. Once you pick Mithrala and you pick Ancora, 2 of the 4 champions now can't be bombed because my builds are too strong. And then you just cleanse away the bombs. So it only really works if you get that instant activation. And the problem with Commodus is in order to make up for his bad multipliers on his bombs, you have to have an insane amount of HP. Like a lot more. Like you saw there, his one couldn't even break through like a quarter of my health. So the advantage you got with Nishak as well, if you put him on the poison set, the poison blessing, then once the bombs explode, you can use the poisons to finish them off. That's the big advantage with Nishak. And again, I'm not saying it can't work. I'm just saying those champions in particular are not like... You can't just go, it's the best champion in the game. In my opinion, the best nuker in Arena is probably Narcissus with Ancora. Because it's very hard to stop them. I actually think the best arena defense for Siege in particular is Ancora, Narcissus, Siphi, and a 4th utility. It could be a Crixia, it could be a Galathir. It's incredibly hard to stop him. It's really hard. Because nothing you can do can really stop them. You can't really lock them out because Narcissus and Ancora reset their cooldowns pretty consistently. Siphi gives you the speed and support utility to get you going. It becomes an incredibly difficult team to fight in Siege. Yes, full mythical champions, if you got the blessings and everything, work as well. Of course, I'm not saying that mythicals aren't powerful, but in Siege mode, that's the defense that I think is one of the hardest to defeat. Because it does cover majority of teams out there. So... Exactly. The more you use Commodus, the more Tarichka comes back. That's the thing. And he can't do anything to Tarichka. Taras basically just looks at that and goes, all right, you bombed me. Guess what? Block damage. Can't do anything to me. Hey, YST. Yeah, Ancora, Siphi, Aman's Narcissus. Exactly. That combo is so hard to actually just bring one, like, a lot of the problem in siege defense is you have to build a defense that covers all possible offenses. It's far easier to build one offense to beat a defense. It's far difficult to build one defense to cover all offense. Dandabe is back for 23 months, almost 2 years. Man, that is insane. I'm going to have to get some badges made up for our veterans here. That might be something I have a look at this week, if I have time. Get some badges made up for the veterans. The veteran crew. Thank you so much, Dandabe. Welcome back. You built the Rift. Oh, I haven't played Lord of the Rings Online in so long. I'm currently obsessed with Throne of Liberty. I'm loving Throne of Liberty. I wish I had more time to play it, but my responsibilities with lots of different areas means my time is stretched. But I'm really loving Throne of Liberty at the moment. But I miss the good old days of Lord of the Rings Online. There's a new expansion coming, right? Acrobat, Legacy of Mordor, I believe. I don't know what's in it. I haven't played the Corsair expansion, but. Michael gifting 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Yeah, exactly, Kessel. And this is what I was trying to say about that defense. Is it's very hard to beat an Armand's, Siphi, Ancora, Narcissus, because you get the speed aura. You've got 2 fast champions you have to deal with. You can put them in Stone Skin. Narcissus pretty much kills all of the like go second metas, like Rotus, Siegfried. He eats them alive. He's got block revive in his kit. He's HP based, so you can't kill him very easily if you put him in reaction. Like a well-built Narcissus Ancora can withstand mythical champions. And if you throw Marius in there, that's even worse. So it's absolutely, for me at least, that's the best defense you could do, because it covers the broadest sense of possible offenses you can face. Whereas if I see someone put like Commodus on a defense, I'm like, all right, I'll just bring Cleanse. What are you going to do? You bombed me. Okay, well, his bombs are never going to be strong enough. I'll go in with a bolster, I'll cleanse, and you're dead. It's too much of a narrow win condition. So, John, thank you so much for coming back from Mind Months. Oh god, all the memberships are going crazy. YST's getting involved now. Good god, YST. Mental. Sounds like a problem for Astrolith. Yeah, and in Live Arena, Astrolith's problem is you gotta somehow support your bomb spread, your bomb spread option, your debuff spread. And it's kind of like, well, now I need basically Astrolith not to get banned, so I need 2 bombers, and then I need 2 debuff spreaders. What's left? I need an increased attack. I might need to have an increased accuracy for my non-Astrolith that didn't get banned. This becomes a bit of a nightmare, really. Ancora, Siphi, Duchess, Narcissus. It's insane, isn't it, John? It's really hard to beat. Yeah, Marius is nuts. Especially my Marius. Like, if you build the Marius up to my degree, it's strong. I think there's always a big thing to remember about mythicals as well. They might lack some numbers, but they make up a lot in their blessing power. You could just build so much raw power into them with all the set bonuses and the stats and the glyphs and the mastery settings, the blessing settings, and the stats you get, that sometimes it's just like, well, it's not like, I don't know, case an example, like the chicken, for example. It's not like the chicken is the best champion in the game, but if you can get him at a 5-star, then he's going to have so many stats, it doesn't really matter. He overwhelms everyone else. Thank you so much, Michael, as well. Thank you so much. 20 months. Welcome back. Welcome back. How do you beat Narcissus and Cora? Honestly, the biggest way you do it is you try to crowd control them. But you've got to try and win the speed race, and I fought up against like 400 speed Siphis. It's very hard. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, if you got Ash now with a 5-star, that's what I'm saying, right? The Mythicals get so much from stars, from blessings, because they just get so much raw stats. I mean, Carnage literally gets 1/3 of his base HP from having a 1-star. Like, that's insane. It's an insane consideration to have. Like 1/3 of his entire base HP is just given to him flat for 1-star. It's huge. And yeah, speed is a big thing. So, speed is a massive thing. Yeah, and I agree, Torag. Like, being able to get access to the Fusion Champions of 5-star when they give you free champions like Loki, it just gives you so many more options. You're getting 75 raw accuracy on legendaries. That's huge. You know. Yeah, we'll do a status update now. Let me finish this rank 4s and we'll do a status update. You sold a 6-star. I would never sell a 6-star soul ever for Mythical. I just think that's crazy. Teox, Sulfi, Lazarus, Romantu. I actually struggled to beat one of those, but they are defeatable. The only reason why I lost is because they put all of them in reaction and Stone Skin. So I could get rid of some of it, and I just could never stop the Teox eventually taking a turn because I couldn't kill him quick enough because of reaction. See you later, YST. Have a nice evening, my friend. We're going to be here a while. Campaign simulator in. Yeah, well, I would say 4-star, right, Curry? 5-star's nice for Nature's Wrath, but some fusions don't come with a debuff, right? Teox, for example, he doesn't actually benefit a lot from a 5-star soul outside of cracking roots because he can't debuff. So you don't really care about Heaven Cast. Like, okay, you could go Phantom Touch, but it's not that crazy, you know? I feel like they need to boost Phantom Touch's damage because right now he's getting outscaled. Super hard. Like, it used to be strong, but now it's basically worthless. You just pulled your second Sig for... Yeah. Honestly, I would say normally yes, Johan, because that's two Eternal Soul Stones. And you're probably not going to build 2 of them because you're probably not going to earn 2 of them. So you got to make that decision. I'm just keeping all my Mythical Souls just because I want to fill the screen up with red. So... Is there a reason you don't use RSL Helper? Honestly, I can't remember the last time I booted up RSL Helper. I get so many... I feel like you get so many multi-battles from events and different places now. Like, pretty much, if you ever buy even a small energy pack, they give you tons of multi-battles. Dungeons, I do the multi-battles in. If I'm doing Minotaur, I can almost manual it. It only takes me like 20, 30, like maybe an hour tops. Because Marius is so fast. I can't remember the last time I used RSL Helper. It's not to say it's a bad tool, I just don't need it. Don't have any use for it. I don't trust any tool to auto-sell my gear beyond what I tell it to do. So I don't trust any, like... I don't use the auto-selling in Raid. I don't use the auto-selling in RSL Helper. I don't trust any of them, so... You beat a full 6-star Awakened Taras, Marichka, Aslan, and Stultus. Good old Narcissus. Narcissus is a big counter for Tarichka. So what we'll find now, right? This is the way the meta's going to go. If people are going heavily into Commodus and Nishak, then you will see the Tarichkas come back because it's a hard counter in defense, which means those bomb champions won't work. And then what you will find is people go, okay, well, I need to start using Narcissus and Korra again, which will mean then you will stop seeing the Tarichka. And that's actually quite a healthy meta because you should have a meta of this beats this and this beats this and this beats this, right? You should have that kind of meta to it. How many chickens we've got? Maybe we save some of these. Oh, we got loads of 4-stars. Let's use some of the 4-star chickens. I like to keep a healthy stockpile. I don't go crazy. We're at 27,000. It's a long way to go. We got 13, well, basically 12,000 to go. Not bad. going to be a long old grind. I'm going to get 40,000 and just, like, do all the cards in one go, probably. No, I kind of want to flip them all in one go. I want the moment of flipping everything in one go. So, there is a shared link in my Discord if you're a member. Yes, but you know, you can see the Marius. My Marius build is fairly. I would say my Marius build is fairly unachievable for most players. I've got extremely lucky with my Slayer gear. I've been able to get this, which is extremely lucky. I've been able to get multiple crit damage, triple. This is insanely lucky. You know, this is pretty good build, defense, it's everything he needs. Like, my build is extremely lucky. You know, this is the only weak part. Like, the ring is trash. If I get a better Slayer ring, great. But the ring is trash. Like, but you know, everything else is great. You know, I could obviously, like, redust this to probably defense. It should be. But it's largely unachievable for most players. Yeah, it's already re-rolled. I'm pretty sure it is anyway. So, it's like, he's not even 4-star. The next soul I get is going to ramp him up to 400%. I think 363 plus 38, or is it going to be short? 401%. That's what he'll be at, 401% crit damage when I get the next soul, which I'm waiting for. I'm just waiting for it to show up in the marketplace. Although I don't even know if I have enough, to be fair. I think I do, just about, but it'll empty me out for a while. So, I do, but I can't make him faster, Vi. I can't actually make him faster because it will break my Sand Devil team. He has to be at 239 at most for my Sand Devil team to work. Otherwise, it will break the team. So I can't make him go faster. It's a shame. I'm pretty sure this has been reworked. Yeah, look, it's been reworked. So. Why is the accuracy chest? Because it's the best crit damage set that I've got. Right. If you look at my chest options for Slayer, right, the only thing I would ever consider is defense percent or accuracy, or HP percent or resistance with crit damage. So we've got this option, which you could argue is pretty good, but less. I'd lose 8% crit damage. You got this option, not very good. This option, okay, it could triple roll, but I would lose crit rate. Not very good. This option, HP percent, no crit damage. No crit damage. Guess we roll that. If it rolls defense, we sell it. Oh, that's got crit damage. So I actually don't have a defense percentage chest for crit damage. And the most important stat in the game for Marius is crit damage, right? I've got this, but it's poor damage. Crit damage is the most important stat for Marius if you want to use him in PvE. And he doesn't really need much scaling on his defense to really have some value. Like, see if I can find a high-end team here. Like, there we go. Let's do this. Take this out. Bring in... Get rid of you. Get rid of you. Ancora. Let's do that. Watch how he'll quickly break through this. Might take me a while if they got Stone Skin. And it's actually got quite a lot here to break through. Got rid of one Stone Skin. Let's just protect that. So I mean, like, I don't really need... His damage is pretty good. The only reason why this is taking a while is because of Udike now. But, boost. Boost. Get defense. Start whacking through. He just kills everything in sight. So do you know what? I was thinking about doing a guide on him. I haven't done it yet, but I have a 5-star Gurgo. Would you crunch 5 dupes for +1 ninja? I would say no. I don't think a +1 ninja is worth it. Does Odin's passive prophecy if you're relentless on your team? Yes. It's per turn, so. This is like an 8 times attack now. I need to update the website actually because I forgot to do that. That's a mental note for me to actually update them on the website and on the optimizer. I need to add the new skill sets to the optimizer. It's a bit annoying. They keep having like this disjointed patch update at the moment where half of the things get delivered at certain places because like we get the fusion in 1 week and then next week we'll have a patch, then next week we'll have rebalances, and then next week we'll have new champions. So normally I would do all the updates in one go, but I keep forgetting because they keep messing it all up. So does this work? Does work? Does it work like? Does this feel like work to you even though it's like no? This is my chill time. This is like the when I get to have some fun. So yeah, Gurgo will hit hard if you can get the freeze and get him setting up. He almost requires pinpoint though because you know you're gonna get procced on the stone skin on the like the sheep. So I actually have Giath to test Roko. I will probably do a champion guide on Giath. She's going to be next up in the mastery queue. I just have to get through this event and get through the fusion, and then she's probably going to be someone I'm going to look to get set up. I've spent the last kind of 6 weeks getting my Hydra team sorted out before like getting everyone booked up. So I finally got through that now, and I just need to get the, she's going to be on my list to test. So. Well, no, it's the multiplier, Trevor, right? It's an 8 times multiplier. So that's like 1 hit of a Teox A3. So if you take 1 hit of a Teox A3 and you put it on a Void Legendary, pretty good. The other big thing is he basically allows you to bypass the usual penalty for freeze. Normally you would have a freeze penalty, which means that you would do 25% less damage. That was always his problem. So in our damage estimations, I actually cut 25% of his damage off because he always would attack under freeze. I can remove that now because it's not a freeze penalty. And you'll notice his damage will skyrocket. It will go a lot higher because an 8 times attack without a penalty is high. It's very strong. So... how to build Shugen? Super fast. Oh, really, Shugen's a bit like Mithrala. You only need 1 stat that really matters, which is accuracy. Shugen's the same, and it's speed. Shugen's speed gets converted into accuracy, so you always have enough for the decreased speed. Just build her fast. If you wanted to use her in Hydra, try to get her 9 out of 9 protection. I quite like Cruelty on Marius, because I feel like he stacks it incredibly fast. So I've gone with Cruelty for him because I feel like he gets really high value out of it. Whenever you get Slayer proc, you get another set of Cruelty, for example. Like, look how quickly he gets Cruelty stacking here. So that's what I've gone for. I'm sure there are potentially better options. When I get him to 6-star, Crushing Rend. Not even questioning it. The moment he gets to 6-star, Crushing Rend. Straight out the bat. Because the hardest thing about Marius is getting enough ignore defense and critical damage to hit max HP caps on these bosses. Super hard. I think if you don't have a strong Marius, as in 6-star awakened, you need something like 1,000% crit damage to get to level cap for Suffering Head before it's decapitated. Like 1,000% crit damage. It's really high. So yeah, the only downside to Gurgo is he's like requires the pinpoint gear. Like, he requires it because you know he's going to get polymorphed. So Thor requires ignore defense, yeah. The problem with Thor is he doesn't have ignore defense. That's his weakness. So you need to find ways to improve that, which is area bonuses, Helm Smasher, artifact sets. No, Feral only affects on hit damage. Feral only affects the amount of damage you do, not poison damage or anything. Honestly, I'll tell you what the biggest thing about Gergo. Yes, the skill set was great. Yes, they changed his A3 to be more universal, which is great. The passive for the freeze is great. Do you know what the best thing about Gergo is? One simple change. This is the best thing they did. It went from an attack in Faction Wars to 30% in arena battles. So now you have the Wukong effect, where it's like, well, I could ban the Arbiter, but I've still got to deal with the Wukong aura. He becomes a both thing, which is really good. This is actually, for me, the biggest change that has the most impact. These are good. Don't get me wrong, an AoE. This is also great. The fact, but this is the one that makes the most like team building change, because now I have 2 auras. I don't have to always think, where am I going to get my speed aura from? I don't think Faction Wars auras are bad for like epics, John. Right? For the champions, like you'll notice in every faction they have like a few epic champions that are like, oh, revive 2 people. They're specifically built to help people progress through Faction Wars. Those types of champions having a Faction War aura makes sense, because you're probably gonna maybe use them in certain areas of Centranus, but you're pretty much gonna use them in Faction Wars. That's what their goal is. That's why they've been created. That's their purpose within that team or faction you use. But for a Void Legendary, yeah, Doom Tower auras and Faction Wars auras for Void Legendaries should not exist. Like it just shouldn't exist. For Void Legendaries, I have absolutely no problem with normal Legendaries having them. Maybe not Faction Wars, like Doom Tower Legendary is fine, but a Void Legendary should never have like such a horrible restriction. So I haven't even got Freya yet. Ace, that's what we're doing here. We're grinding. Who are the legendaries you want to see? Septimus for sure, I think, is due one. We'll burn some chickens here. I don't want to use too many. We'll probably allow it down to 200. Where are we at? 28,000. Woohoo. Yeah, Septimus I think kind of needs a bit of love now. He's fallen out. I mean, his basic concepts are great. It's just he's too one-dimensional. I don't really know how you fix that, but he absolutely needs some love more than anything else. This guy's terrible, by the way. I know they added him, but he's terrible. He's so bad. I don't know why they added him. His damage is trash. It's so bad. Who would I like to see buffed? Honestly, there's so many legendaries now. I have to go through them. I feel like all the high elves are pretty good. You know, they all have a place somewhere. Even the likes of Roanus are pretty good at dealing with Rhodas. You know, I feel like they're all fairly good. I'll tell you who I would love to see a bit of a boost. The oldie but goodie. I'd love to see Altan get a bit of love. Krillin is really good. Will Krillin and Gurgo's passive be additive? Let me see what Krillin does. But Krillin is super good. Where is Krillin? Yes. They both work at the same time, yeah. So the Gurgo will remove the freeze penalty and he'll give you ignore defense. So yes, it will work. I'd love Altan to get. He's great. I mean, his skills are pretty good. Like he revives. I just feel like he needs something new to like freshen him up. You know, freshen him up a bit. I feel like he just needs that little bit of like love to just bring him up. Otherwise, this faction is pretty stacked with some really great legendaries. There's plenty of orcs we could fix in this faction, honestly. If I went across who needs to be buffed, probably Robar, maybe Gomlock, but I don't know. Garog could use a buff. This new one is okay, nothing special. Actually, to be honest, not a lot of them actually do. They're pretty good. Maybe Angar's still pretty trash, even though they've reworked him. Shamrock could do with a love. Drockle could do with some reworking. Lizards tend to be quite strong. I know a lot of people would argue for Razin. Honestly, all they need to do with Razin is give him about 8 more base speed and make this like 4-turn cooldown. Or like a 5-turn cooldown. That's all they need to do. Knock some turns off this, increases base speed, and Razin's great. They don't need to do anything else, but it's such a long... It's really nuts. Norog is another one that needs a love. He needs more in his kit. He's basically... At this point, Norog is epic. At this point, with all of the things that legendaries and epics can do, Norog is basically an epic. He doesn't do enough. Like, he needs another skill or another effect or something. So he absolutely needs it. This guy, by the way... This guy's numbers are going to be insane when I do the math assessment. Look how much damage he gets from books. They reworked all his books, right? They reworked all of these books. Look how much damage they've given him in books. 40%. And I'm pretty sure War Chief's new multiplier is bonkers strong. Where is it? It's a 4 point... Oh, this is not the new one. Hang on, let me run the new... I need to run the new one of these. There we go. His new multiplier is 4.3 with a 40% damage bonus. It's quite... And he steals all the buffs, places a provoke for 3 turns, also has a provoke on all enemies, then places a shield on all allies. The shield is pretty strong. I think it's like a 3 times. I don't remember all these things. Where's my patch notes? I need to do a patch notes video. I just haven't had a moment in time to check it. War Chief's new shield is 3 times. So it's a really strong skill. The A1, the books changed as well. 30% damage. 20% healing. Like, honestly, War Chief's numbers probably pretty strong. 40% damage, like 40% books is insane. Yeah, Helio needs a buff. But War Chief is, both of them actually are pretty good reworks. I need to do some math and some testing on it to see how well they will perform. But I'm pretty excited to try them. Honestly, all I would wish they would do with Cleopteryx is switch the buffs around. This is a better damaging ability, and you also get your Hex out. This one is the worst one, but you need these buffs first. I wish it would basically go and take the crit rate and crit damage and put it on here, and put the increased accuracy on here. That would just be so much better for me. Because you never really want to open with this ability, but you want to open with this ability to get the buffs. If they just did that, I think Cleopteryx would be much better. That you just make it so that this is a better one to open with, or move the Hex onto this ability and move the block active skills onto here or something. But you want to open this for the Hex, and then you want to do that. But this is you want the buffs here, so it's kind of annoying. It's just the priorities of skills are weak. I don't really think much here needs changing. They all serve a purpose. This is going to be insane, this ability. When people get Lamasu, this ability is going to be insane. She will instantly become arena meta because of this one ability. Reset, fill turn meter, and give them 2 stacks of intercept. She could make bomb meta a reality. because she gives you the agency that you don't have to, right? So you would open up with a pinpoint Gurgo, and then you'd use this again, and Gurgo goes again. That's how crazy this ability is. And then you have good controls, very good overall. She can't be sheeped. So you basically build high resistance. She can't be sheeped. She gives someone intercepts so they can't be sheeped. She's insane. Honestly, Lamasa will be instant meta. Instant meta. I can't wait to get her. This guy needs a rework. I feel like Elagaius is so bad, you just don't touch him. I feel like Saito could do with a little bit of an increase. You know, basically make him like, I don't know. I don't really know what you would do with him. He's okay. It's just I think he could do with a bit of love. Blood Gorge just needs more damage. He just needs a bigger multiplier. Very simple kit to fix, just needs more damage. The rest are pretty good. You know, you could argue for Harvest Jack, but they all have a place. That's when you're assessing which champions need a rework, you're kind of going, do they have currently a place in the game that they can excel in? Right? And even someone like Harvest Jack, you might think, well, where can he excel? Well, he's a very, very good buff strip. One of the very few champions. If I was to do anything, I would remove some of his conditions so that block buffs can be placed on bosses all the time, because you can't place it on a boss. But he's a great turn meter control champ, like a wave control. So that's what you're really looking at, is do they have a place in the game when you're looking to, like, this guy's trash. This guy would be like someone I would go, yeah, he needs a rework, because nothing he like, this is a bad skill. Because effectively, if you don't remove a debuff, it doesn't heal. And then because you don't heal, you don't get a shield. So it does nothing. It needs a base heal. Once you give this a base heal, the rest of it makes sense, and it's better. Most other abilities in the game will do like heal for 10%, then heal for 5% for every buff that you remove. That's what it should have. Heal for 20%, then for every buff you remove, heal for another 5%. So at least you always get the shield component. Then it's not too bad, especially if you pair it with a Weller. It's not a bad set, but that A2 is bad. It's not good. Again, like we're looking at here, which champion doesn't have a place in the game? I would say most of these have some sort of place that they can excel in. You know, Tramari is a very good cleanser, although not really Void Legendary. Very good cleanser. Got some ally protectors. Truras a great healer. Noct being an ally protector with poisons, great in early game clan boss. Has a place in the game. Someone was asking me about Kirillin and why Kirillin is good. The big thing you have to do with Kirillin is don't use freeze. Read his skill set as if he's not got freeze, and you'll see why I'm saying he's good, right? So, okay, he doesn't place freeze. What happens if he doesn't place freeze? He fills the turn meter of all allies by 10% for each freeze debuff attempt that was blocked or resisted. So it's a 40% turn meter fill in Arena on a 3-turn cooldown with a 30% speed aura. We get a Hex and a Weaken. If the target's under freeze, then it goes up for 3 turns. Okay, well, if you ignore that, it's still got on a Hex and a Weaken. Decrease the enemy buff duration. So if you actually go in there and go, okay, well, I didn't freeze, what do I get? He's a great turn meter control champion, because 40% turn meter fill on a 3-turn cooldown is very strong. If you get the freeze, then great, you deplete turn meter, it's even more powerful. And then you get all these extra effects, right? But that's why I think he's quite good. A very good base speed. He's very good turn meter control champ. Chromax is okay. The only problem with Chromax is by the time you get him, you don't need him. That's only the only punishment. But Chromax is pretty good in some Doom Tower waves. Sorry, not Doom Tower, Sintranos if you use him, right? You get 100% AoE provoke with decreased accuracy. You get a single target block buffs, and you also get a single target decreased attack and a Hex, basically. He's okay. You could rework him to be a bit better, but he is also a free champion, so you kind of take that into account. Fortis. I want one last rework with Fortis. One last rework. Please, for the love of God, make it 100% true fair. It's a void legendary. 100% true fair, please. And the second thing, let me have some way of unlocking this on the boss. The biggest problem with this thing is once I get to a boss, he's basically attacks one enemy, attacks all enemies. Just give me something I can do with a boss. Like, give me a second debuff so that at least I can activate this on a boss. That's all I want him to have. Otherwise, he's perfect. That's all I want, really. Just give me an option to unlock his passive on bosses. The rest of these are pretty good. Narma's pretty good for Iron Twins. And also for Sand Devil. She's pretty good. Arix we know is useful. Shemnath is extremely powerful for buff clearing. Very, very good in Sintranos. I need to test Geath. Thea is one that could do with some love. Like, I think she's one that can do with some love now because she's outdated. But again, she's a free champion. They probably will never do it. Otherwise, the rest of these are fine. He needs effects. This guy needs a passive that instantly applies this at the start of the turn. Otherwise, he's just useless. You know, Dwarves probably have the weakest legendary lineup right now. And I say it because overall, they have the weakest one. Because Nari is pretty weak, Gronjar's pretty average, Beauregard's pretty average, Mountain King is pretty weak these days, Samara's pretty weak, Morley's pretty weak, Kira the Watch is pretty weak, Tormin is not that useful anymore, but then they have like insanely good ones, which is Newt, Trunda, Acrisia, Senna, and Gothred in Arena, right? So it's almost like they have really, really bad ones and really, really good ones. No, Ogrins are pretty good now. Biggin's a great damage dealer. Warmother's a really good bomber. Ignatius is the only person that can burn without needing accuracy, apart from Dreng. We've got Vizag's not a bad unity. Ugg is great for Hydra. Gergo now is great. Grisor is a brilliant boss. Togron, brilliant boss. Diamant has a place. Some of them are bad, but I just feel like Dwarves in particular, like, they have a lot of disappointing ones. Senna's really good. YST is loving Senna right now. Senna's really good. Orcs are great, though. Val, awesome damage dealer. Tila, one of the best burners in the game. Kreela, being ally attack, is really powerful for Fire Knight, hard in Sintranos. Don't underestimate the damage of this guy. He hits really hard. Shayak, we've already said, is a pretty good Firol video. If you haven't seen my latest video, it's pretty good in Hydra. Warlord, one of the only, like, the best lockout in the game. If you ask me, the best lockout. Raka is on par with Duchess, if not a little bit better now, because she revives with turn meter, which Duchess does not. Supreme Gaelic, one of the best damage dealers in Hydra for burning, pretty strong. You got Nogdar that in the right team is really good. Danag is very good in Sintranos. I think these legendaries are a lot better than people give credit. Artak, best ice golem champion in the game, unless you have got Sulfurion. Really, really good. Dwarves just lack a bit of... Tell you what, I think the biggest problem with Dwarves... Not much excitement anymore. Right, you have the edge cases. Take the edge cases out. Take Acrisia out, take Newt out, take Trunda out. Are you really excited when you pull a Gronjar? Or Mountain King? Or Kira? There's not much interest there, so... the reason why I say he's the best lockout champion is because he always guarantees that you get lockout permanently. Where people like Crixia, I think Crixia's a 3-turn, right? I'm not on about their full utility. I'm on about locking out. Like, this is only 3 turns. I'm purely saying lockout from a mechanic, not from a champion. Naturally, Crixia is a better lockout because you can switch forms and you can't get locked out yourself, right? Yumiko, some would argue as well, because you can't get Terrasfid, but from a pure lockout potential, nobody beats Warlord. Because it's 100% full duration, plus you have a 70% chance to reset turn meters. It's very, very strong. How is good at Gothred in Arena? Because it's passive. It basically stops you from being able to one-shot someone. It's quite annoying. it can cost you a fight if it's on like someone like Siegfried or something of that nature, or like a Wukong or something. It can really cost you, because if you think you're gonna one-shot someone, you don't. It's a problem. I think Shadowkin. I actually think Shadowkin has the best legendary pool in the game, which might surprise some people, but I think they have the best legendary pool in the game. Because you have this guy, probably one of the best Hydra champions down the game, can beat Toshiro. You've got Toshiro and Mikage, arguably the strongest, like just generally the strongest usefulness. Mikage is really, really good mythic. Everyone gets it. Toshiro is the best mythic damage. Shuzhen, best support, best speed champion in the game by far. Only one that can get rid of sheep. Yumiko. Riho, one of the best debuffer in the game for a boss. You've got a bunch of bad ones. Harima, probably the best non-void legendary arena champion in the game. If we take mythicals out. Best non-void legendary arena champion in the game. And I don't think many people would disagree with me. Like, she's so strong. Michinaki, we know how good he is in Hydra. She's really, really good for Finite Hard. Ninja, like Lady Kimmy. Jintoro, probably the best clan boss damage dealer in the game. Still, because of the way that he sets up a team. Decreased defense, this 5th hit. It's like, I think it's the best legendary lineup in the game. They have some misses, right? Let's face it. If we were talking about a champion to rebalance, it's this guy. This guy needs something, because he's not good right now. Like, it's bad. Like, he's one that I would say doesn't have a place in the game, needs rebalancing. Jingwong's buffs have made him incredibly strong now. He used to be the worst legendary in the game, but they've done 2 big updates now, and now he's one of the best. Like this, double AoE, removes all buffs, and then places decreased accuracy and decreased crit damage, and you get strengthen on a 4-turn cooldown. AoE block active and block buffs. Like, fully transfer. He's great in Dragon, he's great in Finite, he's great in Hydra, he's great in any form of boss content. You get a immunity in Arena. He's monstrous. Honestly, he's so good. Yeah, I would say he's worse than Norog, because at least with Norog you get the passive, so you don't take as much damage, right? You get the Duchess passive and you get a block buffs. You could make a good case that Norog is like the worst legendary for block buffs for Hydra, but at least it gives you a block buffs. Norog's problem is he just doesn't have anything else. This guy just doesn't do anything. He's just not good. Like, he's just not good. So... And then I've got, like, Sylvans will always have better legendaries as well because they're newer. Like, they got Arbaeus. I still think Arbaeus is the most OP mythical that people don't realize is OP, right? It's the one that everyone will forget is OP because it's not shiny. And then you fight it and you just, like, lose so hard because she's so strong. I think Nice is pretty bad, though. I don't rate Nice at all. I just kill him. But, like, let's look at what you got here. Elva, arguably one of the strongest support carries in the game. Deadwood Jedi got him in one of his free-to-play series, and it literally carried his account. Oella, one of the best healers in the game. Cowlight is new. I don't know whether he has a lot of validity, but he hits really, really hard. Ruark, one of the best dragon. If you haven't got Stultus, Ruark is just as good, if not better. We ignore the whale glow stick. We don't really talk about that. Airstrid, one of the best arena champions and best Hydra champions. Glakehead is a good budget Firral. We have Firral. Arguably, I would say, taking away damage dealers, I would arguably say Firral is the best Hydra champion in the game right now. Because he solves the Torment Head, he gives you block buffs, and he gives you raw damage and stats. Makes any team survival. Lady Arrest buffs have made her very viable now. Padraig, really, really strong. And then, like, the Voids are a bit disappointing. Apart from, like, Incenser and Emic, like, Clydno and Eilil are very disappointing. But, yeah. That's, Whistle Top Store of what I think. Nice is not. Like, Nice just dies. Literally, every time I fought Nice, I literally just go in, he changes form, and he just dies. I've yet to see a Nice do anything that scares me. I've seen many a mythical champion like Siegfried scare the crap out of me, Arbaeus, Lazarius. I've seen non-mythical scare the crap out of me like Narcissus, Harimas. When I see a nice, I'm like, ooh, good. Time to cook the bird. He just dies. It's not a problem for me. Because I don't even get the point of his transformation. He transforms to his other form and then does no damage. So he just dies. I don't really see it. Maybe someone can explain to me what I'm missing, but that's my personal experience with Nice so far. I just fight him and he just dies. Falls over. Doesn't live. Again, I don't. So, what I'm saying is, don't put it in Giga Kraken gear, and then show me it works. That's what I'm trying to say, because I feel like any mythical champion in Kraken gear is going to be, oh my god, it's so powerful, because you're in Kraken territory, so they can abuse it. I'm just giving you my personal experience. Every time I fought a Nice, I go first, I win, and there's nothing he can do. He doesn't. Again, right, guys. When I say to you something does or doesn't hit hard, I'm not making that judgment on a personal opinion. I'm making it on a very, very extensively tested multiplier equation that determines how champions work as damage together. Okay? So what that means is when I do the numbers and I look at a champion's damage output, I'm not just doing it with, oh, that champion does a decent amount of damage, or that multiplier is decent. I'm actually doing real case testing to see whether or not the damage numbers are good, okay? So what I'm going to try and say here is, from a base build point of view, his damage numbers are good, right? They're not crazy. They're strong. Like, you know, his A3 hits really, really hard. But that assumes that everything works in his favor. Like, he's getting good stat growths, that he's doing this kind of combination, that... This number is all based off an ally of an enemy being on 50% HP, because that's what this happens. Whenever we have a comparison for... whenever you have a comparison for HP, I always put it at 50-50. So I assume that if you get a bonus for being on half health, you get 50%. If the enemy needs to be on half health, you put him on 50%. So these numbers are based on the enemy already having lost half their health. And he's not top... You know, he's pretty strong, because it's a very big multiplier against a boss. The problem I have is when he transitions to his other form, he's not really breaking any damage. Right, he can't even make top 500. Look how bad his A1 is. It's weak. It is weak. So when I am doing these math assessments, I'm taking into account blessings. I'm taking into account good build setups. I don't include things like decreased defense and weaken, because you're not always going to have those in any situation. And I'm looking at the numbers here, and it's telling me this is not a good damage dealer on the alternate form. Now on his base form, for sure, it hits really hard, but I just go first, kill it, and it's not a problem. So when I make the statement like, oh, it's not a very good damage dealer, that's what I'm trying to say is like, yeah, okay, you might have seen it, someone put it on on someone who's got like the best possible gear in the game. So therefore they're able to inflate it. But if I then took another champion and put the best possible gear on them, they would be a stronger champion than Nice. Because the way that the system calculates it, it gives everyone a build equal to their base stats. So if someone has a 1700 base stat, their build gives them a better attack ratio than someone who's got 1200. And then we feed the multipliers, the passives, the different defenses, the damage reductions, bonuses from different things. I always give them 30% ignore defense for having Savage set, Savage Cruel, and then we index them. So then I can basically say, if Champion A was in the same build as Champion B, where do they rank? So when you see that number that says 500, that means there are nearly 600 different abilities that if you put the same gear on that other those other champions would be a stronger ability than Nice. So I don't think Nice is a very good damage dealer unless you can go first. And if you can go first, anyone will win. And that's what I'm trying to say. If you're basically going first, then he's no stronger than you know, your average nuker. Foley can do a job for you. Just cut through it. Because, yeah, sure, his Thief's Omen is great, but it's a single target damage dealer. So, okay, you pick the enemy win condition, you block revive it. It's not that much stronger than picking Phoenix. Phoenix can do that. Pick an enemy, double hit it, he dies. Right? That's not a problem. So, I don't think his alternate is bonkers. And the thing is, Shooter, I know you've got a nice, but you've also got a 5-star nice with really, really strong gear. I don't know if that utility, if you take it out of the concept of what you're trying to do, which is lock it all into a Shadowkin team, I don't think you'd find him all that powerful. Like, what utility are you getting? Every time he kills someone, he revives someone. Well, he's not going to ever kill anyone because he doesn't do enough damage. You know? Carnage is not a stat-hungry champ, Quicks. Carnage is a blessing-hungry champ. He gains significant amount of value from getting his blessing because of the way that his accuracy converts into damage. So having a 5-star soul, you'll find a big difference in the champion because it gives him so many stats. But Carnage on his own is a great champion. Like, even my 1-star Carnage has a lot of utility. He's a strong arena aura. I put him in Stone Skin. He's able to lock people out. The damage numbers are great. And Carnage does show as the strongest, one of the strongest damage dealers in the game. Right? My equation basically rates Carnage's A1 in Hydra as one of the strongest damage dealers in the game. So. Yeah, I have Zandina. It's very strong, like I said it would be. It's not quite beating Ninja and Quintus, but it's up there. It's very strong. How about Deadeye's enemies? Is the calculator used for nice damage? I think it does, yes. It will basically assume that it's in the ideal win condition. Right? It'll assume that it's in the ideal win condition. I'll verify that just to make sure. What have I set? So it basically sets a default series of parameters and variables. And those variables are checked against the numbers to make sure it produces a good one. So I'm just going to check this right now. I just have to check the conditions, basically, as to see what condition it's doing. Yeah, dead allies count. Okay. Dead allies count is 3. So it's doing 3 plus... It's not including enemies, to be fair. But that makes sense because it assumes what you can control. So it's basically calculating what it would be ideal. So it's giving him 3 times 15% because it knows you can control the fact that all of your team might be dead. So it is, in that number, factoring in, let's see, 3 times 45%, 15%. It is giving him 45% more stats, so half of his passive. It is giving him. It's a pretty hefty equation that I've got, right? I've been developing it over several years. It's not like it's something I whipped out of the closet for 5 minutes. These equations are very in-depth, and it's the most in-depth balance of an equation you'll ever get from a damage tier list. I just absolutely need to make the list full on the website so people can start looking and comparing. There are going to be some heroes, like we had a problem with Umatogi, where for some reason they decided to code Umatogi in a way where she had 2 arrays. So I had to build in a separate rule set for just her. So there's always exceptions to the rule, but it basically has like I'll literally tell you how many rows it goes. It goes to, right now I'm accounting for 194,294, 180, 196 different conditions. That's what I'm accounting for. Nice, 55%. Yeah, but you also got to think about sample size, right, Marcus? Sample size. So if I go to gold 4, pick rate 6%, okay? So it's picked 6%. Let's have a look at Narcissus' pick rate. I bet it's a lot higher. %. So it's like in small samples, the volume, if that's only like 50 fights, the other one's 150 fights, then it could be that it's got bias. And what I mean by that is it could be that a handful of people have a very, very strong nice, that's who is propping up a lot of that pick rate, which is the reason why it's doing as well. And again, when I say something is not very good, what I'm trying to say is I think there are better options. You can't just attribute it to like, oh, well, because the win rate on the website says it's better, it must be better. Because like that's going into like League of Legends and saying Vayne's win rate is down over 5 fights. Well, it's like, well, maybe that particular fight didn't have a good team jungler, or and that's like, how are you using Nice? How are you using Narcissus? If I went and looked at Marius, let's have a look at our man's win rate, shall we? I recommend everyone go and have a look at what our man's win rate is right now. And that's why you should never trust win rate. It will shock you. I know he gets banned a lot. By the way, if everyone's wondering why it's only a 48% pick rate, because of the nature of gold, this is something I need to fix before we get the full table for the arena tier list as well. Because effectively, when you go into a live arena fight, you have 4 versus 4, or in this case, 5 versus 5, right? Because you get to pick 5, they get to pick 5. Because gold will lock you so that you can only ever have one in the fight, you can never really get more than 50% win rate. 50% pick rate, sorry. Because you can't actually get to the 100% pick rate, because that would mean that both sides have to pick it. I need to basically figure out how to better explain that, because obviously whenever you see 50% pick rate, you think, oh, that's not true, because I see him in every single fight. But it's because effectively one side picked him, the other side didn't. So he's getting picked like 1 out of 10, and then it gets halved to rebalance it to get the stats right. So I need to check the numbers. So it's probably more like he's getting picked 97.4%. So maybe I just need to multiply it, but I need to check the accuracy of doing something like that. It's the little nuance with having gold restrictions. But yeah, it's just to prove the point. Like if we took someone like Marius, for example. Let's see what his win rate's at. Actually, I'm curious to see what Commodus' win rate is at. Marius is at 46.2% win rate with 24% pick rate. And I would say Marius is very, very strong. What's Marius? So Commodus right now. Commodus is at 7% pick rate, win rate 46%. I'm really looking forward to getting all this big data numbers done. It takes time to do, because I obviously want to make sure that we're producing good, accurate numbers. So I'm going to do, how many mystery shards have I burnt so far? I'm doing all right. I keep going for a while. I might eat a Temple of Ancients for fun. See what we get. 2-star. Let's just do more of these. No. Win rate's accurate. It's only the pick rate that's accurate. Win rate would be accurate. In relation to my question from last week, what would you recommend for farming bomb if you're in a fur gun? Just trying to run it with freeze and max HP. Furgun can do the job though. Furgun's not bad at all. I've seen there's worse options than Furgun. Let's see. But yeah, win rate is absolutely accurate because that is depending on whether you win or lose the fight. It's the pick rate that can be a little that is halved, I think. So it's a bit annoying. I need to solve it because clearly our man's is perma picked, right? Every live arena fight, it's like a 1 in a million that he's not picked one side or the other. Curious in your data how I've completely Lydia. Maud will be very, very low. I would say Maud is the hardest champion in the game to get. Because you actively have to sack off about 10 fusions to get her. So Maud's usage will be extremely low, I would imagine. But maybe I'm wrong, because I play the game very efficiently. Maybe most players don't. So they have a lot of excess fragments just lying around that they can do whatever the hell they want with. We need to do this. Yeah, so basically what I'm saying is he's probably picked 97% of the time. In 97% of those pick rates, he's winning 17%. Because he's banned by 67%, right? It's should be the accurate reflection. Like that win rate is not the stat that I'm concerned with. The stat that I'm concerned with is pick rate. Is Mesmol's A2 ranking tank taking into itself off the A3? Let me check what Mesmol does. I can never remember these things. Mezzo. Do you plan to pick on him? It's been on my mind. What do you think of Cowlight? Cowlight, I think, could be good. The only risk that Cowlight has got is he doesn't do anything to Stone Skin. So he kind of struggles into a Stone Skin on Mans, because what is he going to do then? Because he can't kill anyone. But he's one of the champions I'd love to have on a test server to actually play with him, because I think he's one that you need to experiment with to get value. I don't think he's a champion that you can just go, it's good or bad on the numbers. Because the numbers will tell me, can they do the number of damage? So I know Cowlight can do the damage. What I don't know is, can Cowlight get a turn? And that's the difference. With Commodus, I'm actually looking at it, and these others where I'm going, I don't see the damage. That's the difference. I'm building Giath at the moment, Marcus. My gut tells me Giath is coded wrong, so that's why the damage doesn't feel good. But I need to test it to know. No. JB, what it's probably doing, in the fight, you've got 100 fights, 70 ban, and then of the remaining... So if you think you've got 100 fights minus 70, what it's basically saying is it's winning 17% of the 30. So it would basically say 30 times 0.17. So it's winning 5 fights. That's what win rate is showing you. Right? It's showing you the win rate of the fights that he actually fought in, not the fights that he was banned in. Because otherwise that's not a fair reflection of win rate, is it? True Earth is a very strong healer, and I think she conforms to one Cintrano stage that you really could use her with. I'm pretty confident from memory. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Let me double check. I'd have to check the code, but I'm fairly certain that's how it works. It takes the final battles minus the banned battles and then takes the win rate and divides it with that number to basically work out the win rate of the remaining battles. Because otherwise it wouldn't be a reflective of a win rate. What was the Mesamol question? Is Mesamol's A2... Are we talking about base Mesamol A2 or alternate Mesamol A2? Why did you start with level 1s a while ago? Because my experience from when I did Alatrian is I remember how quickly I ran out of mystery shards. So now I don't burn the level 1s into themselves anymore because I run out of mystery shards very quickly, and I'd rather do Nightmare, which is more energy efficient. So, and I don't get mystery shards from Nightmare. So effectively, I'm trying to optimize the long term by making sure I never run out of mystery shards by making a few level 1s. If I was to buy the raid card, which I was tempted to do, but I kind of already started this, so I didn't bother, it's better because the raid card with a level 1, a rank 1 in 12.6 gives you a full to level 10 in one run, and then you can upgrade them straight away. So I'm wasting 4 energy per wave. That's effectively what the raid card is saving me, 4 energy per run. So, base. Attacks will ignore. What was the question again? Is Meswell's A2 taken into self buff rate 3? No. So this is one thing. It will take into account the increased attack buff, but it's not taking into account increased crit damage and crit rate buffs that it gives itself. That's the next big thing I want to add to the equation. Like people like Gembo, right? Because obviously I'm applying an average budget build based on what you could realistically build on the champion. So I'm taking into account how much attack percent you can get across the different pieces if you've got a primary stat and various substats while still getting to 100% crit rate. Then I just give a base 200% crit damage because some champions will multiply their crit damage based off their current crit damage. So we need a reflection of that. So every champion gets 200% crit damage plus their base, plus 30% ignore defense, and then we scale it on an equation of a build. What I need to do is identify all the champions that basically give themselves an increased crit rate, an increased crit damage, and adjust their build up or down a little bit because they should be able to get more stats in their build than other champions because they give it to themselves. That's one thing I need to do. It's on my list. It won't make a... I don't think it's going to like massively boost her. Like she's going to be around about 50, 60, 70 regardless. She's not going to suddenly become the best champion in the game because of that one modifier. But it's certainly a factor that should come into the equation. Yeah, it's a little bit better. Yeah. Yeah, I'm farming Nightmare. This guy's annoying. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to partially level that. Mesamol's great. Mesamol modifications just made her stronger. Mesamol buffs were one of those things I was like, she didn't really need it beforehand, but they're nice to have. I do need to check. I haven't done the spider tournament yet, so... Do you think they'll do another Mythic Fusion at some point? I don't know. I'm still waiting to understand who goes into Carnage, right? We can't empower Carnage at the moment. Because you can't summon Carnage. And they haven't given us an alternative mythical champion to burn to empower Carnage. We all thought it was going to be when they eventually added another Doom Tower. Not Doom Tower. Another Demon Spawn mythical. But they didn't. So I'm like, how do I empower Carnage? It's a bit annoying. Yeah, I was 50-50. Did I want to do Spider before or after? I figured I might as well just get the training done because I'm doing Dungeon Divers during this. Right? You're doing Dungeon Divers, doing a lot of campaign. All of my Dungeon Divers I've done so far has been exclusively campaign. And I'm nearly at the one but last fragment, you know? Yeah, I don't know why, for specifically with Stage 6 in Nightmare, the defenses are like 75% less. So when you're doing Nightmare, when you do 12-6, the defenses are like 2,000, or 1,000. When you're doing 12-1 to 5, they're like 4,000. Way harder. So I don't know if with Cowlight, I think he can work. Yeah. I'm not confident about whether he can. He's one I would love to be able to playtest because I feel like it's one you need to experience to see if you can make it work. He's the type of champion that I would love to get dueling for, right? The ability for me to duel clanmates, to duel other people. So I can go, do you know what? Let me try Cowlight in this build. How does he perform? Oh, that didn't work so well. Can I try Cowlight in this speed, in this build? Oh, that worked a lot better. Or what happens if you do this with your Armands? How does that affect it? I really wish we had that mode for these types of champions because you're never really going to know whether he's good until you actually put him into a situation where you can test if he's good. Lovely. A rank up. God, I love it. I don't use this instant rank up a lot, but when I use this instant rank up, it's so good. Where are we at? 29,000. Man, it's going up so slow. It is going up ever so slowly. I think Freya is a great progression champion, right? And if you're already doing a ton of champion training, because this was kind of in the back of my mind, so if you're a mid-game player, or even like super early game player, you tend to get a lot of energy up front. Do you get 30,000 energy? No. But if you're doing a lot of champion training anyway, maybe. But you've got to do a lot, right? You're not going to get it for free. So that's the only thing that's why I didn't really explain that in a lot of detail, because I was like, well, for some people, they might have a ton of champion training, but will they have 30,000 energy to do that? Or 9,000 gems? Probably not. Not unless you're spending money. So, yeah. Is it more efficient to upgrade rank 1 and 2 champions compared to rank 3? I would not partially level rank 1 and 2s. The bulk of your champion training points will always come from rank 1, 2, and 3. In my method. Leveling a rank 5 is actually not an awful lot of points. But the bulk of your points will always come from making the rank 2s and the rank 3s into rank 4s. That's the bulk of your champion training points. And the only reason why I can run Nightmares, I don't need mystery shards. The moment I hit 3,000 mystery shards, I'll switch back to Brutal for a bit. Purely because I don't want to burn like I did last time and run out of mystery shards without, being on the edge. Might be saying like, oh, 3,000, you're way ahead. 3,000, you run out very quickly if you burn them hard. So... we need to fuel the fire. Yes, we're powering through. Oh, look, we got another Dungeon Diver reward. Where are we at now? Gems. See what I mean? I've done 3,000 points worth of champion training. And champion training has given me 91,000 CVC points. I'm pretty much responsible for about 80,000 of our champion objective points in champion training alone. Which is quite funny if you ask me, but there you go. Oh, I should make sure I'm using the rest of these tokens. No, I actually think if you restore the points, the deck fate's really good, Lillian. If you restore the points for the summoning, the deck fates is pretty good. Like, they're giving you a guaranteed champion, and you don't have to use a single hero shard, like a champion shard. You know, that's incredibly rare. You can argue, like, the secondary rewards are bad. I would agree with you that they're not that crazy, but, I mean, it's still a legendary book. There's still a, There's still a legendary book in there. There's Gold Essence, which is super rare. Still bad. I probably will never use Nice Quicks. Just no need. What? Who am I going to replace Nice with? He doesn't beat Narcissus and he doesn't beat Marius. He doesn't beat Wukong. Wukong's a better damage dealer than Nice. Why would I ever use anyone else? The only reason I would use him is if I know I'm going into a heavy lockout team and I need a second form. But even then, I don't rate a second form, so it's like, I don't need him. I can't imagine any team that I would put him in. And that's the same thing with Thor. It's not that I think Thor is a terrible champion, but right now, I could never imagine any team that I would use Thor in. Because I've got Marius. Like, once you get Marius, your entire impression of, like, how you play the game is different. Because Marius and Newt pretty much do everything for me. Like, they're just insane. I will say Nice has got a pretty huge boss multiplier in his base A3. His base A3 multiplier is pretty strong. It's like a, what is it? It's a 5 times attack plus 0.9 HP on a boss. It is kind of nutty, his base A3. I'll always admit that. I'm talking about Arena though. Because his base A3 is only single target. Like, even Marius Carnage together, though, that's an annoying combo. If Marius Carnage gets set up perfectly, you just can't play the game. Because you lose your passive skills, your active skills, you get enfeebled, you get sealed, so you don't get your masteries, your artifact sets. He just keeps spreading the debuffs. It's actually legit toxic if those two get going. It's just hard to get working without the... Once Carnage gets his 6-star soul, I'll use Carnage a lot more in Arena. Like, watch this now. Like, his damage is good. It's strong. It's just he needs his soul because he's a squishy boy. When he gets his soul, we'll be laughing. Right, where are we at? 3 stars, it's fine. 1 stars. We need to make some 1-star food. How good is Mezmal in comparison to Narcissus? Mezmal is someone I would pick when I need to find a specific win condition and take them out. Okay? She's very good at eliminating a single win condition. The moment the enemy brings 2 win conditions, her value drops significantly because she can't deal with both. Alternate form Mezmal can actually pump out good damage on the A1. But really, what you'd bring Mezmal is the Phoenix kind of style. It's like, I pick you, block revive, you're out of the fight, you're done. Whereas Narcissus gives you kind of the same thing with block revive when they're buffing up and more utility because he can bypass Rota, Siegfried, he's got an AoE, he's got low cooldowns, he pairs well with Ancora. I think a big part of Narcissus's power, though, is driven from the pairing he has with Ancora because Ancora is so strong. I would argue Ancora in the right team setup is as strong as Siphi. Purely because of her passive, her ability to cleanse, and the ability to reduce durations of cooldowns. Marius, I'm just waiting for him to come in. The moment Marius 4-star soul comes into my shop, I'm buying it. Yeah, she's pretty good into Wukong. That's what I'm saying. It's like she's great into someone you just want to eliminate because she block revives and then they can't do anything. She's not very good if she has to deal with multiple win conditions because there's a lot for her to deal with, you know? How come you're not buying the Sacred from the Bazaar? Because I don't have 30,000 gold bars. Yeah. I'm not going to be a silly name. Gnechiku? Exclamation mark. I probably butchered that. You'll get bad in-game ratings for Jingwong because he came out as like the worst Void Legendary in the game, and then they buffed him quite a lot. He's very good now. You can build him with accuracy. He's not going to do like crazy damage. Don't worry about doing too much damage. Build him fast, build him with accuracy, get those debuffs rolling. He will pay nicely for you. In Arena, I would consider maybe some resistance or something so that he's always able to do something. Pinpoint, probably really important so you avoid sheep. Stone Skin also is probably better than Pinpoint for him, actually. Stone Skin's better. You are going to beat me, GB, at this point. You are going to beat me, probably. So. Yeah, exactly, Leno. Arlene, when you do the chests from Cintrana's Heart, it gives you the soul, effectively. So I will eventually get the 5-star soul in. That's why I keep saying when I get a 5-star soul on him, he'll be really strong because you will eventually get it. You can pull it from a soul stone as well. So it's more likely I'll pull him from a soul stone before I get it from the chest. But I got his icon, the first one, his avatar. The first chest I got. So I was a bit annoyed by that. Not going to lie. What did this? Stone Skin does, yeah. Well, sort of. It does and it doesn't. It stops... The thing is, Pinpoint doesn't stop you from getting turn meter controlled. It doesn't stop you from having block active skills. It doesn't stop you from getting block passive skills. It doesn't stop you from taking damage. So the only reason why you would want Pinpoint is if you know you're going first. It's kind of like, if I'm going first, Pinpoint. If I'm going second, Stone Skin. That's kind of like the way I look at it. Gergo needs to go first, otherwise he dies, so you go Pinpoint. Someone like a Carnage, probably going second maybe, you go Stone Skin, not Pinpoint. You could go both, potentially. You could go 4 Stone Skin, 4 Pinpoint if you want to. I mean, that's also an option. But you normally want a damage set with whichever you're doing, right? If you're doing a damage dealer. You normally want like a stone, like a lethal or a savage or some sort of merciless combo. Well, not so much merciless because you need 6 pieces, but... I know. The worst part is I probably still have to do some sort of Hydra team to help the clan. It's probably not going to have... It's probably not going to be my full potential, but we'll see how I do. We got 4 stars we can do. I did 1 fight. Skip otherwise. Yeah, see, that's it. Because Cal Vlax goes first, Pinpoint. Absolutely. Right? Absolutely Pinpoint, because the only thing that really stops him is Polymorph. So, makes sense. Purpose built for him. You pulled a 6-star Arwith. Any value in a cursed city when you have 2 Dythes at 60 already? I would keep it. Here's my philosophy with souls, okay? Many people will probably wonder, why do you have all these souls? Like, why have you got all these 6-star rare souls? Because it doesn't hurt me to hold them. Because if something comes out and Arwith all of a sudden becomes the best champion for that content, now I have a 6-star soul for it, right? Bloodbraid might be really useful in the future. The only time I really need to sell these is when I need the coin. So if something comes into my soul merchant that I absolutely need the coin and I can't get it, right? I can still get 300. So right now I have enough gold coins that if I wanted to, I can get any essence that comes into my merchant. But if I was in a situation where I couldn't do that, well, great. I've now got, you know, look at all these coins I've got available to me if I need them. But it's not hurting to keep it, you know? Unless you run out of space or something. Like, I don't keep duplicates of some things. Like, I don't need that because I've got a 5-star soul. If I get a legendary, I'll keep some powerful legendaries. Like I love a second newt, so I'll keep that soul. 2 Grisors, I'll keep that soul. But I sold, for example, my 1-star Duchess because she's not that good. Kaimar, I might use 2 Kaimars in the future. I'll keep the souls. Doesn't hurt. So otherwise, I'll get rid of these duplicates. But I generally don't keep duplicates. But for example, maybe I need Light Sworn for something in the future. Well, now I've got a 6-star soul. So that's what my advice to people would be. Don't rush to trade it in for coins because you never know when you need them. And when you need them, they could pay off. And they're not hurting you to have it, right? Someone was saying to me, why don't you sell those Sequin souls? Because I don't need the coins. And they're not hurting to sit there. I'll sell them when I need the space or when I need the coins. It's a currency that I can burn. A bit like champion fragments in the portal, right? When we do a fragment champion. I mean, I've had Seisha there for probably about a year. The whale glow stick. I could pull the champion. I don't need the champion. But if I ever need 500 points because I'm chasing something, great, I've got 500 points just sitting there. It doesn't hurt me to use it. It doesn't hurt me to hold it. So that's how I treat souls. Is there any value in keeping someone like a 6-star Adwith? Maybe not right now, but in a month's time, maybe. Maybe something about her skill set. Maybe they release a new boss. Maybe there's something new coming in, and that happens to be the best champion for that. Might be. Then you want to keep it. For an epic, it's far less likely. Let's be honest. It's more likely the mythical soul is going to be more valuable. But I still wouldn't get rid of it instantly without that. Let's do 10 Pulse of Ancient to see if we can get Cow Light, shall we? Why not? We've got a Dark Aethel. Speaking of Blood Braid. Oh my god. Oh, it's trolling me. Raid is trolling me. Come on. Oh, the biggest troll. It's like, hey guys, you know you got that 6-star Teela that you were thinking about selling. Why don't I give you the champion to make it... Oh my god, that's hilarious. That is so funny. That is so funny. That is so funny. I'm gonna have to clip this and put this in that video now. Where are we at the stream time? 2 hours 20. Let's make a note of this. That is so funny. What did I say at the start of this video? Should I keep the Teela? Do I need the Teela? Like, I actually can't believe it gave me Teela. Of all the legendary champions in the game. Like, I can't. Oh man, that's hilarious. That is hilarious. Like, that's the most hilarious thing I've seen them do to me in a while. Like, literally. Hey, that 6-star soul you got, why don't you upgrade it now with that new 5-star champion dupe we gave you? That's so funny. She's not bad. She's a great champion. It's just... my problem is I've outscaled her, so... That was so funny. Imagine if that was Cowlight, though. Why do we pull? Just so I had some rare champions to save me some time. It's 3-star fodder, basically. I mean, this is the only problem with progressive, right? This is how they get you now. Because now I'm like, maybe I should keep pulling because I've got a 20% chance to get Cowlight now. Even though the logical part of my brain is don't pull because there's no way you're going to get in it. But I'm like, maybe I should. I'm actually going to do 10 more for the fun. For the fun of it. It'll give me another Teela, probably. It started with an epic last time. Oh, not this time. But you did get a Geomancer, though. So we can get another +2. Oh, I should have partially leveled him. I'm an idiot. Never mind. It's not too bad. Tavern. Catacomb Councillor. Dark Aethel. I know it's like I'll never use some of these, but I'm like, I might as well just try to get them to +4 at some point in the future. Why not? I haven't spoken to Airbad in a while. I should reach out to him, actually. The problem with my day-to-day is everything drifts. So I don't realize I haven't spoken to anyone in ages. And it's been like a month since I've spoken to Airbad. Come on. No, come on, game. I don't want to buy... No, I don't want to buy the pack. You don't have to show it to me so many times. Anyway. I can't believe I got that Teela. That's true troll. That is true troll. How far am I completing the deck? Fate, we'll have a look now, actually. I got a feeling they might do 40 for Odin, which would be painful. We'll see. 29,000. We're coming up to like 30,000 there. Just got some fodder now so we can save some time. I missed one, Quicks. I missed one of them. I forgot about Geomancer. I did the other two. My brain is not occupied at full... Like, it's not working at full potential because of that Teela troll that I just got. Is Bolin Free Walker worth it? I think Bolin is one of the good ones for one of the Cintrano stages, so I would say yes. Generally, the Unity champions are quite good in the right setup. It's just where you want to use them, like Live Arena and Hydra, they don't really add a lot of value. Some of them do, like Fine is pretty good. Obviously, Teox is pretty good. That's a lie, but you know what I mean. The cat is fast asleep, bless her. You. Fast asleep. Yeah, she's fast asleep. Not entertaining any of this craziness that we're doing right now. You just put my forehead on display. What? What's he done? I haven't seen it. Let me have a look. Okay, this is not the booze I was looking for. Where's my head? Oh, yeah, isn't. What are we talking about? You confused me. With my forehead. I'm so confused. You need to give me some context. Which video are we talking about here? Oh, well, when he's gone through the screenshots. Let me have a look now. Oh, I see what you mean. He's using my my calculator on his videos. Got you. Now it makes more sense. I was like, what do you mean he's put my forehead on something? Oh, yeah. My balding patch. Of all things. Wait, he didn't take screenshots out of the game. He took screenshots out of my video. I mean, I take it as a compliment, but I'm like... he used my head for his video. He could have taken that out of the game. I'll take it as a compliment, but I'm like... It's a very weird thing for my head to be in existence in his spreadsheets. I'll not complain. So it's like... I guess he was looking at the spreadsheet, right? So it's fine. I have no problem. That's why I build these spreadsheets for everyone. I mean, that's why I build the spreadsheets, so that people have all these tools available for them. Actually, I'll tell you what the main reason why I build the spreadsheets is so that people know what they were stepping into before they step into it and then get disappointed. Because a lot of the times people will... they'll start off and they'll think, yeah, it's not too bad, I can do it. And then they realize what the grind constitutes. Or maybe they pulled all their souls and then they were like, oh man, I've only got 10,000 left. I don't mind, honestly. I find it so, it's fine. Like, it's not a problem for me. If someone wants to use my content for everything, I really don't care. Even if they don't credit me, I don't really care. Because it means it was helpful for someone in something they were doing. That's the whole point, right? Now, if someone basically ripped off all my work and was like, I did this yesterday on stream, look how good I am at maths, that's a bit different. But if someone's like, yeah, this spreadsheet's really helpful, do this, I'm like, I don't care. I'm not asking for credit. I need to go to normal. That's going to be awkward. Let's just get some of these 3 stars. Hey, Chloe, by the way. Welcome to Campaign Simulator. Isn't it fun? Speaking of Freya, I still need to do a post. I still need to post that video I made. Oh, yeah. My ribs still hurt from this, by the way. I'm still healing. Like, I can't sleep properly. It's actually got a lot better today. Like, I can actually stretch and move for the first time in, like, thing. But even, like, if I stretch at the wrong angle, it still hurts the back of my ribs still. Bruised ribs, man. Oh, it's actually a lot better today, though. So I'm hoping I can sleep properly tonight. But last night was awful again. It still hurts a bit. I still have a protruding rib where it shouldn't be. Hey, I'll do anything for content, you know me, Chloe. If there's an opportunity to make a video out of it, then I will. No, I was going to use the raid card, but I decided against it. No, it's fine. It's bruised ribs. Like I said, okay, if I go to the doctor's, I'll have to sit there for like an hour, maybe an hour and a half. And then I'll go in, and the doctor will sit there and say, tell me what's wrong. And you'll say, oh yeah, I went on this, you know, Tough Mudder experience. You know, I got my medal, got my bandana, you know, and it seems to hurt my ribs, and it's still hurting 2 weeks later. Do you know what they'll do? They'll go on the computer. They'll go to, like, the NHS help. They'll Google, what about painful ribs? And it'll say they've probably bruised it. Check, are they having any breathing difficulties? Question, are you having any breathing difficulties? I'm like, no. Next question, how are you shortness of breath when you deep in? No. Okay, it's probably fine. Take some painkillers. I'm a better doctor than GPs, and I'm not even qualified. He did. Yeah, I probably either bruised it or I cracked it or something, right? Yeah, literally. I mean, I don't think they Google. What I'm saying is, in the UK, they have, like, a portal where they enter all the symptoms in, and then the portal just tells them what to give you. I'm like, I don't want ChatGPT to tell me what medication to take. That's why you're meant to be like this 5-year qualified £70,000 doctor. But exactly, if I've bruised or cracked a rib, as long as it's not like sticking into my lung, I'll probably be fine, you know? It's just what's difficult about it for me is when I sleep, I'm a twisty sleeper. So I rotate a lot, and you can't rotate and lie on your side when you've got painful ribs. It really hurts because I forget about it. So I'm like sat there and I'm like, I turn, I'm like, oh God, that's really bad. So I just don't get a good night's sleep, which does not help. How much people would pay for my x-ray? I don't know, it's a bit creepy. Could be bad. It's like selling bathwater, this now. Yeah, I can't shake the cold either. Like I've got over the first phase of the cold where you feel like bunged up and you can't breathe and you just want to lay in bed. But I still have a bit of a cough and the sniffles every now and then. I can't just quite shake the last remnants of it, so. It's about 9,000 gems if you're doing pure training. Yeah, you could have an x-ray of my brain. It's, I think people would respect my CT scan more than an x-ray. There's not much of me, but my brain is powerful. So. Yeah, CT scan. You broke your foot and could have done everything the doctor did on my own. Exactly. I know, exactly. That's the problem. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm not like one of these. I'm not one of these people that like doesn't believe in the value of medical treatment and stuff like that. Of course I do. It's just I know there's no point me sitting down with the doctors because I know what they're gonna do. If I was in so much pain that I couldn't cope, then I would. But it's getting better. I can feel it. It went through like a weird phase where it got worse and then it eventually got better. But I just left it. It's fine. I'm on the same point as you, Tack. 10,000 more. Yeah, I'm building it at the moment, Era. I'm building like a new tier list on the website for all the damage ratings. So, but the reason why it's not ready yet is I'm trying to add the filters for like, show me the ranking if it was just AoE. Show me the ranking if it was just A1. Show me the ranking if it was like in this particular area with this particular skill conditions. That's what I'm trying to build, is all the different filtering options so that when you're using it, you have like lots of deep filters that you can do to make to find what you're looking for. So I don't have a tramp stamp. What are you talking about? Oh, you put in a tramp stamp on me now on your designs. Jeez. YST's a machine. Kid you not. I'm blown away by YST. Dude basically didn't have any sleep the night before and literally he dominated. He was running ahead of me at one point. I was like, good God, man. I actually don't think I would have been able to do all the water events without YST Dan and Molly, honestly, the team. Because like I have a big thing about putting my head underwater. I get panicky. That's why I don't swim. So like couple of the obstacles, you have to put your head under the water. Was pretty scary. I don't like those things. So, but no, YST is a monster. Absolute monster. And for some reason, Molly in every single picture looked like she was having a nice day in the park. Me and YST literally like mudded up to our face, and Molly just looks like she's having a nice little walk in the park. I'm like, how is this possible? How would I feel about a piercing? Oh God, what are you turning me into? Oh, they got you, Freyja. They got you. $4,000 points, not bad. You're getting there. She did, didn't she? It's actually quite annoying. She looked like, you know when you see the promotional pictures for all these like 10K runs and all the marathons and everything? She's the one that they put on those pictures to make you think like it's a good idea. I'm the one they put on when they realized it was a terrible idea because I'm like crawling through electrocution muds and I look like I want to just like stop. It's awful. But yeah, she was like, yeah, this is all good. I'm in a park. It's fun. And meanwhile, on the wooded bit, because like a lot of the obstacles are around the main place, and then you had to go into the wooded bits. In the wooded bits, it was very muddy, right? You couldn't really run it because you'd fall over. And you just turn your ankle or something. But Fiction was just like having a whale of a time. He was like sliding around. He was like, oh yeah, this is what I used to do when I was young. I'm like, well, that's great, but you're actually terrifying me because you're like doing slip and slides on this mud pile and I feel like you're going to fall over. He's having a whale of a time. Those two together. Me and YST were just trying to survive. So... yeah, I do end up with a lot of the social media posts somehow. I don't know how I do it. I'm not intentionally funny. I'm just unironically stupid. I think that's the way it works. I just say unironically stupid things a lot of the time. I like that definition of me. Stupidest smart person. I like that. My face is just fun. Wow, that's a compliment. Many people have said many things about my face. Fun is I'll take fun. There's worse ones I could have. So the way that it works, Mr. Fridge, is not as it's actually based on a 30-day window the last time you got one particular shard. So, for example, if you didn't buy the shard until, like, the 12th day, it won't show up in your shop until the 12th day the next month. It doesn't just reset on the month. It resets every 30 days. So that's why you're probably not seeing them, because your 30 days hasn't come up yet. You're the smartest. I'm the smartest stupid person. It's great. I like the paradox. Is the paradox the right word? Paradox is not the right word. Paradox is not the right word for that. What's the right word now? Use my English language. Yes, a paradox. I was right. See, that's what the undergraduate degree in creative writing gets you. Paradox. It's very paradoxical. I like it. It's a good word. All right, quick. I'm getting there. Yes. Yes, I will get it done. Don't worry. Don't worry. It's on my radar, just time. In the this or that, maybe I want to say maybe, or maybe I haven't done it yet. Does that count? Is that the right way of saying maybe you should remind me where I find it, and then I will. Maybe. Don't hate me. Many people ask many things of me. You've done. Well done, Geno. Congratulations. No, an oxymoron is different. A paradox is when something's opposite. When something contradicts itself. So saying someone is stupid smart is paradoxical because you can't be both stupid and smart at the same time. Whereas an oxymoron is not that. Right? I mean, technically it could be, but normally an oxymoron is a combination of two words to make something the same. I suppose maybe it is. Maybe they're both paradoxical and oxymoron. I never really thought that a paradox is the same as an oxymoron. It's kind of true. Oh, this is what Campaign Simulator does. A paradoxical oxymoron. Now we're talking. Now we're getting into the real intelligent things. Well, an oxymoron is basically two things combined to make a different meaning. So yeah, technically it's an oxymoron. But it's also a word that could be considered a paradox, because a paradox is something that is like contradictory, right? A situational statement that seems impossible or is difficult to understand because it contains two opposing facts. Which you could argue that calling someone stupid smart is paradoxical because you can't be stupid and smart at the same time. So they're kind of like doing the same thing. Yeah, so they're both kind of right, you know? Yumiko or Siffy? Siffy. Oh, because so it could be a dichotomy as well. Oh God, why has the English language got three things meaning the same thing? Please explain. Someone help me out here. Doesn't make any sense. Yeah. I want to apply feast. I've run out of 3 stars. Okay. By the way, make sure you buy uncommons from the marketplace as well. That really helps. If you buy uncommons from the marketplace. Oh, we've almost burnt through all of our initial whale stockpile, let's say, of energy. English lessons. We were talking today about the longest named places in the world. Because Wales had the second longest named place in the world. Yeah, that was fun. Well, the difference in Spanish, though, is their actual dialects, right? So, Spanish has different words for different meanings depending on the region you come from. Like, Catalonia is different to the Basque region, which is... So they have different... So the dialects often drive it. Whereas English just... you can't call some things dialect. It's just stupid language. The really long station name, yeah. I have to... I'll say it, but I have to read it because I get lost in the middle of it. Let me try it now. Right, okay. Llanfair Pwll Gwyngyll Go Gerich Chwyn. This middle bit I always mess up. So it's Llanfair Pwll Gwyngyll Go Gerich Wyndro Bo Llantysilio Go Go Go. Jesus, that's hard. It's the middle bit I get, right? The first bit's easy. Llanfair Pwll Gwyngyll Go Gerich something Llantysilio Go Go Go. It's the middle bit I mess up. I'll type it in chat so people can understand what I'm trying to say. It's hard. They actually reduced the name down to Llanfair Pwll because it was too much. Even for the locals, they couldn't handle it. The locals were like, it's too much, make it stop. So they did. So, yeah, I mean, that was exactly what someone said earlier in our meeting. Did you headbutt the keyboard? I think that's what someone said. Like, nope. This is just the Welsh language for you. Two-factor authentication key. It basically translates to the Church of St. Mary at the Pool of White Hazels near the fierce whirlpool of the Church of St. Tysilio of the Red Cave. I'm like, if you have to describe the location, then that's a bit of a problem, right? You know, I'm not one for these things, but that's what I would say. What about the knee one? Which one was the knee one? Well, the Maori one. Yeah, that's the Maori one. I mean, even like the translated version of the Maori one is kind of hard to follow. It's like the summit with Tamatea, the man with big knees, the climber of mountains, the land swallower. It sounds like something out of Game of Thrones, you know, first of his name, who traveled about, played his nose flute. What the hell's a nose flute? To his loved one. I'm like, okay, that's what we're going to go with. Fair enough. I've only got 1, 2, 3. Do another one. Maybe King Arthur's buried everywhere in Wales. If you listen to that nose flute, maybe it's a harmonica. Boho, you're a genius. Yeah, it's true. It's true. The longest one in the United States, for you all Americans out there, is in Massachusetts. Massachusetts. Why is that so hard to say? Massachusetts, United States. It translates to the fishing place at the boundaries, neutral meeting grounds. And it is Chago Gago Gumanchua Gago Gago. Like, honestly, it sounds like a child wrote it. It literally sounds like a 2-year-old tried to spell a name for a place, and that's what that's what we ended up with. Chargo Gago Manchao Gago. Like, it just sounds like a child is going goo goo gaga. Like, it literally does. It's a lake, apparently. I'm like, all right, Americans be like that. You live close to it, Lusa. Can you explain to me, did a 2-year-old name the lake? Do you want the cat? The cat is gone, I think. Yeah, she's gone. Cat's gone. Oh, wait, no, she's back. Oh, she's thinking about it. Just finished watching your commentary and I want to ask 5 months later, what is your opinion on him? I think he's quite good in the sense that he is the best buff spreader really in the game. For sure. Just because of the volume. If you can get him set up in the right setup, he can be quite oppressive to deal with. The only thing I think he lacks is he's very, very squishy for a mythical champion, so he kind of needs his soul. And I think he becomes a different champion once you get his 5-star soul. So that's kind of like where I'm using him somewhat in the right places. But until I get his soul, I don't think you can unlock his full potential. That's where I'm at with him. See you later, Ace. Yeah, we're going to keep going for a bit. You can actually... you can pull him from soul stones. So... I know, for example, I think Panda got Carnage and then instantly got a 6-star soul for him. He was like, lol. I was like, okay. Good one. I'm probably going to open the cards when I get 40,000. So if I don't get 40,000 in the stream, which is unlikely because it's taking a while, I'll probably do it when I get 40,000 and open them all in one go. So, but it will be part of a video because I've recorded the... Soulstone pulls in the first part. If you have Adeline Mikage, normally you want to run like double max HP, or I know there's a couple of other teams that people are trying now. You probably can get away with not max HP if you can debuff him a lot, because he is squishier now. I'm not so good now on the spread of like different options for that. I always say like run an area or you run the other one. I don't know what other damage options you can run in Sand Devil if you don't have like the Newt Marius. It's one of the downsides of having like the powerful duo, because it's very hard not to use them because they are just better at everything. It's just no real use in doing thing. I really like Throne of Liberty. I'm loving Throne of Liberty. It's free to play. You should play it, Chloe. You might like lose your life for a bit though, like because it is addictive. It is addictive. Oh yeah, you're on that funny little Mac thing. Got to solve that problem, haven't we? Got to get you out of the Mac universe that you're in. See, this is the only thing I don't like about instant rank up, okay? If I was to suggest one quality of life improvement to this instant rank up feature, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 rank 1 champions that are level 1. But when I go to instant rank up, it wants to use 2 of the ones that I've got at level 9. Why is it not recommending the level 1s? Surely there should be internal logic that goes, oh, we should absolutely not use the ones that are high level. Like, isn't that just common sense? That's why I tend to not use instant rank up a lot of times, because I'm like, I always have to deselect some of them and then do it manually anyway. Is there a priority? Goodbye, Chloe. We do need to sort that out, though. See you later. Is there a filter for it? Have I just been dumb all this time? I mean, it's a very high possibility. I am a dumb person, so this would be the stupid part of my smart stupid. Fatalis is terrible. Never use Fatalis. Do you know how you kill Fatalis? Rhonda, dead. Where's the filter? There is no one for level. There's not one for level. Unless there's something in this. Yeah, look, there's not one for level. Unless I'm missing something. But affinity is not the problem. Because that doesn't solve the problem, though. Because what happens if all my other ones are like rank 4? That's what I'm trying to say is, like, it almost needs to be like I don't have a priority. So what, if I do this, will it not use any of them? See what I mean? That doesn't solve the problem. It just should have a built-in thing that says don't use something that's leveled above something that isn't leveled. Because it's not even prioritizing force anymore. Because... oh, I don't have any force anymore because I leveled it now. So it's doing it once it hits level 10, but it's... because obviously you can upgrade it, but I'm just like, it should have this logic that it shouldn't use levels. Or like a button that says avoid level champions. So I'm like, I always have to do this. And this. And even when I go back in, it's still got it there. Even though I've got one that's level 1. Right, so it should prioritize the level 1 over the level 4. It doesn't. It prioritizes the level 4. Stupid. Stupid, stupid, stupid. It's good in some places, don't get me wrong. It's not like it's the worst system in the world. It's just it has that little stupid thing that I'm like, just stop doing stupid things. And now look, it's probably going to prioritize the rarity, even though I got level 10s. So, but that's fine. That's what it should do. I get it. It's just one of those things I'm like, they just missed one next step. It's not like it's the end of the world, that it's a bad system, that it's unplayable. It's just it always drives me to avoid using it, because I'm like, it always picks the one that's leveled, and I hate it. Yeah, I mean, you can choose that, of course, cool. But, normally I would level all of my rank 4s to 14 anyway, so it would end up doing that. But in the rank 1s, I don't want to partially level it, so it should always have a principle of prioritizing the lowest level, because that's the least investment that you're giving up. Until it's all level 14, then it should prioritize level 14. Right? That's logical. That's cool. That's cool. I mean, that's very I don't know, Taikios. That's what I would respond to that is you're giving them more credit than I think they did. They're not that manipulative. They really don't care that much. It's totally that they just didn't think that that would be a problem. Like, speaking as a developer, it's something that you forget about. You build the system does exactly what you intended to, and then someone comes along and goes, oh, but you forgot about this one condition. Like when I built the optimizer, and I was like, once I've optimized, I want to equip in game, and I've got the save builds feature, and someone was like, it would be really good if I can equip what I've already got in the optimizer or in my save build. I was like, do you know what? I didn't think about that. Not because I was deliberately trying to make it awkward for you. I think you give them a bit too much credit. I think people do give them a bit too much credit sometimes. Like the Deck of Fate, when they're trying to be manipulative, it's obvious. The Deck of Fate is literally them testing the waters to see how much a player is willing to go to you do the event. Right? It's obvious. Well, that's what they want to do. Little things like that, no. They've just forgotten to do it. It's not the end of the world. It's not like the game... It's not like the whole system is broken because it uses a level 4 champ instead of level 1. I can work around it. It's just annoying. It's irritating more than a problem. That's what I'm trying to say. We need to level those. Yeah, that exactly. I had an inbox thing, and someone's like, "Wouldn't it be great if you could filter?" I was like, "Do you know what? Yeah, I didn't deliberately do it to make you scroll." No, to be honest, when you do testing on this isn't something you would add a test parameter for. Right, this is something that someone would receive the feature and give feedback on. It's not something that they would ever test for, because you're testing core functionality. Does it allow me to pick a hero, and does it allow me to upgrade that hero? Yes, it does. Okay, it works. This is more like, wouldn't it be great if it did it this way, guys? And like, do you know what? It would. Let me revise the initial design scope so that it does it more to how we want. Hey, look, we're at 3,700 for the. If we keep going, we'll get the Immortal Soulstone to save us 600 points. Check that out. That'd be quite funny. Yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm trying to explain. For like when you're in a development process, the developer will receive a task. That task is basically, this is what I need you to do. I need you to make a quick sell feature. It needs to have these functionalities. It needs to have these filters. I implemented that. QA will then receive it. QA will go, does it do what the implementation features were? Yes, it does. Launch. Then someone will go, this system is great. However, I would like it to do this feedback. Then you get into like change request functionality, into then like revision loops. So to say that it wasn't properly tested would be that it doesn't work. Well, it does work. It's just that it missed one little feature that would make it better, right? It's like basically building a car and it works really, really well, but then you're like, do you know what? I would actually just prefer that the indicator didn't make that annoying sound. Well, it doesn't mean that the indicator doesn't work. It's just that you have a personal preference or you have a way to improve it. The next card they might develop then might have a different way of indicating. It's just revision then. So. Yes, exactly, Mr. Lord. If you actually compare the cost to get Alatrian versus the cost to get Freyja, the cost is not that dissimilar. The bad part about Alatrian was they put the soul with it. That was the thing that I remember was awful about it, is if you wanted to get both, that was the grind. But actually getting Alatrian on the first, it wasn't too bad. I think the problem with this deck is basically they nerfed the points quite aggressively, and they did both. Because normally when they adjust points, they'll adjust one of them to make it more desirable or force you down another path. This particular deck, they did both of them. They did them both aggressively. You know, we did a... we're talking 30 to 40% nerf on both sides. That's why it's getting a lot of bad rep. So... I haven't built Thor, and Thor is not going to be that much faster than Marius. Right? Thor might save me 1 second. It's not going to make that much difference, is he? Like, all you guys that are using Thor, how many of you got him booked? Am I going to commit legendary books to save 1 second? No. I quite like Alatrian. Alatrian's really good. So, yeah, absolutely, Mark. I think that's agreed. And I also, if you can just sell stuff directly from someone being equipped, I hate the fact you have to take something off to sell something. If I could just sell directly from equipped, that would be really good. Those two features alone would be super helpful. Do you think Mortal better vouch for heal reduction on Amius compared to Minaya? No, because I think you need to stay alive, and Minaya will help you better than Mortu. I would suggest Minaya. Yeah, to be honest, Bob, I was like, I could exchange some more of my tokens, but I'm like, it's not like it's worth a lot. I didn't really feel like it was worth exchanging those tokens, so I don't really want to. Tila. Right, but that's what I'm saying. If he's not booked, he's probably not doing it in 6 to 8 seconds, is he? So, in my head, I'm like, I'm not going to book a champion just to do a bit of faster campaign farming. That makes sense to me. Not that I'm saying he's bad. I'm just saying for me, it's literally not worth it. I need to get another... We're going to have to start using gems soon. We're getting there. I need a 4-star... Yeah, I mean, it absolutely makes sense if you built Thor for Hydra that you're using him in Nightmare. I think it's fine. But for me, there's literally... like, would I want to commit my legendary books for a champion that I know is never going to make it into my Hydra teams? No. I've not used him. At all. I have no use for him. Because he doesn't beat Quintus and he doesn't beat Marius. So he therefore doesn't take any of my dedicated DPS slots. Because he'll never beat Trundra's course. So... So for me, it just makes no sense to use it right now. You know. Yeah, I mean, Teela's 3 points. I'll level her to level 25, so. I don't even think I will, because, quite frankly, I'm pretty sure any nerf to Trunda, if it's on a systems level, will affect a lot of these, like, crazy damage dealers. It depends what they do. Like, you know, what they mean by these whole-scale testing that they're talking about. It's kind of like a scary, broad story where they kind of say, oh, the reason why it's taking so long is because we're doing large testing. I'm like, well, how big is this modification? Like, it sounds like you're not hitting champions, you're hitting systems, which is a very risky thing to do, considering players' track record with adjusting things. Is like, we want this bit, we want to move it to here, and they go, no, we want to nerf it to the ground. Or we want to make it incredibly hard. Let's face it, remember, when Hydra first came out, you could use Perfect Veil or Veil. And they actually removed the Veil part. They made it harder to counter Torment Head. That's what I'm afraid of. I don't know. All I know is they mentioned in that the Raid Digest, didn't they? Because was it the Raid Digest or something that they said about the whole Wixwell drama? Where was it? Yeah, the Raid Digest. We're already implemented the Constellation Rewards. Where is it? We're talking about a complex solution that would influence many aspects of Hydra battles, so stating Wixwell remain unaffected would be inaccurate. In essence, the changes in question aim to preventing the few overpowered teams from thoroughly dominating. That's not champion targeting. That's them saying, we're looking at the system of Hydra, and we're hitting them hard. That's what I'm worried about. Because there's two ways of looking at it, right? Sometimes nerfing a champion is better than nerfing a system. And what I mean by this is, do you want to affect the 5% people? So, like, if you nerf a champion, you affect the one champion and everyone who has that one champion. So all 899 other champions don't get affected by it. If you nerf a system or modify a system, then all 900 champions are probably affected by that in some way. So what I'm worried about, and I think this is a valid worry that anyone should have, is instead of just taking the hard road of going, do you know what, we kind of messed up with Wixwell, we kind of messed up with Trunda, we've kind of messed up with a couple of these champions, we're just going to go in and target fix those like we did with Cadaver, which again they overdid, to be fair. We're going to target fix them. It's like, I think they're going to go on a systems level, and that's going to affect everyone. And then everyone is going to get punished because a couple of Krakens figured out they could abuse Trunda. And that's what I'm afraid of. Because for a lot of players who don't have the big hero, like the big champions, Hydra's not easy. If you don't have many block buff options, Hydra's quite hard. Like, I don't have thousands of block buff options. I don't have Ferals. I don't have 2 Hanoraks. I don't have, like, Supreme Galex. I have to go looking for my my block buffs. Like, if I look at this right now, how many champions do I have that has Perfect Veil? Let's have a look. Which one's Perfect Veil? This one. Duchess, I'm lucky to have. Imagine you don't have Duchess and you don't have Shamael. How do you deal with Torment Head? Anyone? If you don't have Feral, you don't have Duchess, and you don't have Shamael, how do you deal with Torment Head? You can't. There's no solution. Like, there is no solution here. What are you going to do? What? Wreck the Wrath? You're not going to do that. Do you know what I mean? It's like, there's a whole archetype, there's a whole series of heroes. You people go, oh, well, you can use this and you can use this. Yeah, but if you're eliminating the excess, that means you're adding system changes that are going to make it harder for those champions. Not the champions themselves, the systems. How do players do it if they don't have the champions? But right, this is my problem. So when you go then, okay, well, what about the other things you need? Okay, well, Provoke is pretty good because they went on a bit of a campaign basically introducing plenty of Provoke champions, but block buffs. My options are basically Wukong, pretty good one, fair enough. We have got Loki, but only if you can keep Veil on him, otherwise he's a nightmare. Packmaster, pretty good. They've started doing more fusions with block buffs. Uko doesn't work because if the head revives, you can't block buffs. So you might hit the Wrath head more times than the head can take before he takes a turn. Can't use him. Kimmy needs to strip a buff, so if there's no buffs, it doesn't work. You see what I mean? It's like you're just running out of champions. If people don't have these legendaries, what are they going to turn to? Ugo. Ugo's the only option. You know, it's like, yes, they are improving them, but my concern is for the average player, I'm not talking about the player like me who can do like 30 billion. The problem that a few players have created is going to make it so that the experience of the many is going to be awful. That's my concern. When they start talking about, we're talking about a solution that's more on a systems level, it means it affects every hero. When sometimes, you know what, it's just better to go in and rework Trunder. It's just better to go in and rework that Wixwell. Yes, you may take a bit of hate from it, but at least all the other champions can still work. Right, you can still build teams. I worry when they say those words. It panics me. Because their track record with balance in the game is not exactly exquisite when we look what they did with Cadaver. Right, we all said that Cadaver just needs to have some sort of cap. We never said it should be that extreme. Like, I didn't want you to kill the whole concept of it. I just wanted you to stop him doing infinite scaling. So, we'll have to see. Like, I don't know anything at all. I'll tell you right now, I don't know anything. All I know is that they talk, these sentences, when I hear the words, we're aiming at dealing with the overpowered teams and we're doing extensive testing, that means they're not just modifying champions, they're actually looking at the system to avoid modifying the champion. So they don't get accused of nerfing champions. That's what they're trying to do. But inadvertently, whatever they do, they'll nerf the champion, right? So if they're trying to stop the extreme teams, then you're nerfing those champions, whatever you're doing. You're just doing it in a way that's not obvious, right? That's logical. So a lot of games do that as well. Like, that's a big thing as well, Big Pops. Like, when a game's developer basically takes a wrong turn and they implement a game mode or they implement a game balance on a champion that specifically just makes them incredibly powerful, they give players the opportunity to almost like refund. Dragonair did this with one of their heroes in Dragonair. They basically made an error where the book was basically doing 200% damage instead of 20%. They gave a complete reset of that champion to people who were affected by it in case they didn't want it. So, in essence, like, this isn't without that is quite common. So if they were worried that Trunder would become irrelevant if they nuked it, well, just give people the ability to get some resources back. Reset the champion if they want to. You know? Let me unbook a champion. Let me reuse it. People won't be upset. Or, better still, why don't you rework Trunder to be viable in Arena again? It's not hard. I never really understood the argument they had from day one when it was like, oh, well, we don't want to nerf Trunder because otherwise she doesn't have a place in the game. Well, I was like, well, just give her a place in the game. It's like, you're almost like you're saying, I can't make things different, I can only make things worse. Like, you can absolutely make things better. There's no reason why you can't make a champion stronger in one particular area if you want to. They did it with Siegfried. Let's face it, they took Siegfried from being an average mythical to being the most craziest single target damage champion in the game. So if they can do it that way, then I don't see why they just don't take Trunder, make her viable in the current arena meta. It's not hard. It's just, you can't use the excuse of we don't want to nerf the champion because we don't think they'll have a place in the game if we do that. That's crazy. Absolute nonsense statement. bring Teela in for some extra. So we're just using Teela as a third one for access if we need to. Like, they probably won't do a debooker because they don't want to give you... They want you to be invested in your champion, which I understand. But I don't see it a problem in extreme cases when extreme modifications happen to a champion. Right? Because I invest in a champion when that champion is in that state. If you then completely modify the champion, just let me reset if I don't like the changes. It's not a problem. You're not going to do it every year. If it's once in a blue moon, it's not a problem. You're just buying loyalty by doing that. Now, I do think from a gameplay perspective, it's very important that players understand, like, the risk-reward. If I'm booking this champion, I need to understand the risk to it, and that I need to be able to, like, take that decision. A game has to have that decision. It can't just be permanently free, because actually it's not fun. Part of the fun in booking a champion is getting that achievement that you've finally done it, and then part of the fun in having to book the champion is acquiring those materials and chasing it. If you basically got a new champion, leveled it straight away, you'd be bored. You'd get bored of the game because there's no challenge. There's no reasons to chase. There's no reasons to progress. There's no reason to, what's my next thing I want to do? And you'd get bored of the game very quickly. You see it a lot in MMOs. They release a new expansion. People basically no life it for 36 hours. They get to endgame, they raid it, they get the game, they're like, oh, I don't know what to do now. I'm bored. There's nothing to chase, there's nothing to get. But that doesn't mean you can't give people the ability to reset things from time to time. So there has to be a balance. You need to have that feeling of a risk-reward, but you also need to have that feeling sometimes of, I have a choice. I'm not forced down a path that I don't want to go. Yeah, we all said at the moment we saw our mans, right? Feedback instantly on the test server from every single creator and every single person that saw that preview kit was, this is the most OP champion you could possibly introduce to the game. Let's face it. Our mans is, if our mans gets a turn, you don't get a turn. They literally created a champion that defeats the point of playing the game because you can't play the game. The champion just takes over. They should have increased the cooldown. That's actually all they really need to do to balance our mans. Make it a 4-turn cooldown. Or don't make it a steal. That's the other option, right? Either make it a 4-turn cooldown or don't make it a steal. It's the steal that makes it punishing because it effectively is a 2-turn cooldown. Because you get your turn and you get another turn. Stupid. 30,000. There is a video on the channel, Iron. It's 30,000. Let me pin it, actually. That's a good idea. God, Campaign Simulator's going hard, isn't it? There you go. Now, I will say the good thing about our mans is it finally forced the speed meta back. Because the meta was getting very boring. So it did force faster fights. The problem is now, people just have to always ban it, so it's made live arena stale. So, like, I feel like as well, if you're gonna make someone as strong as our mans, you have to basically weaken him in other places. Like, that basically means that he doesn't get the ability to turn someone into a sheep. He doesn't get the ability to remove all buffs. He doesn't get the ability to get turn meter when you increase cooldown. That's the actual problem. It's that he has an OP ability in every slot. For a non-void legendary or a non-mythical, that's quite insane. That you would give a champion an OP ability in every single slot is very high. Like, if we were designing something like that over in Fateless, we'd be like, we need to kill the power somewhere, right? There needs to be some sort of counterplay. There isn't really much counterplay to our man's kit once he does his A2. It's very little. Yeah, man, we're here we're doing Campaign Simulator. It's great. Welcome to the fun. I could have done 3 of those 500 campaign run quests in, like, I could have done 3 months of that by now. Do you think 9-piece protection is the way to go with Freya? Don't know. It depends where you're going to use her. I have a plan to try and use her in Finite Hard. It's my first plan. Then I might explore Arena. Because although the passive is a bit limited for multi-hits, it's still a great passive. Right? It's still a great passive, so... So that's my first goal, is can I build a Finite Hard? Because what I discovered is apparently Marius can just one-shot Finite Hard waves, which is... You know, it's a thing that we now get to live through. So yeah, I mean the top speed is like 600, but when you start getting like plus 15 and plus 20 passive speeds, and then you start getting like 32% speed sets on variable, or you can get like combinations of like 35% speeds and stuff. You get the awakening bonuses, you get things like area bonuses, like it all adds up. Power creep is very high in this game now. We're getting to the point where we kind of need what an MMO would call a stat squish, where a developer would go in and basically rebalance the stats down by 50% so that there's room for growth. Because, like, we were talking about it in the video that I did with Hell Hades about the event dungeon, when we didn't know it was going to be an event dungeon. And we were like, oh, okay, what could this be? And we were like, well, yeah, exactly. Diablo just did a stat squish, right? When you get to a certain point in a gameplay, in a game's life, you sit there and you go, well, what more can I make the hero do? What more can I make this character have? And I'm sitting here, I'm like, I don't actually know how you can increase the strength of a champion anymore when they're already so incredibly strong. So either you have to go in and you have to rebalance the stats somehow so that you can grow it further, which means basically like going in and halving the amount of all the stats give you, so that you have room to add more stats. That's what a stat squish does. It doesn't nuke, it doesn't like take away stuff that you had. It basically goes in and it rebalances the stats down so you can then scale them up again. We're at that point. There's not much you can add. Like, if you add more things to a champion right now, they just become like one-man wrecking balls. They're so strong. What level do I take? 4 and 5? 4 I run twice in Nightmare, so that takes it to level 15. And 5 I take to level 25, but I normally do like 7 bros, just because I'm there. So, I mean, you say you can add crit damage and crit glyphs, right? If you add crit damage right now, let's say they give you the ability to add 8% on a glyph. Well, I can get crit damage on 6 of my pieces efficiently, because you would never have it on an amulet. You'd only have it in the top row. So that means I could potentially get another 48% crit damage when I already have a Marius that's going to hit 400% crit damage. So what, the Marius could be 448% crit damage? Like, how do you survive these numbers? You can't build against this. The actual stat squish they need to do is ignore defense. Hello, cat. Do you mind not interrupting? Yeah, there was the tail. So, yes, Smith. I always run out of 6 stars. I end up 6-star in champions I might need. The actual problem, I'll tell you what the actual problem is. It's not that I run out of champions to 6-star, that I have to 6-star more champions than I have time to run masteries for. So I actually end up with quite a big backlog of champions that I need to master that I don't have time to do because I have to do in a training event, or dungeon divers that I have to do double the amount of effort on because it's so big, or I have to go do, or there's a Sand Devil tournament on, or there's CVC on, or there's Siege on, or there's something else, right? I just never get many windows in time to run mastery, so I actually have like 20 different champions that are rank 6 that I need masteries for. And that is the issue. I don't need RSL Helper. We're doing Campaign Simulator here. It's more fun. Everyone can stay more entertained. Yeah, one tool I'm building for the website at the moment, which I think will be very, very, very useful, is an ability for you to look up a champion on the website and it tells you everywhere it's going to work in Centranos, what restrictions it applies to, and then have that somehow cross-linked to the stages tool. I'm working on that as well. I think that will be very helpful. Because especially when a new fusion comes out, and you're like, okay, I want to know where this fusion is going to be good. You can literally look at the fusion and go, I don't want to go for it because it doesn't work for, like, it doesn't really fill any gaps that I have. And now, if I'm smart, and if I'm clever, and this is why I haven't finished building it, because I'm still speccing out all the different things that people might need. If I can somehow connect it to the optimizer, where it automatically shows what other champions you have for that restriction, then it's even better, because then you can have a system where it goes, okay, Jeroboam is coming out. What things does Jeroboam go? Oh, it goes for these ones. Oh, wait, these are the champions I already have. Okay, I don't need it because I have a pretty good roster. This one, I don't really have many choices, so he's actually quite good for that one. I'll go for him. That's what I want to create, because I think that will be very useful. That will be super handy for people to make a judgment call on whether they should get a champion because of Centranos, because that is a big question now that we have. The question is not become, is there a place you can run the champion? It's like, is there a stage in Centranos that this guy might be useful for at some point in the future? I did look at the new rotation shooter. The only one I'm not sure about is stage 13 and 14. 13 I've never done, and it's all epic, so... that's the only one I'm not sure about, personally. But I don't want to be in a situation like I was last month, where I worked super hard to get things done, and then I got baited out by that last stage. So if I do go for the full rotation, I want to make sure I can definitely do every single stage. I don't want to get into a situation where I'm left with like one stage that I can't do, because it just feels bad. It just annoys me then. I'm actually running out of champion space, so I'm going to have to make a rank 6 soon, because I need to make some space. Unless I've got a lot of rank 1s. Can I make some space somewhere? This. Champion storage. Tell you what they need to do. This was mentioned, I think, in the video, right? What I would really like them to do is reduce the fees of champion storage upgrades. I have absolutely no problem paying for champion storage. I have a major problem paying billions of silver or gems for champion storage. Like, I just don't have enough champion storage these days. But I don't want to pay 500 gems for 10 slots. Like, come on. If you're going to add another 100 champion storage, reduce the cost so that I eventually get, please play him. This is a ridiculous amount to charge someone for 10 slots when you've got 900 champions in the game. Like, I get it. You could say, well, why don't you sell more of these things? You know, the reserve vault is there. It's a little bit cheaper. It's still 336 for 10 slots, and I can't gear these ones. Like, please. Oh, not 14. There was another one that was difficult. It might have been 19 shooter, not 14. 19 might be okay as well. 13 was the big problem for me. So, will the Sanders champ check be able to adjust per rotation? Well, what it will actually do, Alex, is show you the rotations. So it'll basically go, this guy conforms with hard mode, stage 14, rotation 1, stage 14, rotation 5, stage 24, rotation 3. It will literally show you every single rotation and then the heroes. That's what I'm thinking of building. That's the goal of it. Yeah, it's just damage for 19, right, shooter? There's not a lot of damage options for 19, if we're being honest. Oh, yeah, I'm going to have to make some 6 stars. What's the best Teox PvP blessing? I've gone with Cracking Roots right now. I used to think Cracking Roots was a bit rubbish, but to be honest, it's growing on me because I feel like it's a reasonably good alternative for someone who can't do HP burn just to try and break the enemy's stuff. I think it's the best of a bad situation. It is the better way of looking at it. I don't think Cracking Roots by any means is good because once the stone skin is gone, you don't get the bonus. But if it is the difference between you winning or losing, then I think Cracking Roots is pretty good. So I've been trying it on a few. Like, I'm tempted to put it on Gergo as an example. Cracking Roots. To just try and break Stone Skin. I only have it on Teox at the moment at 1 star as an experiment. But I'm kind of tempted to try it out a bit more just to see if it can help. Just because it's... Like, what else are you going to pick? You could pick Nature's Wrath for Gergo so that the second hit does, like, what is it, 15%, whatever the percentage is. Like, it'll do more damage. But I feel like I'd rather take, like, the guarantee of getting rid of Cracking Roots. But then I would also say, like, 4 times is not going to get you far. That's the only downside with the Gergo update. It assumes you don't have to deal with Stone Skin. If you have to deal with Stone Skin, Gergo's not that good. He gets value from doubling up the damage. Yeah, I'll have a look at Carnage now. We'll do a check on the Champion Simulator, like wherever we're at Deck of Fate points in a moment. That's fine. Yeah, that is the problem with Gergo's update. He's great, but he's still got that same weakness of how do you deal with Stone Skin? Right? That weakness still exists. How do you deal with Stone Skin? Man, did I? Yeah, there we go. I gotta be careful. See, I'm hitting mystery shards now. I'm starting to deplete them, so I need to start thinking. 32,000 we're at. Oh, man. 32,000. I need another... Call it 33. 7,000 points. My lord. $7,000 points. I wouldn't go Cracking Roots on Marius because I feel like it's better to try and reduce the duration than it is to try and break it on Marius. Carnage, he right now, because he's not not awakened, he's in Stone Skin. He has to be in Stone Skin. Like, his base stats on his alternate form, he is like glass cannon. If you try to run him on alternate form, he's glass cannon. 14,936 base HP and defense for a mythical is bad. You can see, once I get his soul, he's gonna gain like 11,000 HP, 750 defense. That's gonna give him way better sustainability. He'll be very tanky once we get this soul, right? I will put, I don't know, some blessing on him. I haven't really decided, but like, once you get these stats, he becomes incredibly strong. Once you get a 5-star, the 90 accuracy combined with the 45% crit damage combined with the passive that's giving him an extra 30% crit damage from the 90 accuracy, he's getting, from a 5-star soul, 75% crit damage. That's why I was saying for him, the soul is more valuable, because in his alternate form, his damage numbers for me were going to go up hugely. Hugely. He's going to get so much more damage from that. Garrel I've got at the moment in Nature's Wrath. I'll be honest, it takes a while, but in PvE settings that isn't in Hydra, you can get this going pretty comfortably. It's not the best option though. You could pick something better. So I can't pull any Eternals because I don't have any, and I'm not going to sell my Essence because I might need the Essence for a 5 or 6-star champion. So I kind of like the fact that Arena Blessings for speed don't work in Siege, I'll be honest, because I feel like it forces different lead champions. It's not just a pure speed race. I kind of like it in a very sick and twisted way. Where are we at with Hydra? We're in position 2. Maybe I should just blast some Thunder quickly. Mainly because I can get a free refill. Wow, we rolled 3+4s in a row. It's crazy. Well, not for me, because right now I'm hunting Teox and Marius souls. So I'm hunting them at the moment. So once I get those, I'm not as fussed. Like, Marius and Teox are so strong that I would like to get the 5-star, 6-star souls for them. Like, 5-star for him is a big jump. Not so much, actually. It's quite, to be honest, this is a quite linear blessing. Normally, the gap between 5 and 6-star is actually, 3 and 5 stars, actually quite big. Like, you get a lot with Nature's Wrath, and then again from 5 to 6-star, it's even bigger. It's like, it's actually not that much of a jump. Compare it to something like Brimstone. Like 30% to 60% is a big jump, or even something as basic as Phantom Touch. You go from 30% to 75% chance. Cruelty goes from like 10 to 15%. Pretty linear. And obviously the Crushing Rend we know is crazy. Crazy strong. But even Harmonic Impulse, we're talking like a 10% turn meter fill. It's very strong. But yeah, Teox and Marius, more than anything, I'm after the 6-star soul. They're so good. And to be honest, Narcissus I could do. So I'm kind of just holding them for the time being in case I need it. Because I would like a 6-star Marius for... I feel like a 6-star Marius is as powerful as Crushing Rend on Seer. That's how strong I think this blessing upgrade would be. To get a 6-star Marius would have the same impact as if you had a 6-star Seer. So that's why I'm kind of like saving all of this. If I could literally finish the training event right now. But it would cost me 57 soul essence. And right now, I'm in 169. I'm in a good spot. Now, naturally, I know as well, I always have all of this. Like, I could, if I want to, just instantly get loads of them. That's why I'm also not using them, because look how much I could potentially get. I'm actually curious how much is my inventory worth right now. Let's have a look. How much is my... Why is not a sell all button? Please, player, make a sell all button. So bad. It's like the worst UI ever I've ever seen implemented. Good God. 105 souls. Okay, my inventory is worth 12 Eternal Soul Stones. 12. So, you know, you could sell it all. I could. I won't. I mean, I could sell the 4-star, but it's only worth 150. Not worth it. Right? I could sell that. It's not worth it. So it comes down to, like, would I rather do some training in case I need, like, obviously I get it. Like, the sequence souls are a bit stupid. I don't need to keep 3 of these. I'm never going to need 3 of them. I get it. But 150 is not going to get me much. I'd rather keep the soul. That's the problem I have, is like the difference between this and then something like this is crazy. Like, the difference between a 4 and a 5-star is crazy amount. It should never be like over double. It's crazy. So, but this is why I have such a good opportunity. You know, I was speaking to YST about this. Like, I've got this done, and I've still got a huge inventory because I awaken everything. So it is just 2 Eternals, and it would get me there. You're not wrong. It is. It is just 2 Eternals. But I don't want to lose the essence either, which is, you know. What are your thoughts about a clan trading post for souls? I'd rather less progression and more currencies. I don't mind clans exchanging energy and silver and resources, maybe some keys for Iron Twins. I'm not a big fan of clans trading, like, have a champion. Have this soul. That's too strong. So, no, not really sure. I kind of have a Hydra key that I need to use. So I figured maybe I just do 45 minutes of Trunder before that runs out. Just so that it guarantees us the win. So, but I will have to. Have I got space? Feel like. Where is she? Shuzhen, my sheep fanatic. Preset manager. Let's do it. Let's just do Trunder for a bit. There she is. Let's do it. All the activities we love doing on a regular... Oh, man. Stupid. On a regular basis. Boom. Honestly, since I put protection set on Shuzhen, the damage of this team has gone up so much. I was shocked. I was really shocked by how much the damage has gone up. Yeah, I'm just going to do like 40 minutes of this. Boom, boom. Are we ready for it? Just do that. Here we go. And a 1 and a 2. Boom. 370 million. This is why I cannot wait for this to be no more. This team sucks. I hate running this team. I don't look forward to running this team ever. Tell you what, just take another turn. Even at A1s, there's like 2.4 million. Jeez, I wonder how much I can make a A1 do with Teox. Crazy. No, it doesn't work on auto. Because I don't have the Yumikos. You kind of need the Yumikos to make it work on auto. Bada boom. That's kind of annoying. Yeah, but like, again, maybe I'm just a purist, and maybe this is me being on my stupid side of my smart stupid. I've always felt from day one that Hydra should never be an auto team. I know for a fact that it has been designed with the concept that Hydra is not auto content. When they created the game mode, they wanted this to be a game mode where you actually for just 3 times a week had to focus on what you were doing. Now, does that mean it's acceptable that you have to run an hour and a half 3 times? No. That my issue with Hydra is they let it get to a point where it no longer was a game mode, it was a training dummy. Right? That's what we have right now. It's a training dummy. How much damage can I hit the decapitated head? It's not actually a game mode anymore. But if you actually played it when it first came out, you couldn't get to 1,500 turns. You basically did it for 35 minutes or so, and then you pieced out, right? You did your thing, you pieced out, you got your rewards, you were happy. I only need to do 36 million. But because of this new Clash mode, now I have to do like 50 billion or whatever stupid. So that to me is why I've always said Hydra to me was meant to be manual, because it is meant to be something that you go, oh crap, this head has respawned. I need to make a decision to optimize my run. The problem is nobody wants to do it manually because it takes so long. And these teams are monotonous and they're boring because this is the only way you can win in Hydra Clash. I get it. So in that context, I'm on board with everyone. It shouldn't be auto. But in my heart of hearts, I'm like, but the game mode is meant to be auto. We weak hit. Damn. Okay, well, we're going to go into a bad state for a moment. So let's not heal. Let's try and do this. Basically need to let something take a turn so I can kill it again, because I weak hit. That works. I think I need one more turn, yeah. Okay, we'll do that now. It's fine. No, that's fine. Now it's fine. Let's go. Beautiful. They're all dead again. Yeah, exactly. And that's why they've made this short. You're 100% correct. They've basically made this. Like, remember when you used to play like Diablo 4 and other things? They put a training dummy because what you wanted to assess was how much DPS could my build do. That doesn't mean that you wanted to sit there for 12 hours basically like hitting the head over and over and over again for 12 hours. But you wanted to have an assessment of how good is my build. What they've done with Hydra is they've almost created the training dummy, but they've also required you to hit it for about 2 hours. And that's the fundamental problem with it. If it was just like, okay, I'm hitting it for like 20 minutes, and it's like, how much damage can you do in 20 minutes? It's not so bad. My stats on Trundle like nearly 10,000 attack now. It's in Zeal, Savage, full area bonuses, full crit damage. It's pretty strong. So because we've now created a game mode which is literally whack-a-mole, training dummy, it's not fun. Because what we want is basically a game mode that isn't like whack-a-mole. You know, we want to have a system where it's like, okay, I need to, as a player, have a challenge, which is how do I deal with all these head mechanics. and then how much damage can I do in the time and all that, and basically cover it. But this team this team ignores all the mechanics of the boss because I just kill everything. I don't need a block buffs. I just kill everything. I technically do have it, but I just kill everything. I don't need decreased speed, even though I have it, because I just kill everything. I don't have to worry about a torment solution. Why? Because I just kill everything, you know? Am I going to get a turn before it takes a turn? I don't know. Should do. Nice. Let's whack you. Well, the problem is putting a cap on Clash, right? I've seen some people said this, right? Oh, well, one solution is why don't you cap the damage in Clash? Well, that's not going to work because now what you're doing is how much do I need to get to the cap? And then what happens with tiebreakers? We already saw the problem with having caps in Siege. They put a cap in Siege of 5,000 points. And what happened? Everybody drew. So that's the issue if you have a cap. There's a finite amount of things you can do when there's a cap. So what you actually need to have is a system where you can have it uncapped, but there's not bad mechanics that make it impossible for you to play the game. Because that's the situation we're in right now. It's like, oh, well, unless you run this Trunder team, why should you bother? The thing does so much damage. We're actually in trouble here. I need to be very careful. So I need to focus a second. I'm all right now. Oh, I weak hit though. Wasn't great. I weak hit, but I survived it. Back out. That's probably damn. So it's only a fair. Heal up. Make sure we get a turn. And then whack it with that. Voila, we're okay now. So I should have focused there for a second. Yeah, the problem is, like, the issue I have with damage caps is it literally is just like now it's no longer how do I build the best team. Now it's how do I build a team to get to the cap. Right, that's the problem. And again, I don't really agree with setting a turn count cap to some extent because the mechanics of the boss should stop you reaching that. What they need to do is understand why are these teams working, right? And the reason why I say that's not fun is because what you're doing is you're punishing people that don't have the ability to burst damage. If you put like very low caps, right now we can go to 1,500 turns. If you're putting it like 500 turns, then someone over 500 turns can't like catch up. Or maybe what happens if my team needs to go to like turn 300 to be able to one key? That's the only concern that I have when you do those sorts of things is you punish the person that doesn't have burst. What they need to do is actually understand why are these teams able to constantly chain cycle damage. That's the first question you've got to answer. Why is the team able to do it so successfully? Once you've figured that answer, then you should be able to solve the problem. And the issue is the mechanic that they've built into the game, the mechanic that they've built for you to be able to survive, for the boss to be able to survive is Serpent's Will. Okay? When the head respawns, Serpent's Will pops up. All the damage you deal is reduced by 75%. The problem is, we can kill the heads during that window. That's the problem you've got. Like here now, look, I can just do boom. Didn't really hit that hard that time because I weak hit 2 heads. But this buff here, right? Serpent's Will right now. This should stop me from being able to kill this head, right? It should. The idea of that mechanic is to allow the head to get a turn so that the consumption counter goes down. And the enrage mechanic of this to stop you getting to 500 turns is the consumption counter. The problem is, I just one-shot these heads the moment it comes back up. So, like, if you had a Yumiko team, you never lose your Yumiko. You never lose your Trunda. Right? Because the Trunda just chugs it. Okay, so when I take this turn in a moment, and I basically give her a turn, she's like, oh look, this head was going to take a turn, no problem, it's dead. That should never happen. So one of the things I suggested a long time ago, we're talking 2-3 months ago when we first had, like, I went on a bit of a rant about how Trunda was, is making Serpent's Will 100% damage reduction. But it was with a caveat, because I wanted to balance some of the extreme RNG. There's 2 negative things that I have with Trunda, with Hydra right now. If you take away the extreme teams. It's too punishing when one thing goes against you. Like, for example, when you have the situation where the Head of Wrath spawns and instantly before you can do anything, the Poison Cloud takes a turn. That is too punishing for a player. Shouldn't happen. The other thing I wanted to do was to give players more flexibility in the fight to be able to make compelling decisions that are going to ensure that they can succeed and control it. So my suggestion was, sure, let's increase that Serpent's Will to 100%. So it means that the head has to take a turn. But at the same time, when Serpent's Will is active, make it so that the head cannot be buffed. So that gives me a full rotation as a player to be able to establish things like block buffs, provoke, all these different things that I need to happen, that I can get control of the fight when the heads come back. That was my balancing argument. Make it 100% so if you do that, Trunda teams die. Right? Trunda teams will instantly die because Trunda teams depend on being able to kill the heads instantly. Otherwise, Trunda gets chunked and eaten and it doesn't have much damage. And the key performance will go down considerably. So if you do that, that's one way to solve the problem. It's not the only solution, but it's one way to solve the problem. Make it so that when Serpent's Will comes back up, it's 100% damage reduction. But as a compromise, to give players a solution to some of the awkwardness, make it so that when I use, when it comes up, I've got a moment in time where I can recontrol the fight. Because there's nothing worse than you spending 20 minutes or 30 minutes in a team fight, and then you get that horrible combination where the Poison Cloud is there, the Head of Wrath comes up, instant Poison Cloud, and now you're going to die. Because half the time you can't stop the damage coming out from the thing. Right? So as long as, you know, that's a solution they could do to basically solve 2 problems with 1 stone, which is how do you solve the problem that heads just get instantly killed, and how do you make the game mode more enjoyable for the player because they actually don't have as much extreme RNG. There's already a lot of good RNG in the game, in the thing. I actually weak hit again, and that's a problem. There's a good amount of RNG that makes the game mode fun and challenging. It doesn't need to have all that extreme RNG that instantly results in a team failure. That was what I would do. No, I wouldn't make it unkillable. I would make it so that it doesn't take any damage. Make it so they have to take a turn. That's the point. You want them to be able to take turns, so. Only if the substats quad roll do I do it. I have to get things back set up now. It's kind of annoying. Just take a turn just to get the kill. So, but yeah, the other thing is then I said you have to kill the edge cases, right? And this isn't a Trunda thing, by the way. I've said this for a very, very long time, and I'll say it again, over and over and over again. Excess damage components are broken in Raid because it allows you to remultiply the damage twice. A lot of people will sometimes misinterpret when an ability that comes out in a new champion that's Trunda-like. Effectively, for something to be Trunda-like, it has to have a damage secondary component that is based on the first damage component. Because whenever you see that, if they don't make the second damage fixed, what ends up happening is the second damage will have all of the critical damage and all the bonuses of the first hit in the first one, and then it will have all of the second stuff in the second hit. So what I mean by that is, if I'm attacking an enemy and then half of the damage is given to all other enemies, well, I re-multiply that second component. And you might say, well, Wukong doesn't crit again. And the new guy, what is it, Lisharu, doesn't crit again. True, but it does get decapitation bonus again. It does get protection set bonus again. It does get feral set bonus set again. It does get weaken again. It does get Gurp buffs again. You know what I mean? It's like, well, critical damage is now only one component. It's an important component of your damage, but actually all of our damage sources are not coming from critical damage. It's coming from the ability to have 9 out of 9 protection. It's the ability to have feral sets, the ability to have weaken, feral passive, Packmaster passive, Gurp buffs, masteries. If they really want to make it balanced, secondary damage abilities should never do anything more than the fixed value that they spread. This applies to Siegfried, the new Void Legendary, Wukong, Trunda, Baron. There's another one as well that I forget. It should work exactly the way that the passive works from Akemtum, right? Akemtum basically does 100% of the poison damage to anyone under Hex. You can't multiply that, you can't increase it, you can't decrease it, it ignores defense. It is 100% of that value. So when Trunda does this ability, the second hit should always be a fixed 60% of the value of the first hit. No more, no less, no ignoring defense, no bonuses, nothing. And then you solve the problem. Because what you're doing is you're not getting... Right now in Trunda, the way that you scale the Trunda damage is, well, if I hit the first hit for 1,000,000 damage, that's already had my crit damage, my book damage, protection bonuses, Gurp bonuses, mastery bonuses, decapitation bonuses, feral bonuses, Packmaster, all of these different bonuses already had. When I do the second component, it takes, okay, 1,000,000 damage. I get 600,000. That 600,000 now gets consumption. It gets decapitation. It gets critical damage. It gets weaken. It gets feral. It gets this. Again. So effectively, my second hit is doing like 2,000% damage because it's allowed to multiply again. And that's why you can't really stop a Wukong if he hits Helm Smasher, because the first hit now has done true damage. So if that true damage hit is 250,000, well, he's going to do, say like you've got 100,000 on your Duchess, well, he's got 150,000 damage he can spread to everyone. That gets book damage again, it gets mastery damage again, it gets weaken damage if it's on there, protection bonus, it gets, there's another bonus I forget about. There's one of the bonus, like if an ally has bonus damage on the team, it gets that again. So it means it's almost impossible to protect against. That's why Siegfried pretty much will one-shot you every single time. There's nothing you can do, even if he weak hits sometimes. Because the excess damage can get remultiplied. And you say it's actually hard, it's easy to code. They already have the field in the game. It's called isFixed. Which means it's exactly the 60% damage that it should deliver. It's not hard. Yeah, even through Stone's game. Because he gets the critical damage both times. Right? Because he's going to put the critical damage in the first hit, then get it again. So he's effectively, if you've got a 300% crit damage, the second hit is 600% crit damage. It's imbalanced. So that has been my long-standing argument consistently all the way through with all of these champions, is if you do a secondary damage on a initial damage hit, that damage, because it's going to exponentially grow, can't multiply again. That's all I need to do. It would fix so many problems in the game with this content. It would actually make the arena more enjoyable as well, because you wouldn't have like these extreme edge cases where you just can't do anything. So that's why I was saying before, yes, Nice and all these other guys are great champions potentially. Nothing can beat the damage of a Wukong and a Siegfried, because if they hit Helm Smasher, it's pure damage into double crit damage. Nothing can compete with that. It's too strong. The raw numbers alone, it's just too strong. The only one that can compete with it is a 16 times Teok. So you have to give him a 16 times multiplier to compete with a champion that's got like a 6 times. It's crazy. Yep. Yeah, do the math, right? If you think about it, right, JB? Double crit damage, double consumption, which is times 3, double weaken, which is 50%, double feral, 40%. Maybe you've got a protection set that gives you, like my Shuzhen gives you 4 buffs. Double 20%, double Nature's Wrath, double Masteries. You start doing all those multiplications, and it literally gets out of control. And the thing is, over the last 2 years, they've added a lot more ways to get bonus damage as multipliers. So the problem has got worse. That's why we're now seeing the problem of Trunda quite a lot. Because Trunda now has so many ways. Like Zeal set, I get double Zeal set. So every single time you add a new multiplier, you exponentially increase the problem. Because every single multiplier now increases the multipliers of all the other multipliers. And when you start getting 5% damage on 20 million damage, that's very large. That's a very big amount of damage. That's why this team now is so much better, because all I did was put protection on Shuzhen. I gave her 20% more damage. It's huge. I'm in a bit of spot of bother here. I'm not going to lie. Need to be careful. Oh, I might die. I might die. I might die. I'm in real trouble. I need Emic to take a turn. Like, I might have to blow my extra turn here. We'll see. Okay, that's good. I need that. I have to be safe. Let's just do this. This. That's the smash I was afraid of. Extra turn. Drop turn meter. Heal. Shield. Poisons. Slow it down. Increase defense, weaken. We don't need that. We're okay right now. I think she can take a turn. And kill the heads. Whew, that was close. Was close. Yeah, the annoying thing about Siegfried was, our main concern as a player base, or certainly from my point of view, was you can't get access to his alternate form when you want to. So Siegfried was fine. It could have been better for sure. But the biggest problem with Siegfried was we can't change form. And they didn't even solve that problem, because the same problem exists. The only way you can change Siegfried form is he's the only one left. So he's not a mythical champion in anything but arena, because you never get access to the second form. When will you ever do? Because like the chances of him being, it's like Ugo's revive. If you get that really clutch moment in time revive, great. But most of the time you forget that Ugo can revive everyone, because it's such a small win condition. It never happens. So, well, I mean, the test server is not a test server. You've got to understand this. The test server is a promotional server. It's a place where content creators get to basically make some videos for free. I think I can count on one hand the amount of times that they've delivered a modification from the test server before, from something they've added to the test server before it went live. It's probably like Emic, Iron Twins modification. I think one other, like, I can't think of more than 5 things that they've added, that they've basically changed from the test server. From that. I don't want to nerf him as much, right? So when I'm talking about like the change with the excess damage shooter, it's not like I'm saying that Siegfried is particularly a problem, he has to be nerfed. I'm saying the system as a principle is broken, right? That's what I was saying, is like the concept of excess damage is fundamentally broken in the way they've coded it. So it should be fixed across the board. And then to fix Siegfried, they should give him a better way to get into his alternate form. Like, it's a mythical champion. The point of mythical champions are, I can choose any form that I want. Well, I can't, because I can only get him to an alternate form if everyone's dead. It's very annoying. And I get that, you know, you don't want every mythical champion to be the same, but I feel like there needs to be a way that you can force that goal without it being something that is out of your control. If you can't activate that passive yourself, it's a bad design. Because you can't realize the goal of what you want to do with a mythical champion, you know? Yeah, he's literally... That's the thing. Unless he's the only one alive, he's not a mythical champion. And that is the same complaint that people have with Ophidius. Ophidius gets a lot of negativity because his base form is quite good. His alternate form is not very good. So therefore they go, well, he's a terrible mythical. It's not because he's a bad champion, his base form's really good. It's because mythical champions are expected to change form, or have the ability to change form, and you can't change form with him. So he's basically not considered a mythical champion because his other form is trash. Galathir gets a lot of like, oh my god, Galathir's amazing. I actually find Galathir, since I've got Marius, to be quite easy. Because I feel like Marius's revive being on his alternate form punishes him. Because you never want to change form, and you want him to be the other form to control. So I actually, now that I've got Marius, I don't find him half as problematic as I used to. The one that scares me, mythical-wise, is Gizmak. Because there's really not a lot to stop him. And Lazarius I find quite scary as well. Because he can lock you out whilst killing you. Crixia, I think on a well-built Crixia is a bit of a problem. But I don't think she's as scary as she used to be, because lockouts are not as powerful anymore. Yeah, once you get Marius, you'll see what I mean. Marius kind of solves a lot of problems. Because, like, they ever did, like, what you got to understand about Playrooms developers, they will, and this is not a negativity about their developers as such, they have a very strong belief about how they want to develop the game, which is actually a positive thing, because you shouldn't listen and constantly change to community feedback. It's kind of weird, like, saying that when we have a studio that's like, oh yeah, we listen to players. You should listen to feedback about how to improve the game, but if you have a fundamental way you believe something should work, then you should be able to have confidence to say, no, I want this champion because I want to achieve this outcome. Great, fine. No problem whatsoever. They're very stubborn with that. The only issue is sometimes they'll come out and say, yeah, we're listening, yeah, we'll do this. They're not, right? I knew something. Like the Doom Tower thing, they've announced that they've finished Doom Tower. Like, I know for a fact that that was the case 2 years ago. Another example. Oh, don't worry, guys. We're gonna add a dog to the game so that Packmaster feels relevant. They're not. Honestly, they're not. And remember when Adeline came out and they were like, don't worry, guys, we're going to rebalance it and Adeline's going to become really, really important. They didn't, right? Adeline is great for Sand Devil, but the rebalances to Sand Devil didn't make her any more better than she was before. They'll say some things to basically satisfy the PR that they need. I don't think we'll ever get a dog. And if we do, it'll be in a year's time. Because if they had the dog, they would have released it with the fusion as a summonable to make more money, like they did with Narcissus, right? If you have a champion that pairs with a champion you get in a fusion, then you instantly release that champion and you try to sell the crap out of it because you'll make a lot of money. So why wouldn't you do that? right? Surely. You just do that. That's what I would do. It's basically like offering a 2-for-1 deal, but you forgot to offer the 2-bit. I mean, you'd just take it. You would do it. Yeah, because people were being negative about the fact that it was pairing with with weak characters. So they were like, how can we solve that problem? We'll tell them, don't worry, guys. There'll be something in the future that makes it worth going for this fusion. When actually they should just say, we think it's good. If you don't like it, don't worry about it. Turns out he's actually quite good because the wording on the skill was better than I thought. But, you know, that's a whole different conversation. Adeline's really good if you don't have Sify. She's the best option for that, you know. You say that, though, but didn't they say there would be a new Hydra head, and they never added that? Didn't they say there would be new difficulties for Sintranos? They didn't add that, right? They said Sintranos would rotate a lot. They didn't add that. So, like, them telling you that there's going to be a dog is not that useful, because until you see it in-game, it's not there. And I don't trust them to do it. And quite frankly, I don't see the business case. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't see why you would add it for a champion you can no longer get on a fusion. If they were going to do it, they would have done it when the Packmaster was available. Like they did with Narcissus and Ancora. Look how successful that was. Hey, go get Ancora, and then we'll do a guaranteed void for Narcissus. Everyone loved it. They don't have the dog. They don't plan to do the dog. It doesn't make any business sense to do the dog. But they saw that people were like, this fusion's a bit meh. And they were like, don't worry, this is happening to encourage you to continue to do it. And I say this not through a negativity case to what they're doing. I'm just saying sometimes their communication, you need to read through the lines and understand when they're trying to say something is because they're trying to offset the negativity a little bit for whatever reason. And just think about what they would want to do as a developer. And what gives them more, like, what's going to generate more money for them? And generating money is valuable. It's super important. It's not a negative thing. I'm not saying, like, make it more whale. I'm saying what's going to give them more long-term revenue for the game. It's not going to be giving you, like, a little bit of a quality life improvement. It's going to be adding new features. So I'd much rather they spend the development time creating new compelling game modes than creating a dog character that works with a fusion that happened 12 months ago. It just doesn't make sense to do that. So if this fusion's in fate, should we hoard our summons? We haven't. I can't tell you yes or no. You have to wait and see. Play the game when it comes out. Go sign up for the beta on the website if you haven't for Godforge. I want to hit that head. I gotta watch the timer because I'll need 5 minutes to save this and collect the reward. So I'm gonna stop in 3 minutes. I could go a lot deeper than this, but this is good enough. And again, they might do it. I'm just trying to give you, like, if it was me, I wouldn't do the dog. Because it just doesn't make any sense, right? So if you're a new player coming into the game right now, and I give you a new character that pairs with Packmaster Shayak, the opportunity of you getting that Packmaster is, like, very, very slim. I'm basically saying I'm going to give you a champion that has a particular pairing with one of 900 champions that you don't own. Why would you do that? It doesn't make sense. You know, bringing Ninja back, cool. Single champion, free promo. That's exactly what I would be doing. I just don't see the case for it. Who's it benefiting? The few people that got Packmaster? That's not going to be a large number. I do think he's a good champion without the dog, though, so it's not like it's a major problem. Yeah, I mean, if they do it with, like, some sort of guaranteed event, then that would make sense, Alex. That would make sense. But that's what they would have to do to make it logical in my brain. There would have to be some way for me to get both of them at the same time. So then I'm like, and this is why I question it. I'm like, if you're saying to me, oh, by the way, here's a fusion for Packmaster Shayak. And you go, but these dogs that they're paired with are not very good. And then I go to you, don't worry, I'll add a dog in the future. But that doesn't, why wouldn't I just release it at the same time? You know, I was just like, oh, here's Packmaster Shayak. I mean, they plan these very specifically. You would think logically, you would go, if I'm creating a new character that specifically pairs with a bunch of creatures and then I need to promise a new creature, I deliver the creature with that champion. That's just logic to me. Maybe I'm just dumb. Maybe I don't know anything. But to me, that's just logical. Yeah, I mean, your complaint there, Acrobat, isn't that they brought back Ninja, is that when they brought it back, it only benefited new players. You didn't get anything for the event. That's different. All right, we'll do one more A3. Maybe we can get one AoE out before it finishes. Final one. Boom, 8 million, end battle. 16 clash points, keep results. I can go further. Like, I only did a little bit, but... that should push us quite high. Put it back in a speedy build. How much should that push us to now? I always hate the delay of it processing the result. I play the free-to-play series, JB. The free-to-play is fun, but when you realize how much of the game you don't have access to because you haven't got the champions, and trying to get one particular champion is hard. Does Ancora's passive take a debuff from a DPS proccing poly? I don't know if it... I don't think it could take the polymorph, no. The reason why it's a protected debuff, so it can't take it. Yeah, I mean, like... I can see both arguments, Seastein, right? I could see the argument that players who had been playing the game didn't get anything from the Ninja event, and that was disappointing. And I can also see the argument of, but, you know, you already had Ninja. This was for people who didn't. I think they probably could have threw a bit of a bone to pre-existing players, just a little reward or something, or some sort of event to go with it, just to be a little bit more considerate. They normally do, to be fair. I think they overlooked it. Is it updated now? There we go. Jumped up into first. It's giving us a bit of a lead. Which is nice. I still gotta do my nightmare key. Do that at some point. Anyway, back to where we were. Tag team, actually, I think it's much easier now than it has ever been for new players to progress in live arena, in tag team arena. And the reason why I say that is you now have more opportunities to get more rewards than you have ever done before. Yeah, I don't know why. I've got my audio on full blast. It must be something that that comes across. I've heard this a lot. People tell me this, like, oh, your audio is really quiet. I literally have my Go XLR on maximum, and I have it pretty tuned correctly. I'm gonna have to test it a little bit. I'll check with our editor as well if he has to modify my audio up or down a bit. See if I can fix that. I mean, it's on full blast. Like how much is your audio on YouTube? Like, are you having to put me up to full 100% on the YouTube player, or are you having to put it like 50%? You have me maxed out. Yeah, so I need to figure it out. It was about 20%. Max PC audio 75. 50%. I'll test it. So I'll just do some tests, and I'll check with the experts that we have that know about these things. Professional stream, you know. Yeah, obviously if I lean back like this, it's going to be a lot quieter, right? That's just me leaning back because it's the microphone style, right? The microphone's a compressor mic, so obviously I need to speak with it like this a lot. Sometimes I will be back like this, and it's just because I'm casual and I'm not thinking about it. But yeah. Well, I'm not looking at my headphones like this sort of, and yeah, I mean, if you're listening through a headphone, it'd be different, but I might be able to compress the audio in a way that it basically sends it louder, and then I readjust it down on my OBS. So I'll check. It's fine. Don't worry, I'll check. I'll figure it out. I'll try to become a professional streamer. Oh, does Loki spread it on him? It might do, you know, because spread debuff is not always the same as apply debuff. It's a different code, so maybe you can spread it onto Stultus, but you can't place it. It's kind of a cool interaction. Didn't think about that. Yeah, that's a very good advice from Lord Bubba. If you're struggling to progress in in tag team arena, 9 times out of 10 it will be because you're trying to spread your defense too thin. What you want to try and do is effectively have a defense where you can win 2 out of 3 times, so you don't like lose as many points. That's the goal. You want to basically either win or lose only once, or lose only twice. You don't want to lose 3. Losing 3 is the problem. You don't want to have a sweep. If you can win 1 fight out of the 3, that will stop you from hemorrhaging points. That's key. All right then, let's say, what can we do? Of course, I'm gonna have to manually do it because the game is stupid. We're at 32,900 points. What do we get today? 3,000. Well, that's basically useless. Upgrade a helmet. Can't do that because I don't have one. Soul Merchant. It's always a goddamn disappointment, isn't it? Every day, the Soul Merchant is a disappointment. Is it in here yet? Nope. I can't see. There's too many pack offers. Good lord. We can blast through some Cursed City. Marius. Of course it's Marius. It'll always be Marius or Teox I'm waiting for. This song is not helping me. It's way too sleepy. I need to stay awake. Blunk, blunk. So I'm trying to get towards the finite so I do get a free Eternal Soulstone if I need it. I mean, I don't think I will. I'm making good progress. Oh, you died. This song is just as bad. Can we not have like we need like some action film. Something to like wake us up a bit. Like seriously, they're all gonna like chill out, have a nice little what's the fastest route here? 1 2 3 4 1 2 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4. Doesn't really matter. Or 1 2 3. Let's go this way because we'll get a Mortal Soulstone. But we will get Mortal Soulstones as well from Hydra tomorrow, so that's a little bit more. Granted, it'll only be like, was it 60? How much do we get for Mortal Soulstone? 60? Oh, look, we can test Gergo's new stuff. Oh. If he was built for damage, we could. Oh, there is. Yeah, you're right, Curry. That's true. Is S19 doing it if the only legend you have is Padraig? It'll be hard. I can't answer the question. I'll have a look now what other epics there are. Let's kill him. Freeze. If only he was built for damage. We could have tested it. Lol. If I go here, we'll pick up a soul stone. Freya, but going for this event would help fill my barb faction. Is it worth going? I would not say this is worth going for a duplicate. That's an extreme thing to do, if I'm being honest. Asking to go for a... like, I would do it if I don't have one. I wouldn't do it if I have one. I wouldn't wish this on... like, I wouldn't wish these types of events on my worst or best enemy. But I mean, you're basically committing to a grind. Like, if you've got the resources, you want to do the grind, then I'm never going to say you should never do something. But as long as you understand what you're opting into. Like, we've been at this for how many hours? Pretty much non-stop, apart from the Hydra run we just did. You know, that's what you're opting into. It's going to be annoying. I need to steal this Termita. Honestly, if Siegfried actually had, Siege Hulk actually had gear, this would be way better. Well, he's dead. I solved that problem. I could just pop out and re-gear him, but that would require work. Might actually have to, we'll find out. Why has the music stopped? How much energy does it take? Was it actually close to 30,000? Well, I got 21,000. I would say I've probably burnt at least 8,000 at this point. At least 8,000. Just do that. Why are all these songs deadly quiet? All right, we'll find a new playlist. Can't hear anything. Oh, that's better. Well, we're down to 1 man-eater. We should probably try to kill the Tealer off. 1 man-eater and a Venomage. Can they do it? Well, she probably can on her own. Venomage is pretty good. Oh, she's taking stuff. She got it. She's good. All right, so now we need to go up here. So yeah, this is what I was saying about Akemtum, right? All of the poisons that go on these enemies now will always reflect 100% damage of the poison. Can't ignore it, can't stop it. Like, that's the way that it works. So we'll test it now when we get to the next wave. Thanks for reflecting all the poisons back on me. That was really good. Wow, that's awkward. Yeah, Venomage is awesome. I'll take a blast here. Hopefully I survive. I should do... Oh, wow. Okay. I should probably save for the wave there. That was a bit stupid. That's what... I died very quickly then. That's what happens when you use all your cooldowns on wave 1. And you don't save it for wave 2. Oh, I'm getting absolutely wrecked by these teams. What the hell is going on? Anyway. So when we set up this poison here, which we can't do right now because apparently we are just dying. Just gonna die again? Oh my god, can I get it? Why does this team not work? Fine. Do you know what? Let's get rid of you. Let's bring in you. Who else has got gear? Let's get rid of you. I don't really need you. Do you still have gear? Nope, took gear off you. Do you have gear? Sort of. Do you still have gear? Sort of. Do you have gear? Yes, there we go. Just got to remember who we've got gear on. Okay, so the idea with Akemtum, right? When we do this, I can just kill off someone here, it's fine. And you poison. When these enemies take a turn, right, they will take 100. I'll slow it down, right? Look how much damage, right? It's always consistent. And that's what the excess damage should do. It's still powerful if you have good initial hits. But what it shouldn't do is just like constantly cycle. This is going to be annoying. Can I steal? Oh no. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Oh my god. It's because I was trying to show the lifesteal thing. It's fine. That was me being... Oh, why? I don't know why they are struggling. One of these is in stun sets as well. Okay, well, that was great. Didn't get a single poison there. It's always fun. Can we stop? Thank you. Oh, great. Now we've got poisons. Thank you. I die here. Honestly, this is kind of hard. Why is this? Why am I struggling so hard here? Okay. What the hell? Why am I struggling so much here? To be fair, I did get wrecked by this guy. Which wasn't the best. Oh man. Well, we lost Zargada. She's dead. Don't know why I'm struggling so hard on this one particular wave. Might still lose. I still... Why am I... Is it just because I'm tired or something? I don't understand why I'm losing on this. I'm doing the wrong skills there. They probably don't have gear all of them. But I mean, Seer does. And one of the Akimtums do. The annoying thing is it's unkillable. Oh wow, should we kit? Alright. Okay, so we want to kill this guy. Some hacks out. Oh man, we're still gonna get wrecked, I think. Oh, we're okay. We're okay. We're not dead yet. Alright, we're kind of dead. It's alright, we got 3 people. If I've got Seer, that did not help. If I just put a shield set on someone, it's fine, but right, come on, Seer. Go chain it. 1. Oh man. 2. Extra turn. Yes. Extra turn. Oh. Good old Seer. There we go. Why was that so hard? I don't know why that was so hard. I have no idea why I've got Leberga in this team. She does absolutely nothing. No, I'm rushing to get to Soul Cross 17. Because if I get to Soul Cross 17, I will get Eternal Soulstone. Normally I do. But I'm trying to get to Soul Cross 17. I haven't actually looked at the rotation for Amius. I need to. that's a bit dangerous. Let's just wait. Kill these off first. Yeah, we can do it now. If you're pushing at Carnage, lovely. Yeah, that would make sense. I think the way that I worked out the math is if you did every single stage, it's about 5 months. Well, it's actually 5 months because you get the chest 5 times. If you can't do the 40 candles, like you can do everything like all the awakened stages, it'll be about 9 months. And then if you can't do all the awakened stages and the 40 candles, but you can do everything else, then it's about 12 months. So yeah, for those people who haven't been able to do every single awakened stage, you should be starting to approach that position where it's like, oh, if I do one full rotation, I would be there. Sell. Well, it's not okay. That was okay. Okay, fine. That's if you started playing hard mode from like the get-go, right? From day one. I'm trying to improve one of my Hydra team's important. Can Loki's A1 decrease the duration of provoke? No. You can never increase the duration of crowd control. For obvious reasons. If I can permanently increase stun, then they can't play the game. So crowd control you can never permanently increase. You can everything else, but... And it's the same thing with taunt. You can't... I don't think you can extend the duration of taunt. Because otherwise the game becomes unplayable. So hard crowd control. Also unkillable and block damage you can't extend the duration of because otherwise you can permanently not die. So obviously it would be bad. God, I love Vlad. Vlad is by far one of the best champions in the game. Like, if you pull a Vlad as your first Void Legendary, you are loving life. He's such a great carry. We just kill, lovely. This is not too bad. Do we actually get anything of value on the way here? Not really. There's no point me doing these right now. The freebie pack is in. It's pretty bad. Buy up these. Boom. Let's pull 1 stone. What are we going to get? 1 stone. 1 stone in a dream. It's rare. It's a 1-star. It's a 2-star Magister. Nobody really wants one of those. 6 coins, though. Mind you, I still need 800 of these Dungeon Diver points. I might I might just do Spider. So the reason why I was pushing this, by the way, was, but I'll get to here by this reset, right? If I still need it tomorrow, I can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, get this, exchange this for the 1,000 coins to just finish off an Internal Soulstone. I could do that. If I do this. And this probably doesn't take me too long. It probably does. I can't bother with doing that right now. Is there any energy on the top of this one? Oh, there is. Let's blast this quickly. Honestly, Brissinger, what I tend to find is the 3 epics, you always find that the epics get clumped together a little bit. Like, they always stick like 3 right next to each other, I've noticed. Because they almost, I think they think you're not going to pick 3 next to each other. But getting 3 in a row like that is kind of crazy. I mean, you're right, Shooter. I'm not thinking about it. Ugh, mate. Why? How have we sat here all night, Shooter, and we've not thought about that? Why is that now only something we've just thought about? Why am I rushing to try and get it when I could just exchange it and get it later? Oh. Wow. You got a sacred from the epic pack. Nice. You got a mythical book. Oof, that's beautiful. You should have... This is it, right? This is the stupid part of the stupid smart person. The smart person was like, I should try to get the soul stone because that will give me another stone. The stupid part was like, why don't you just get it already? Because you'll get it later. I could finish in 5 minutes. We'll get some soul stones as well from Hydra tomorrow, so that'll help. I still need to do my nightmare key, but I'm hoping I don't have to do a hard nightmare key. I feel like I've done my duty. I've done my duty for God and country, as they say. Oh, Garrel Smash, I know, right? Garrel Smash. Oh, it's only 100 energy. I don't know why I do that. Yeah, I'll check S19 now after this. Yeah, I mean, 800 points in Dungeon Divers. Let's do the math, right? If you do it Spider 20, I need 900 points. Spider 20 gives you, let me get the numbers here. Spider 20 gives you 12.16 points per run on average. So if I need 900 points, I need to do 74 spider runs. I can do it at super raids, so that's 37 runs. It takes me about 5 seconds or 10 seconds. Let's call it 10 seconds to account for a countdown. That means I need 370 seconds. 370 seconds divided by 60. I can get 900 points in 6 minutes. So it's not really a problem. I can get 900 points in about 6 to 7 minutes. The clan boss calculated stuff. Learning clan boss speed tuning is a really, really difficult thing to do initially. But once you learn the base mechanics, it's one of the most rewarding things you can do. I'd recommend you looking to... do you know what? I really should do it. Some like updated speed revision videos. Like I had speed... How is speed calculated on the channel like way back 3 years ago. But if you look up speed tuning videos, it'll help you understand how to do the clan boss stuff better. Does Freya's A1 counterattack even if an ally gets attacked under a Freya shield? It's only if the shield that she has is broken, right? Counterattacks when a shield buff by this champion is removed by damage occurs once per turn. Yeah, so if a shield is broken by an ally, she'll counterattack. It should work with Blood Shield, but it's broken at the moment, I think. Like this, I need what? 900 points? It's basically for me... It's about 1,000 energy, that. Okay, so let's just do it now. 984 energy. I need to do the Spider tournament anyway. Normally, I'd always do Spider 20, Spider 10 hard for CVC, but like because I've been doing so many points, my points are going to be too high anyway, so I won't do Spider 20. I'll do Spider 10 normal. I need 2250 points. Normally, if you want 2250, you need to basically run around about 126. So this will get me halfway there. Right, if I do 74 runs right now. This is how I normally do it. This is the only time I'll ever use the selling. I get rid of any 6-star gear, right? I just sell 6-star gear these days. So if I just do... I need to do 74 runs to finish it. So that's 35 runs. Let's see how fast it takes me to do it. I just watched a Shaik video and was wondering, can you spread his hex with someone like Scoraid? No, at the end of the video, we did do a test on debuff spreading. Oh, I can't be bothered. The food training is not worth it. Trust me, it's meaningless. It's meaningless. It's meaningless. It gives you so little. It would take me more time to switch it out. It's meaningless. This is more fun. All right, look. Okay, hang on. Hang on. Stop. Not too bad. Look, okay, fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'll fix it. It is selling. It's selling 5-star rares. It's selling all my rare pieces. To make you happy, I'll put in some 5-star gear. Do I have a 4-star champion? Let me just make a 4-star champion, just so you don't shout at me anymore. You're annoying, so let's just get you maxed out. I gotta do this now. You're slowing me down. Slowing down my efficiency. Okay, and now I can do 32 runs. Boom. Did I do stage 25 there? Did I do the wrong stage? I did, didn't I? I did the wrong stage, didn't I? I did. Okay, well, we're going to see the power of Marius New. Well, didn't matter. It's all good. It's still tied. I don't know how it died, but it did. Okay. 31 runs. Getting there slowly. Like, this is what I'm saying about Marius with Slayer set. My Marius is monstrous. Like, he literally just clears the entire game. It's really hard to find any need to build any other champion. He's so strong. Well, that was 2 turns. Area bonuses, Fufu. If you've got area bonuses, when you put them in the area, the stats will include the area bonus that you have. That's why your speed has gone up. Nice, Matt. That's really good. 150 million, that's solid work. That's exactly what I expect a good Nightmare Hydra team to be doing. Not 25 billion. Yeah, I'll show it. I'll show it now. I would say Marius is more valuable to get than Romantu at this point. That's how strong and how much I'm a pro Marius person. I believe he's stronger than Romantu and Lydia for the amount of power he gives your account. Yeah. Let's see how quickly I can do the Dungeon Diver. We needed 900 points. Let's see how fast this goes. Maybe I've overestimated 10 seconds because sometimes you get 3%. That's the only reason why Marius is in this team, by the way, is just in case I get 3%ed. Yeah, the only thing about Marius that's awkward is gatekeeping. Third page for management, how bad is the last leg? It's not too bad, actually. A lot of the gatekeeping is part 2. The ones that will hurt you probably is the mythical pieces. Sorry, I was replying to something. I'm losing the willpower to do more trainings. We'll see how we get to at the end of this. It's not too bad to put a little bit of speed bonus in as long as it doesn't affect your team, Fufu. But if you did, then make sure you always account for it. You have to put that in. Jano, you're absolutely correct. You'll be honest, right? This is how it worked for me. I hit the 40 mission. I got like 0. The weekend, basically the Sunday before I hit the 40 mission, because I got delayed by one thing. I had to... I wasn't on the mission. I got like 22 essence on the Sunday. The next 4 Sundays, I got 0. Finally got through it. And then the 80, I had nothing. After the 80 ones, I literally got a ton of essence every single Sunday. It was almost like it was trolling me. It was trolling me. Nice, Nobo. You got a Kraken card. Well done. But yeah, the biggest thing will be the biggest challenge you're gonna have with the Marius missions are if you get absolutely stuck on trying to get like mythical chest pieces and mythical boots. Those are the horrible ones. Because there's not really anything you can kind of do other than just grind more. And if you get super unlucky, you just get into a bad situation. And also make sure you keep every piece of impulse and every piece of zeal from live arena chest. Even if it's trash, even if it's 5-star flat stat, keep every single piece because you have to equip one champion with the full set. And the amount of people that have said to me, I am missing 1. I can only do 5 out of 6 pieces because you have to equip a champion with 6 pieces. Like it's slowed them right down because they're not very accessible, those chests. So keep every single piece of impulse and zeal you've got. Keep them. Don't sell them until you've done those missions. Even if you have to find a random rare in your vault and put the 6 pieces on, then you can sell them or something. Do that. That's fine. I got super lucky with the boots. I got like my mythical boots in like 500 energy. But the mythical chest piece took me 19 or 20,000 energy to get the mythical chests. Took me a lot because obviously I was speed running it. Normally you would just do it over time, but I was speed running it. It took me ages. Live Arena is not too bad. To be honest, if you've got a reasonably good account, and what I mean by reasonably is if you've got one of the OP picks and you can build a bit of speed around it, you're probably going to be okay to get live arena requirements for Marius. Because you don't have to go super deep, right? You don't have to get up to like gold 3. You just have to be in gold and upgrade a few bonuses. So as long as you've got like one of the good picks and then something you can build a team around that. And there's plenty of like freebie champions you can get that can help you do this. You should be okay. You should be okay, right? Because the thing about live arenas, although it's quite hard at times, it's actually really hard to decay in live arena. You have to like have quite a strong negative win rate. I'm talking like 40 to 30% win rate for you to be able to go backwards in live arena. It's really hard. And in silver, you get bots, right? So if you lose 3 in a row in silver, you get given basically a bot for a free win. So again, it's so hard to not... Like, you'll get out of bronze really quickly, and then you go through silver. If you play it a lot, you can't stay out of gold. It's very difficult. That's why I've never really understood what people say. It's like, oh yeah, you can decay. Like, what's the point of decaying in live arena? You might as well just try to win. Because even if you lose like 10 out of 10 every single time, you're going to end up going back where you started from. So you might as well just try and win. There is no real natural decay in live arena. Doesn't exist. Salt. Hey look, we did Dungeon Divers. Took me all of 5 minutes. Spider we don't have to rush to do. I don't think, though, that spider event crosses. Does it cross with another Dungeon Divers? I don't think it does, right? No. Oh, wait, there's only 2 Dungeon Divers this fusion. Oh, that's good. Oh, there's only 2 Dungeon Divers. Oh, that's handy. I'll take that. Fusion schedule's pretty good. Apart from the Hero's Path, but that kind of replaces a summoning event anyway. So as long as the Hero's Path is not terrible, it's kind of a good event. No, Hero's Path will be summoning. There's no Champion Chase or Summon Rush. Hero's Path will be summoning. But it might have Dungeon Diver components. You're right. It's probably summoning and Dungeon Divers. I actually need to do artifact enhancement a bit here. Oh, we got a rework. Rework. I mean, it is not perfect. But I'll take a flat HP into a triple crit rate any day of the week. How good is that? I don't think it's kind of low roll. But we'll take that. That one's a bit weak, to be honest. I won't take that. Yeah, we need to do this quickly. Do I have a helmet in here? I need to clear my inventory again. It's getting full. It's not great. It's just the accessories. They're so expensive to do accessory upgrading. It's really hard to test. Keep it, because you never know when you do it. Like, that's the problem I have with accessories. Like, I think they said they weren't thinking about doing artifacts storage or anything. Well, if that's the case, can they adjust the silver selling rate? The artifact upgrading costs for accessories? Because it's so expensive to cleanse accessories right now. I just don't want to do it. Because I know, like, that one banner that cost us 4.3 million silver the last time I tried it. I just don't want... I don't want to spend, like, that kind of money on these things. Like, it's so expensive. If they can just reduce it down so it's better, then at least then I can cleanse my gear so I don't have to hold as much. But I'm holding probably artifacts that accessories that I don't want, purely because I know it will it'll cost me more silver than I can get to basically check if they're worth keeping. Do I have any pieces I need to keep? Let's see if there's anything worth like checking. Oh, someone wanted to see my Marius build. Marius Slayer. He's in very good Slayer pieces. Probably like the best Slayer that I've got on my account. Not fully perfect. That should be defense. This ring is terrible. Currently, like 363% crit damage, 239. This is because I can't go any faster for my Sand Devil team, but I could build in faster if I wanted to. Masteries wise, we've got like the standard kind of Helm Smasher build. I take Sniper and Master Hexer because it gives you a chance to get Enfeeble, which you do need. So. What's my opinion on the Boozer drama? I mean, I feel for the guy because I don't think he did anything disingenuous. Like, okay, before he was in the content creator program, he had a free-to-play account and people got on us that he was playing the game free-to-play, joins the content creator program, gets perks. Now, it's true that you can't really qualify yourself as a content creator that's free to play if you're going to use those perks, because they are incredibly powerful. They allow you to basically play the game without having to play the game, because you don't have to min-max things. You can basically level things all the time. You get free CVC points. So obviously, if you're trying to then continue to present yourself as like, oh, I play the game free to play, but to be fair to him, I don't think he does. Right? I don't see any big things where he's like, I'm a free to play player. I don't spend a single pound on this thing. And if a lot of his account development was done prior to him, if a lot of it was done prior to me even being in the program, then it's even different, because like a lot of my account now is from stuff that I did 2 years ago, a year ago. It doesn't really get much stronger unless it's beyond like the new sets. So to be honest, I think he's getting an unfair rap. Like it's not really fair. But at the same time, he's like, it was always going to happen, right? People have had a go at me for saying certain things like this as well. Like I'll say like, oh, Wixwell shield is bad and I'm a terrible person for it. Or, you know, you'll always get as a content creator. People will always dislike the values and strengths that you have. But like I said, if he's, you know, in every single video going, yeah, I play this game free to play, you can play exactly like the way I play. I don't think he does. I think he presents the content in a way that is digestible and accessible for a free to play player to do it, and sets it out. Like when I'm doing my breakdowns, I'll say like, this is the cost you're gonna have. This is the reality of what you're gonna face. I'm not saying everyone can do it. I'm not saying this is accessible for everyone. I'm just giving you the facts, and you make that determination. If I was going on my Deck of Fate video saying everyone could do the Deck of Fate, everyone get themselves a Freya, and I was titling my video, everyone should do this today, it's easy to do, then I should get the hate, right? Because I'm obviously mischaracterizing something that's not possible. Because unless you've prepared all of your soul stones probably for the last 6 months free to play, you're probably going to have to buy energy, or you've been stocking your gems up, right? It's going to cost you something, whether it be actually a pack that you buy right now, or whether it be something that you've bought or acquired over time. So that's what I would say about the drama. I think it's like one of those things that someone naturally would go, hang on, he's a free to play. He's saying he's free to play, but he gets all these content creator perks. And then making a judgment on that without having the big picture context of, well, how much of it did he get before he got those perks? And is he now presenting himself as a free to play player using those packs, or simply that this is the way you can do it free to play? Because that's a very important difference. Saying this is how you do it free to play versus I did it this way free to play when I had those perks is different. So I'm looking for pieces that I can upgrade on champions I'm using. That is worth upgrading. Yeah, exactly, Mr. T2 Sugars. It was cheap in the sense that it didn't cost you any shards. But a lot of people will value things differently. So it's actually quite big, Nobo, because of the book value and the stuff. Because like YST used to get it, and I always used to like joke with him because he could get away with not doing things like dailies and stuff because he gets those perks. He didn't need to go chase them. So I was always like, you need to play the game because I have to play everything, right? For me, it's the worst situation. Even though I do spend a bit of money on the game, I haven't spent an awful lot recently. I bought one energy pack today, and I bought a few mini mix packs for the voids. The last time I whaled super hard was Teox. But other than that, in the last 6 months, I haven't bought any shards, and I don't go hard. I buy the gem pack because I don't really see that as a purchase, personally. I know a lot of free-to-play players would argue that the gem pack is buying something. I just look at it as a subscription to a game that I really like playing. Right? It's something that I would pay for World of Warcraft, or something I would pay for anything. It's just like, whatever. If I'm spending that much time in a game, like $9.99 a month is nothing to me. That's the same as getting 2 cups of coffee down the coffee shop, you know? It's crazy. But I don't spend an awful lot of money anymore because I don't need to. Well, that rolls really nicely. It's kind of good boots. Those are great boots now, actually. Really good boots. But what I always make sure whenever I do content is I'm never sitting here going, oh, everyone can do this. Because I'll always say, look, keep in mind, this is going to cost you money. It's going to cost you this. It's going to cost you that. But I will always get hate for it because obviously I'm a content creator. And therefore they'll go, yeah, it's all right for him. He gets like this and he gets that. But I now don't spend as much money as I used to 2-3 years ago. So when I'm doing all these events and things, I don't get the opportunity to do content because I'm not in the program. So I have to do things like I have to wait before I can test things. I have to queue people up because I'm in a clan that I need to work with my clan competitively. I can't just book a champion if I want to do a video. I got to wait for the next CVC window. Generally with like things like the Ascension, I can't just ascend them because I don't have a pot of energy that I can just go use whenever I want. So for me as a content creator not in the program, not having those perks, it does make it a bit more challenging because I'm playing the game exactly like you guys. I've never bought books. Ever. Because I don't think you should. Never bought books. So I have to earn them the same way everyone else does. Which is why when I get a lot of people go, they've nerfed Clan Boss, I'm not getting these rewards. It's like, well, I can tell you they haven't because I can feel the cadence and the pace that everyone else can feel. Because I'm playing the game exactly the same way as everyone else. What do I think of Tagoa? He's not a bad epic, actually, Tagoa. He's pretty good. Pretty solid. I think he's he's either the Extend or the Ally Protector one. I always mix the two of them up. Yeah, it's not free to play. Like, I would never categorize myself as free to play because I don't. It's like, where do you draw the line? I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, you buy the gem pack, you can't be called free to play. Unless that person's like harping on about the fact they've never spent a penny in the game. I'm like, well, you have because you've spent some money on the gem pack. But I would never consider someone who buys the gem pack a spender because it's like a subscription. It's such a small purchase. It's not like you bought a £50 pack. That's a spender. Someone who buys the gem pack is just someone who enjoys the game. And they're buying a subscription to the game. It's whatever. I think I need to do one more upgrade. It's just the usual debate that you get with the free-to-play versus spend community and stuff. It's like, you almost have to like die on the sword of free-to-play. When, honestly, I don't think you need to. Like, you can present yourself as someone who doesn't really spend a lot of money on the account. And some of the good things that people were saying in the comments on, I saw the Reddit thread for it, which I think they were really fair. It was like, you also need to have like a concept of realization in your brain, which is like, me doing a fusion on my level of account is so much easier because I have teams that can pump through content on a high level versus someone who doesn't have my level of account, that doesn't have access to Doom Tower rewards every single month, Sintranos rewards every single month, they're winning the siege on a high level, maybe competing in a tier 6 clan. There's a lot of sort of meta rewards that you get around the game that if you're not in a high level of an account or a high level account, you might find quite difficult to achieve. Right? You might find it's not as pace, you know, you'll be like, well, I've done everything the same way you did, but how come you did it and I couldn't? Well, it's like, maybe because he had that 500 energy from Doom Tower or the 300 energy you got from Sintranos that you couldn't do because your account's not progressed. And that's not a punishment. That's just the reality of someone who's got a 5-year-old account versus someone who's got a 1-year-old account, or someone who's got really, really good luck on champions versus someone who didn't. Nice. Oh, look at that. Exactly 4777. 2 points in it. 2 points in it. That was pretty good. You know, I have so many. Look at my champions now, right? If I look at rank 6 legendary, I've got 168 rank 6 legendaries, right? A 1-year-old account cannot compete with my options. But that doesn't mean a 1-year-old account can't do everything. It just needs to be the reality check of when someone says it can be done easily, there always needs to be a check of can that person actually do it. But I also don't like the constant, oh, well, what's the point of this video? You're only using Kraken gear or you're only using 5-year-old gear. It's like, to be fair, someone like me, it's actually really difficult for me to hold on to gear for like a level, like a 1-year-old account, because I don't have the storage. And I'm also not giving it because I'm farming at a high level. So it's like I can't undo my Great Hall bonuses. I can't undo my my area bonuses. Like I can try and cut the gear down, but it's like it doesn't make the content irrelevant. I had it on the Packmaster video a little bit. Someone basically said, "Oh, this is just like a Kraken using the best gear possible." Oh my god! Someone just nuked us. Oh. No. Well, yeah, I don't really know about it because obviously it's a bit weird. But hey. Well, it wouldn't have mattered. Like, basically, these two have propped the clan up. It's fine. That's another thing they should do, yeah. The funny thing is, like, that's a great team as well, but... Just to put it in context, by the way. Yeah? You want to see the value of Quintus? This is a 6-star ninja +1 with Crushing Rend. With a 6-star +2 Teox. Versus a 2-star Teox and a 1-star Quintus. Look how much I smashed him by. Same difficulty. Smashed it. And that's why Quintus is a beast. Quintus is actually better than Ninja. Quintus is just a better nuker for this than Ninja. So yeah, Bad El's got the passive. Yes, I mean, we could still get sniped out of the top 4. I still got to do my Nightmare Key, but I'm not going to have the energy to do anything than a basic one. And credit to Inferno of Love, though. He's running double Trunder teams. Like, 1's enough for me, mate. Like, 2? Why are you running Marius on hard? Man, why is that team? Why did he run that team on hard? I don't get that. That team is a brutal. Did he make a mistake? That should be on Nightmare. He's just punishing his damage. That's the Tashira we know and love. That's the Tashira we know and love. Oh, is this you, Casey? Oh, it's you, Casey. Oh, good. You can answer it. I got it. Oh, cool. That's cool. Is your Nightmare team way harder then? Because like Marius to me is like a mistake to use him. Like you're nuking your damage. He's so much better on Nightmare. He's so much better on Nightmare. Like he just isn't worth it on hard, I would say, because you just can't. You could replace him with any on-hit damage deal, and it'd be just so much better. Andros, Taras, Ninja, Mikage. If I was you, I would take Taras out of your top team and put Marius there and put Taras in your hard team. If it was me. And the reason why is Taras will do more damage to hard and Marius will do more damage to Nightmare. You're literally... That's impossible. It's not working correctly then. Marius, you're literally capped with Marius. Like, I'll show you. Because I'm not going to be able to compete with you at the top there. It's a proper solid team, right? It's my nightmare team. Let's just mark that. Actually, that was wrong. Yeah, you can find the increased threat. The reason why I'm saying it's a problem on hard is he is hard capped by the enemy max HP. On hard, you're basically halving the amount of damage he could potentially do. Now, I'm not saying that Taras can't do good damage. Let's just get that right. I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is, like, I think basically you could replace Marius and you would find a better result. I suppose that's what I'm saying. Like, you could get a better result than Marius. There, because you're not doing enough damage. Am I going to be able to clear that dude before he... I need to kill the cleanse head. I think he's going to... Yeah, he's going to cleanse. It happens sometimes, but it's not a problem. So we can reburn. And then we can start whacking heads. Yeah. Okay, well, that's kind of a problem. We'll probably lose... We'll probably lose some people here because we're going to have to buff strip. Oh, we're actually okay. Oh, of course he weak hit the reflect. All right, well, Marius is probably going to get himself killed. Let's just get rid of that. Okay. We love it when this happens. Burn it up. Marius is going to get himself killed, but it's fine. We have a revive. Revive. Burn. Can we please get one of these heads down? Oof. Nice, 2 heads down. Let's just hit this. Yeah, I mean, I suppose increased defense is not exactly a massively available on a good damage dealer. So I understand that for sure. Apparently I just killed Marius again. Can we get rid of that reflect? Thank you. Poor Marius. Not Marius, sorry, Michinaki. Okay, revive. Burn. Boost. Speed down. She somehow managed to resist on 2 people, which is brilliant. I always hate the start of this fight just because it needs a bit of time to get running. Is it 34 or 33,000? I'm just doing my last Hydra key here. Yeah, I'm still streaming. Does the artifact set Curing work with still the passive drakes? Yes, it does. Of course it does. It's a heal, so it counts. Okay, now we just need to basically get some hex going. Burn. Do I think Teox will be affected? Hard to say. It depends what they do with the systems. That's what I'm saying. Like, if it's a system change, that's a lot harder to predict what will be affected. Because, like, it could affect everything or nothing. It's really hard to say. It's much easier to know when it's going to be a specific champion. Okay, now we need to get rid of that. Reflect. Which is much easier to do because we got that. And we got to provoke. Oh, man. Honestly. This team is, like, just slow to get going today. I've normally done 80 million damage by this point. Oh, now I got Poison Cloud. Come on. Let me take a turn. Boom. Boom. Lovely. Boom. Boost. Nuke, nuke, nuke. Every time I do Marius's A2, KZ, I do about 5 million damage. That's why I can't understand how Taras is outpacing him. Like, how much is your Taras on Nightmare doing? Because whenever I run Marius, he's like 300 to 400 million, like you said. I mean, to be fair, he will be hard capped because obviously it's enemy max HP. I suppose does about 3 million ahead. 3 million, 6 million. So what, 12 million on an AoE is what you're saying? What are you using Androck for in there? Just for buffs? Like here, for example, check 68 million. So my pony just did 68 million, 8 million, sorry, on that one hit alone, and there was only 2 decapitated heads at the time, and it probably didn't have cursed out for a lot of them. His A1 did 2.2 million. How many buffs does he put out? How many buffs does Androx put out? Yeah, the only reason why this team takes a bit to get going is if I manage to kill the provoke head straight away, it's faster. If I have to wait a turn, it's slower. Just because we get the horrible, like, you know, reset into a bit of lack of control. I'm not really bothered about decreased defense in this team, see, because I have so much ignore defense. Does 4 buffs with buff extension to us as above it, and Christus buffs, buff max buffs. Because one thing you could do is drop Androck from that team, put Androck into your Harima team, because he does increase defense, and bring Marius up. You would lose 2 buffs potentially. That's the only thing with doing that. I didn't know how the comparison with buff count would be. You can see now that I've got a bit of rhythm, the team gets going. This team can do about 1.1, 1.2 billion. That's what I've managed to get it to do so far. Obviously not fully maxed out or tested still, because we just added about 10% more defense to Michinaki, which I didn't have before. I love the fact that his passive counts after I've applied the hex set. So good. I don't need to do that. This one probably can go full auto, yeah. I might just leave it run full auto afterwards. I mean, the only risk you've got is if the revive kind of counters weird with reflect, but Sulfurion is such a crazy hard carry that it's okay. And I like to manual it just to make sure that we get like smart AI that it actually focuses the head like this, so it doesn't use A2 when it shouldn't. That it keeps attacking the proper heads when it should, you know. If I auto it, it would have used all my cooldowns by now and I wouldn't have landed any debuffs. Love it when it cleanses. Is there a cap on ancient shards you can get running dungeons? Nope. It's a 0.5% chance every single time you run the dungeon. Fixed value. I probably shouldn't have run that like that A2 because it would have been weaker, so. Yeah, Sulfurian's a monster. Let's get rid of this. I don't want my name cleansing. Oh god. I mean, that's not really, like people say, do auto with manual targeting. Well, that's manual. Because I'm still picking the target, I might as well click the buttons. Right, where am I at? Boom. Yeah, the reason why I've put him in Brutal, Casey, is not the Teox so much as the Quintus. Because I don't have, like, a high star Quintus to pair with it. That Teox just doesn't work. You know? I find that it's just, like, the key is being able to kill the heads really, really quickly. So it's better to put him in Brutal. Once I get to a position where I can kill the heads much more rapidly, then yes, it would come up to Nightmare. That's why I run Trunder, for example, in hard, because I don't have the Yumiko, so I'm always having to remember the one extra turn. So if I mess up, it's far less punishing in hard than it is in Nightmare. Whereas if I mess up in Nightmare, I've probably lost the run and I have to start again. I don't run Mikage in that team. I could run it here. I mean, I could go towards a ninja, but Quintus damage is a lot better than ninja. Quintus, when you get him stacked, is a lot of damage. Nice, GB. Is that for the pack, yeah? The deck? See, it's good damage. Like, is it gonna be... I'm gonna guess, like, what star rating is your Terras, KZ? Six-star pipe, yeah. I mean, this is why he's probably better right now for your team, because he's able to probably outperform Marius in the fact that he's 6-star. I know he's not crushing Rend, but you still get like the crit damage, you still get the extra HP, you still get, you know, all of the perks of having that star blessing. Like the extra speed is probably a big deal as well, right? It's 15 free speed that you just don't need to find elsewhere. This is the only situation I could die. When I get provoked like this and I haven't been able to use a shield, it's the only place where I'm at risk of death. Because I haven't got decreased attack, I don't have block buffs, I don't have anything on it. So Sulfurion just doesn't get a turn at all. That's the only risk that this team I think ever has. But once I do this, I'll never die. Shield's too strong. Like, we get a cleanse here, it's fine, whatever, nobody cares. Yeah, it doesn't do anything. Night Acrobat. Does the artifact set retaliation count as a turn when the champion has retaliation? No. Counterattacks do not count as a turn. If you counterattack, it is not a turn. I love the fact that I hit 800k suffering heads with Shamael. I think Sulfurion is a better Hydra champion than Supreme Garlic. From a team utility, I think Supreme Garlic is a better damage dealer than Sulfurion. I think Gizmak is far better in Arena. Can we stop killing my team? Thank you. If you so kindly stop it. Yeah, it is pretty late. I'll run this a little bit. We did good progress though. We got like near enough all of it done. I could probably just barter in an Eternal Soulstone and just blast the rest with a few. Like, I can make a rank 6 champion, blast a little bit with chickens and stuff. I'm trying to basically get a situation where all the heads are decapitated, which might be the moment, because I'll have the ability to do reset on the Head of Mischief, so long as I don't slow him down too much. Damn, I missed the wrong target there. Yes, hello, cat. I know you want food. Cat. Boom, boom, boom. So now what I need to do is basically kill this suffering head, the mischief head on the left, very fast. It's the only way I'm going to be able to try and hopefully get them all. No, I'm not going to have it. Damn. I just want to see how much damage I can get the Marius to do with 4 decapitated heads out. Because obviously he would get his Slayer set procs, and that would be able to get the decapitation bonus. What up? What up, cat? What? What? Yes, I know. You woke up. You want attention. Ah, she's good as gold. Whenever my cat wakes up, she just wants to tell everyone she's woken up, basically. The only problem is the treat drawer is right to the right of me, and she's realized that if she kind of looks at it, I'll feel like guilty because I've been on the PC for too long or something, and she'll just get free treats, which I've kind of encouraged the behavior, and it's my own fault. I should not have done that. In reality. Burn. Man, Sulfurion, what a monster. I think I will literally, on my gravestone of Raid Shadow Legends playing, it will literally be, here lieth Saphira, he got Sulfurion completely wrong. That will be on my gravestone. Marius kind of didn't run with that attack. Let's get rid of that. Well, he kind of healed, died, and didn't heal. It's quite funny. Oh. So, yeah, I mean, this team, I've run it before, not with optimized Michinaki, so I reckon it would probably add another 100 to 200 million. It would probably finish out around about 1.3, 1.4 bill. What's your, KZ, what's your full nightmare key normally if you push it really hard? I mean, yeah, I mean, to answer your question, to respond to that, Casey, Gizmak is great, but you need Pinpoint, right? I feel like Pinpoint was made for Calvalax and Gizmak more than anyone else. Those two champions alone get the most value out of Pinpoint, because you know the Gizmak comes straight in and instantly gets himself polymorphed. Or like Warlord now with Pinpoint so you can fight Taras. That would be good. Nerf of champion? I don't nerf that many. How many champions have I actually got nerfed? I'm pretty sure we wouldn't have any Fortis rework if I didn't make out about 5 billion videos on the guy. Give me some credit here. Yeah, well, this is it, right? I said this about Poly, like when everyone's about Pinpoint, when I was Pinpoint so much amazing. I was like, but if you really think about it, if you go back into having lots and lots and lots of polymorph, you need to go like 4 stacks deep, because if you have 4 enemies with polymorph and each one of them can proc polymorph, you need the 4 stacks just to apply 1 set of debuff. So it's not as good as it sounds. I still think Stone Skin is an overall better way to build. But in those absolute extreme edge case scenarios, I think that is where it really pays off. Where it's like Gizmak absolutely is just going to debuff straight out the bat. Okay, we can finally test this now, because I think I'll get one more turn before this dies. I don't think that Suffering Head is going to respawn. I hopefully have enough time. Boost. Hex out. Make sure I get a turn. Come on. Lovely. Ally attack. Right, what I want to see is how much damage does Marius do in 1 hit. Boost. Cat, you're not helping right now. Come on, please. Lovely. Right, okay, so we're at 279 million. That was the cat moving the screen because the cat wants attention. We're at 279 million. Hello, cat. Are you making it onto the street? Oh, you appeared for a moment. What's this? Do you want it? Is it going to appear? Briefly. It's like chilling down here. You got it? Oh. There it is. See, there is a cat. It does exist. If I get it like something out of here, which is what it wants, one of these. Do you want one of these? That's what it's after. So I can't even get in the bag. I want this. Now you can see the cat in its full effect. She's a bit... I want it. So, I mean, yes, okay. We're very pausey with these things. What? It's what I have to deal with, right? See, like the hands are on the finger. It's like a viper sometimes, isn't it? Last one, you greedy little creature, before we're going to go back to... Yes, okay. Oh, where did that go? Oh, we lost it. All right. It's trash in the place. Did you get it? Yes, you did. Last one. That's it. No more. You've eaten us out of house and home here. It's gone. Boom. There you go. Go back to the regular. Nobody wants to see your backside. Oh. This is what it does. It tramples across the desk like a siren, like there. gotta reposition ourselves so we're back on. Oh. There you go. There you go, cat cam for a very brief moment in time. Oh wait, did she play the skill? She used the skill. We didn't see how much damage it did. I think it did 14 million because I'm pretty sure it was on 270 million. Someone rewind the screen for me quickly. How much damage? The cat played the game mode. Damn it. Quick, someone rewind. How much damage did it do? It was on 4.7 million. Or did it only A1? Please tell me it didn't. Oh man, it didn't do A1. It only A... Goddamn cat. The cat ruined our test. Creatures. They say get a cat. Cats are fun. Well, his A1 did 5.4 million. Blimmin' cats. When you just want to test some basic functionality, you get interrupted by a feline who ruins the test. So anyway, guys, I'm going to leave it there. I'm pretty tired. It's like 2 in the morning. I will finish the deck and I will probably release a video tomorrow if I get it all done with the soul pulling and also like the flipping of the cards so we see what we get, see how many purple flips I get, just to close out that video. And yeah, that's... Let's see what I need to get Shamael out here. We did it though. We did good campaign simulator. We got a good amount done, I would say. Man, I hate that cleanse head. I'm gonna let this run on auto and see how well it performs because we're not beating KZ. KZ's like ruined us. So we're gonna accept second place. But a bit of damage that I can do here will help. You know, if I can just add a couple more billion into our clan's coffers to avoid getting, like, sniped by someone else, that would be great. But that is, funny, I joke. I actually am pretty impressed that you run both of those keys to that level of degree. Because a lot of people will go, you know, they're running that Trunder. It actually takes a heck of a lot of commitment to sit there and do 1,500 turns 3 times on top end keys. Like, it's a lot of time commitment. So I never feel guilty about getting sniped. The only time I feel guilty about getting sniped is if it's by like 1 billion and we just lost it last minute and everyone, if everyone like overcommitted. Like if I'd sat here right now and kind of pushed myself an extra 2 hours and then I get to it and it's like, someone just did like 40 billion. I'm like, I wish I'd known that before. But it takes a lot of commitment. What, he's got 3 Trunders. He's not running 3, is he, KZ? Please tell me he's not. Tell him it's not worth it. Like, go outside, smell the roses, you know, like, do something else. That's not good. Nobody should be doing 3 Trunder keys. It's not good for your mental health. It's not good for your sanity. It's not good for everything. Depends how far you push. Well, this is a fair point. I'm just saying, 3 Trunder keys, man. That is... Like, I can barely stomach 1. I could barely stomach 1 Trunder key. At least with these types of teams, you have a little bit of diversity because you're using different abilities. And like when I'm running my Quintus team, it's actually quite fun to see if I can get like the Packmaster Hex in the right position and see how much damage I can do and what variable. Like, it's a bit more fun. Trend, it's just like, oh, here's another A2. Here's another A2. Here's another A2. I'm like, it's just so boring. Why am I doing this? You know? But, like... If you have a champion toxic and retaliation set when on placement chance, yes. You can place toxic set on a retaliation proc, correct. Are you dumb for not going for Freya? No. If you don't feel like you want to grind for Freya and you don't believe that Freya is going to give you a significant difference in Hydra or different content pieces or push your dungeons, or you don't need it for your account, nothing is ever stupid. It's not like the champion, the only, when it was the Monster Hunter event, it would have been different, right? Because you can't get them again with Monster Hunter. It's different with Asgard Divide. They are still going to be available after the event has finished. So it doesn't really matter if you don't get her right now, because you might pull her in 6 months time, 5 months time. It's not like she's going anywhere. But when it was like Archer and different things like that, when it was Alatrian, that's a very big difference, because Alatrian you were never going to be able to get again. So therefore not going for Alatrian at that point would be like, well, if there's ever a situation where you need a guaranteed protected debuff, you might miss out. So I don't think this particular one, there's anything stupid about it by any means. Like, I think there's it's not like her skill set is irreplaceable. She does combine a few unique effects, like she takes an Ogre's passive, she kind of takes a little bit of Marta's A2 with Valkyrie, so she's kind of like a mix between Marta, Valkyrie, Zinogre's passive with a cleanse. So she does have quite a unique skill set of combinations, but it's not like you can't replace them with other champions. It's not like there aren't other champions in the game that does a full cleanse into a block debuffs, or another champion that does a shield with increased defense, or another champion that can stop your team from dying, or counterattack champion, or, you know, there's plenty of other champions that you can fill the gaps. It's just there isn't really one that does it all together. So I don't think you should sit there feeling like, oh, I'm missing out, I'm making a huge mistake, because I don't think it is a massive mistake if you go for it or not. It's just a great champion. It's a guaranteed opportunity, so make that your judgment call. And I don't think dumb is the right word. I think you just be realistic with yourself and what you want to do. Yeah, I was going. I'm just finishing this off. I'm just saying. Does toxic set require accuracy? Artifact sets do not require accuracy to place their effects. So no, does not require accuracy. I always say don't skip fusions. Fusions generally are not so aggressive, Haxo. I'm saying don't skip fusions that have unique effects. This is slightly different. It's not a fusion. This is a grind. So that's a big difference. This fusion that we've got on right now is far more achievable than what you would have to do for this champion. So because to get Freya, you would have to grind quite a considerable amount. Right, we're talking probably Freya is going to be more expensive than my, like, 80% of my energy usage, if not more. Actually, is it? How much is it? There's 2 dungeon divers, and you need 3,700 points on a dungeon diver. Roughly that's, what, 3,700 divided by 12.18. That's like 303 runs normally. 303 runs is like 20 energy. So it's 6060 times 3 normally. Freya will probably be near enough twice the cost of the amount of energy that you need to spend to complete it. Complete a fusion. So that's roughly a give or take how much it is, right? So Freya is about twice the cost, depending on how many soul stones you had. If you had no soul stones, it's like twice the cost, because it's about 30,000 energy, and a fusion roughly is around about 18 to 20,000. It's about maybe not twice, probably like 2/3 of the cost is a fusion. Yeah, but the champion training is never that expensive, because you can always do it in certain ways, and 9 times out of 10 you can skip one of the champion training events. And it depends on how you equate all the different costs. Like, of course, a fusion is going to have shard summoning. It's going to have, you know, artifact enhancement for silver. I'm just talking about the relevant components, right? To train Freya, it's 30,000 energy. To do dungeon divers and all of the tournaments that you're going to need energy for, excluding the champion training in the fusion, it's about 18,000 energy. That's the difference. Yeah, it's all fair in the glorified. He is a glorified Mordecai. What can I tell you? It's a Mordecai with a revive. It's fine. I can be wrong about some things. It happens. Well, to be fair, when I made that statement, Zen, we didn't have the damage thresholds we have now. So I was saying, to be able to counter the mechanics of Hydra, you don't need a reviver. The biggest problem is right now, you kind of do. Not because the boss kills you, you kill yourself with Reflect. Because champions like Teox, you don't actually have an opportunity to stop him counterattacking into a Reflect, because he just does it. So it's a different statement now. It's less about you don't need a reviver. It's more, if your team does such a high level of damage, yeah, you probably do. So it's slightly different. I think we're going to get an opportunity we can test this in a minute. Again, now we haven't got a cat disrupting us. I try to kill this suffering mischief head. Yeah, we get decreased speeds. Lovely. We missed one, but it's fine. Get Hex out. We missed another one. Kill this. All right, cool. Lovely. Okay, so I'm going to wait one turn because I want to try and get some more Hex out on everyone. Well, it was an A1 last time, not an A2. Slightly different. Can I get a Hex? Okay, well, I guess I can't. It's kind of annoying I don't have Weaken or anything. Alright, we'll just have to go for it. Okay, I'm missing Weaken on 1 and Hex on 2. So it's not as most efficient. We're at 418, give or take. Let's see how much it does. 418 to 424. So that was 6 million damage with no decreased defense or weaken or out, but it doesn't really matter because we hit end main max HP anyway. And we missed Cursed on 2, and we also missed Weaken on 1. So 6 million. It's not the 24 million of the Taras, for sure. But definitely I would say if you're running Marius in Hydra, you don't want to be running him on a lower difficulty because that number would go lower. He's enemy max HP, so you would get punished for it. Alright, so there's always that consideration. Unless you've got what Casey had, which is an extreme example of, you know, he's got a crazy strong team at Nightmare as well. Exactly, Casey. That's I suppose that's what I was trying to say, I guess, in a roundabout way, which is, like, if you are going to run him, you want to run him higher, otherwise you want to find someone else. That being said, there isn't that many increased AoE defense hitters. There's a lot of AoE increased defense supports, but I don't think there's that many AoE increased defense hitters that hit really, really hard, right? Like strong single target defense damage dealers that give you the buff. So it still might end up being the best option for your Harima, unless you can like reconfigure the team to find an increased defense. This is why I quite like Padraig, because he kind of solves a lot of these problems for you. Because Padraig can't really, like, you always get the defense buff or the attack buff or the Axie buff. Like, I run Padraig specifically with Teox, so I don't have to use Teox's A3. Can we... Man, I feel like whenever I get this provoke cycle, I just don't get a turn for ages. Iron Brago does not do enough damage. Not to the tier that KZ's working on, right? This is a bit like what I was saying about Thor. Like, KZ has no use for Thor. Because his champions just do so much damage. His or hers. I don't want to gender. But the champions that KZ has available just do way more damage than anything that you could get from Thor. And that would be the same for Brago. Oh, you put him in your hard team, did you? Interesting. I would have thought there's a better one. But I need to recheck what your hard team actually was. Man, this fucking cleanse thing. Come on. Can we... Ah, he's got freaking... Ah, see, this is the only thing. When they get into a cycle like this, it can be a bit problematic when I get cleansed and everything for a while. It's fine, though, because I'll eventually catch up. It's just a Wrath head being a douche with the cleanse head. Revive them back. Get a boost. Try not to kill them. Before I get a turn. Come on. Let me get a turn. Seriously. These stupid heads. Right. Please. Let me... Oh, man. I can't target the head because he hasn't got cursed. My team actually might fail here because I haven't got control of the fight. Right. Revive. Burn. Get rid of the reflect. Kill the hex. Thank you. Thanks for bringing him back on no health. I really appreciate that. That was great. Could have brought him back on full health. Okay, now he's going to proc and die instantly. Ah! Please kill this Wrath head. Oh, man. Seriously. Please, can we get some control of the fight? I don't want much control, just some control. Thank you. Holy moly. Right, we're good. Jeez. That was frustrating. Oh no. Inferno. I heard you have 3 Trunda keys. I'm concerned about your well-being. Okay, I'm concerned about your well-being. That you have to run that many keys. Quite frankly, I'd rather just give you the victory than make you run a 3rd key. That's how strongly I feel about that experience that you would have to go through. Oh, it doesn't stress me out, Casey. I'm only doing this because I'm actually kind of curious to see how far it goes. I can't beat you. That's not a problem. I'm joking. I'm saying for Inferno's sake, like he's got the win. Like I would be so ashamed. I would be so unhappy to force someone to run 3 Trunda keys. That's painful. Yeah, Yumako's allow full auto. It's a shame that I don't have Yumako for that. But I mean, this is pretty good. And I'd probably just end it, I guess. I don't know. I'd like for us to get position 2. We can't catch up on position 1. Like, it's just impossible. It's not going to happen. You guys are too strong. So. Yeah, you need the Yumakos to go full auto. If you haven't got Yumakos, I don't think you can full auto Trunda because I feel like you have to control when she does her A2. You might be able to do with some sort of Nia variant, or maybe you can do something with Lady of Ireth. But I'm pretty sure the Trunda full auto teams are pretty much locked behind a Yumako. I need resistance on Sulfurin. I don't really because I kill heads really, really quickly. It's very rare that I get in that cycle of situation where it's like chaining me. It was just a bit of bad fortune. I'm still not super happy with the debuff distribution because it's still a lot on Michinaki and Airstrid, and she doesn't, you know, there are affinity issues with both of them. But the Hex is much better now with this team. But it's still a bit heavy on the debuffing front. Like, you see a lot of the times I'm attacking without decreased defense, which is fine because I'm hitting... It's fine for everyone other than, like, Marius, to be honest. Because Marius is the one that would benefit from the decreased defense more than anything. But, you know. yeah. It's very similar to the one we were running on stream the other day when I hit 1.97. He just like, the team is really straightforward. You pick a head, you kill it very quickly, and then you put rehost debuffs on there. You put Packmaster's Hex on there with his curse set, and you basically get his block buffs. You get 10 debuffs, and you just keep whacking it with Teox's A1. It does, like, Quintus does about 1.4 million per hit when it's fully set up and stacked and going. It's really strong. Okay, well apparently we somehow managed to good old miss one of the burns, which is great. And he's died because of Reflect. This team is just like, I can run everything because I don't really care how you revive. Like, Sulfurion makes this team. If I didn't have Sulfurion here, this team would never work because there's too much Reflect problems. And that always used to be the problem I had with Teox, was like, oh, Reflect, but Packmaster's block buffs is far more reliable. If you did it with Mikage, maybe, KZ. If you had like Mikage powering his A1 as much as Teox, then it would be different. But Quintus's damage, like I did the numbers on it. Let me see if I can find it quickly. New Hydra teams, I think they were. I don't know why I did that. I can't debuff. I'm an idiot. Yeah, so I've got Ninja basically at around about 184 million and Quintus... Actually, Quintus is less. I thought Quintus is more. Oh, I misunderstood. So actually, yeah, I should run Ninja, really. My Ninja Soul is just not that high, but it is better than Quintus. Like, Quintus is 184. It's about 10 mil diff. I thought Quintus was higher for some reason. I don't know why. Quintus's A2 does hit quite hard, though. Keep in mind, like, my Quintus hits for, like, 1.7 million on the A2. It's quite hard. Yeah, I mean, my fully spec'd out Quintus, like, a Teox Quintus hit for me right now with the builds that they're in is about 1.4 times 4 plus 2.1 times 2. So it's like 2.1 plus 2.1 plus 1.4 4 times. So like one Quintus A1 is about 9.8 million with Teox. So, and if I put my best gear on and I actually push Ninja, then yeah, I could. Like, I don't use Ninja for anything these days. To be honest, in this team that I have here, I was thinking about taking Mikage away because she's kind of sharing the role with Astrid a little bit. So that was something I was considering doing. So I feel like the other thing I could do is bring back Garrel. Right, because Garrel is really strong. The only problem I've got with Garrel is how you can effectively get 10 debuffs on an AoE. Because technically the best champion overall is Mashaled. But that assumes that you can get 10 debuffs on 4 decapitated heads and sustain it. Very hard to do. Whereas single target 10 debuffs is very reasonable to do. It's very reasonable to do, you know? Yeah, Ninja's great. I mean, you would want the 5-star. Or at least the 4-star, because Ninja's passive is multiplicative on a total crit damage. So, like, effectively, when Ninja gets his 4-star, he's not getting 38% crit damage. He's actually getting more like 47% crit damage, because it's multiplicative on the total. So, it's actually... It's pretty valuable to get his 4 and 5-star because you get the Nature's Wrath bonus and the critical damage. The 6-star is nice, but it's not insane. Whisper will be back. I'm just waiting to get a +4 Whisper. It's just taking me forever to get a +4 Whisper. I can't. It's frustrating. Nothing I knew about it. Just takes a while. So, but yeah, like the AoE options in terms of Garl and Toshiro are very good. It's just, can you get enough debuffs across all of the enemies? That's the issue you're going to have. Okay, we got a better setup this time. What are we going to get? 555 for 4. That did 7 to 8 million this time, with a bit of hex on the end. But yeah, that's the issue with the martial ed. If you can sustain 10 debuffs, is there a public version? No, I think I did a video on it, but there isn't probably one linked anywhere, just because it's messy. The biggest problem is I just don't know if you can actually sustain the volume of damage you require. Like, you need the debuffs, because that's the thing with Teox. It's all about how many debuffs are on the target. So if you can't get lots of debuffs, then these numbers drop dramatically. So what I found with Martial Ed was when I ran him on like normal or hard with Teox, because I was killing the Hydra heads quicker, they were slower, I was able to restack up the debuffs a lot. Martial Ed started ramping real hard. Like super hard, because every single one of his attacks was not AoE, it was single target. So the damage numbers were off the charts. But when I tried to run him on like Brutal, I couldn't kill the heads and sustain the debuffs quick enough, so you weren't really getting the benefit of the Teox A1, which needs the debuffs effectively. So... oh, do you know what? I'm done though. I think we're going to get 600 million. We're going to call it there. That's still a good, what is that? 600 million times 4, 6, 1.2. It's still a good 2.4 bill on top to help keep the clan in position too. There's only so much I can do this. Like, I know my record's a better one, but I've got too much to do, you know. It is funny, by the way, that Harrier technically outdamages Thor on an A1. Doesn't outdamage Thor on an A2, because obviously that chart only compared A1s, which obviously Thor's A2 is a big part of why Thor can do a lot of damage. If Thor's A2 didn't exist, Thor would be terrible as an option. Like, Thor's saved by his A2. It would be bad if he didn't. But it's funny that Harrier just out damages Thor. You need the setup, but yeah, it's Harrier with Hospitaller. You need the setup. Of course it is. But it is averaging on the extra hit as well and everything, right? So all that comparison was averaging on the extra hits. So it was accurate as in the concept of, well, let's average how many hits he's going to get from his A1. So you can actually high roll a lot more, which would be even crazier. Oh, good old Torment Head. We love it. Right, yeah. We're going to round it out. We're going to see how much damage Marius did. We're going to hit 600 mil. And then we're going to go and log this final result. Have a little quick final check on where we got to with the Deck of Fate. And we will... I'm going to do one more A2. We might be able to ramp a bit of quick damage here, actually, because... if we can kill that Mischief Head real fast, we might be able to reset people. Can we kill it? Ah, oh, nearly. Damn it. Well, can reset it now. We'll wait for the heads to respawn, and then we'll end. Because we can get a good amount of damage here while we're knocking away at it. No, I'm not tonight. I want to, but it's too late. Annoyingly, the weekly rewards reset as well on Throne. It's fine. I did some weekly rewards, but... Boom. Boom. Marius. Do God's work in A2. Oh, I don't have it, never mind. Well, someone just hit for 1.1 million, which I'm going to guess was Shamael. Because he do be like that. Probably should have A1 there. That's fine. One more. Run across. 666 mil. You want me to end at 666 mil? I'll try. That's a very difficult number to hit. I'll try my best. We gotta wait for the heads of the Serpent's Will to finish right now. Here's the first cleanse. Consumption. Burn. And actually, I need to do... I got a lot to break there because I got to break the life barrier and I've got to break the consumption. Nice. Yeah, even if you only get green or blue 3 in rows, they often give you some decent rewards, to be honest. I always like getting a couple of gems back, like 100 or 50 gems, maybe a bit of energy. It's always nice. Okay, I need to get 16 million damage exact. I love that cleanse. Really felt good. Getting all my debuffs stacked up and then getting cleansed felt so amazing. Downside of not running a provoker. Well, when they announced it, it was meant to be a trial, Ryan. They said some of them will have it, some of them will not. So I'm going to guess it was just an experiment for that one. For this one, because this was a guaranteed champion, they didn't want to do it. And because they knew they obviously had soul stones, so they didn't give soul stones in the purple rewards. I think the next one they might put it back in. So I think that's what they're doing. It'll be a bit like personal versus non-personal. I don't think it will be so specific, if that makes sense. It was, but also it kind of guaranteed you the chance to get an epic. So they essentially nuked the epic rewards as a result. So it's like, yeah, it was good, but they also punished you because they reduced the quality of what you could get in those 3 in a rows. So there's like, it was like a double-edged sword. You got more guarantees that you were going to get one, but the outcome, the result you got was bad. Okay, now I have to be careful. We need 3 million damage. Come on. This should do it. There we go. Marius always tops DPS for me. Shamael comes in good. So, Marius, see, 2-2-3. We're done. I could leave it run, but it's still a good score we've done. We're not going to get P1 because, you know, Inferno of Love and Kazi are like rocking it over here. So, yeah. But, I mean, as long as we can keep above these guys, which I think they kind of run out of steam now. I don't think they've got much left, and they've only got like a few keys left. They're going to be a few short. So my keys here are going to pump us up to like 25. My record is like 36, so it could easily beat my record. Yeah, like 171. It's given us a bit of daylight now, so it should be fine. It's a good contribution. Yeah, man, you're. The thing is, when we look at this, we always try to see if we can, like, we keep records of like the clans we faced, so we can know how much the clan's potential is. I don't think we had any info on you guys. Or if we did, I knew it was like, we probably can't win it, but we would come second. But you two are just on another level. And you've still got a third key. That's what's crazy. Like, you still got your third key to come. And like, if you can find a better balance here, where you can get Marius out and maybe bring in someone who can give you the increased defense buff you need, then I think you're laughing, because although he's good damage, you could see that someone like Thor is going to outscale him so hard. Nah, Tatora's not going to be the damage. Like, you need someone like the problem is it's the defense buff you need for Harima that's kind of messing you up there. And there's just not many great strong damage dealers that are defense based. Like, I've got a good set of champions here, and he does kind of come out as the number one. Like, you could make a case for Ragash, but I don't think he's that great for this area. So if you can't find a damage in depth defense buff, then you kind of go, okay, well, who do I go for? Like, the best fit for this would be Padraig over Mikage. That would be the best replacement. Would be to be replaced Mikage with Padraig, but then you lose the Harima A1, so it's kind of like, yeah, Grisor's kind of like the worst version of Pony, really, if you think about it, because Pony's A1 is going to be stronger than Grisor, and he has triple max HP. So if you were picking between Grisor and Pony, you would always pick, you know, you have to pull it to Shira, right? But yeah, that is the challenge. I now that I see the distribution of your champions, I kind of see why you went Marius. Even though you would obviously go Marius is better on Ultra Nightmare, I kind of see why you picked it, because it gives you like the defense buff and also the accuracy buff. It's quite hard, because you want Mikage with Harima, so therefore those two are kind of locked. Thor is obviously in here doing decreased speed and good damage, so you don't want to lose him. Sulfurion is kind of anchoring the team with burns, so it's like, well, the two options are Bellinor and Marius. So either we drop both of them, find someone that can give us a good defense buff that also gives us damage buff. You know, because you could just basically put all your eggs in the Thor Harima basket and try and find more damage there by bringing someone that can give you agency with a defense buff. Something like a trying to think who buffs a lot. Now, if you can find someone that buffs a lot in 9 out of 9 protection, then that would be really good. Like, Giath is actually an interesting shout, because you get ally protection, reflect on 2 champions, and I need to test the damage, but you would get 2 buffs, and you put out a lot of debuffs. I don't know though, that feels a bit maybe not as good. You know, Tarshon's never going to do enough damage, so that's kind of useless. It's tricky, isn't it? This is what I said about defense buff, and this actually correlates with arena as well. There aren't that many defense buff champions that you can adequately use to set up your arena nukers. That's why Siphi was so powerful, and it still remains so powerful, because she's one of the best defense buffers. Finer. Depends if Casey's got Finer there. Finer doesn't do increased defense. You can't use Finer. Doesn't do increased defense. Archbishop, yeah, but I feel like Archbishop is... I mean, you do get a block buffs. Archbishop might be a shout, just because you get 3 buffs out of him. If you can get like a 9 out of 9 protection, Archbishop might work. Honestly, I think maybe Marius is just the best one there, to be honest, Casey, now that I've looked at it. It's like, I can see why you've picked it, because it is the best of the... Like, it gives your Harima more potency. So even if the pony's not going to give you like the damage output that you would want to see because of the difficulty tier, it is kind of like keeping your team alive and setting up your team for success, so it's not bad. So I think you could probably teach me a thing or two more than I could teach you a thing or two, trust me. Like, I run the raw numbers on things, but sometimes numbers don't really count, because like it's very hard to find a champion that's going to be able to give you 159 million damage with increased defense on your team. That's very hard. It's very hard. So I can see why you've done it. You know, I do miss some key champions. So like I would imagine if you had some of the mythicals, like you said, Toshiro or Alaz, for sure that might change your opinion, right? Because Alaz obviously has like counterattack, block damage, increased defense. That's 3 buffs. So you could do like protection Alaz that also does huge damage, or just pure Alaz. Alaz probably actually would be the answer. So if you ever get him, easy choice. Alaz in, out. Simple. The other one actually might be quite good. I know it's super ironic to say this, but Freya. Purely because you get 3 buffs, turn me to fill in, a cleanse, and pretty good damage potentially. Not like crazy, but you would lose like... It might go down to 50 mil, but it would give you the option to run a better protection option. And also like a little survival note. Use an arena. Yeah, she might be a shout, you know. Because you know, I don't know how good this A1 damage can really get to, but it gives you a provoke, even though it's a kind of a crappy provoke. You get a 20% turn meter fill, full cleanse, block debuffs, and increased defense. And a shield. Actually, you get 4 buffs. No, 3 buffs. 3 buffs. 3 buffs out of it. It's pretty strong. It could be quite good, you know. And then that kind of gives you a little bit more, like... The question is, will she reach a level of more damage than what you've got here? Like, I don't think she's gonna reach 159 million, but will she find the gap by giving your Thor, which I would imagine, like, for example, Thor right now has got 348 million. If he gets, on a rough level, 15% more damage, that's 50 million. So if she gives 15% damage to both Harima and Thor, that replaces about 100 million, give or take. Then if she's hitting for 50 million, it might give you different flexible options. It might give you some like, it depends on how much as well. Like, are you relying on Harima's provoke? Because if you are, you might not need to rely on Harima's provoke anymore, because you don't need to, because you've got a backup one. Depends if anyone's dying as well. If you're losing some people, you have the opportunity to go a bit squishier. I doubt it was Sulfurion because his A2 is crazy, but I tell you what it would do though. It's a shame if you run a 9 out of 9 protection. I was thinking cursed, but of course you're in 9 out of 9 protection. So that's not... You actually need to, like... Mikage's damage is quite low. Is she built for Arena by any chance, Casey? Because her damage is quite low. Mine does like 50 mil. I'm pretty sure. Like, if I look at how much mine did... Like, mine did 22 mil, and it's in 9 out of 9 protection. Yeah, that's one of your Arena ones. That's fair. You say your other one's a Nightmare. Got it. That makes sense, because I was like, if you put Mikage in a good damage build in protection, that would help as well. So you're just basically using your Arena subs. Like, you're subbing in your third team with Arena champs. Makes sense. That's why Harima's probably not optimal, because she's probably Arena build. And Thor's probably the only one I'm guessing you've built specifically for this one team. With Bellinor, of course, because Bellinor's used as a sub. Like, Bellinor being at 4-star would be a big deal for you. It's like, so much more stat. Even at 2-star with Bellinor, that's a lot of stats. So, honestly, it's solid. Like, I can see the logic now that we've looked at it. Like, yeah, well, it's the best increased defense to make Harima work. So the only one that you could potentially do is something like a Padraig. Would be the only one that would replace Marius, I think. But then you have to then time it to make sure Mikage extends the duration of the defense buff, otherwise you might outrun it. So still solid considering that's like subbed in, you know, because you are effectively like binning off Mikage as a slot for damage, and Sulfurian's probably built not optimally for like trying to push this, because you've probably got a lot more accuracy than you would require. Harima's probably not built damage-wise, because you would probably go for not the speed set, but something with a little bit more ignore defense. I'm so close to Riho and Feral. I'm like 8 out of 9. That's my goal. I want to get Riho and Feral. I'm so close. The numbers that I could pop off with Teox, Mikage, Riho, and Ninja. Oh, the numbers would be great. Anyway, we're going to leave it there. 30,000. Really good to strategize with you, Casey. It was really good. Congrats on your P1. I don't think you're going to get sniped. 33,000. I got 7,000 to go tomorrow. Shouldn't be too much. I probably will pop another another Eternal or something. I'll get a bunch of... We get a Hydra reset tomorrow, right? So that'll give me 600 points. That'll save me a bit. So we'll see you there. Anyway, guys, thanks for hanging out. It is 3 AM. I'm going to get some sleep. We have completed the campaign simulator. I'll see you on Friday.